My stuff was not set up the way that it was supposed to. Give me just a second here. No, not this background. You attract all the bots. What are you talking about? There we go. The frick? Hold on. Why is it just not showing at all? What's happening to me, bro? I'm getting cooked. This is insane. Oh, there it is. And it's like weird. Am I flipped? Hold on. There we go. Boom. I fixed it. Got it working. Unk finally appeared. My mic was or not my mic. My camera wasn't working. 110 FOV. Yeah, exactly. Sorry about that, guys. A little bit of a technical difficulty there at the beginning. That thing was not cooperating with me in the way that I needed it to. So. Boomer tech. Not boomer tech. I got this stuff working just fine. Alright. Alrighty. So, I apologize if this live has a bunch of problems. And the reason why is because they changed up the entire freaking UI for the TikTok studio. Sounds like the wrong mic. Damn. Yeah, they changed. They messed up this whole app, bro. No, it's not the wrong one. Hold on. How about now? Does that sound better? We gotta get Unk to a nursery home. Oh, okay. Amazing. Only my left ear hears? Hold on. I know why it's doing that. Hello? Yeah. Sorry. Sounds distorted. Nobody else is saying it's distorted. Schoolboy's app is what was that? I was yelling at my dogs because they're barking. My wife is currently outside watering the garden, but she has the hose on. And the dogs, for some reason, think they need to bark at that. I did silence my dog, correct? Silence! What's up?
What's up, man? You have a countdown screen. You're still not on time, huh?
I was technically on time today. Did Pope tell you, Schoolboy?
What?
He has a blessing now.
Listen to it.
You got an actual one.
I thought Bryce was gonna tell you because he said he didn't talk to you.
He told. I completely forgot. Anyway, so he got a actual blessing now, and he told me that I could reach out to his priest if he wanted.
Yeah.
So.
Just to confirm.
Awesome, man. Glad to hear it. Glad to see that things are back on track.
Yeah.
That's legit. All right, now I gotta change the text here because this was not the prompt tonight.
This is the goober background.
Huh?
This is the goober background. Why aren't you Christian? Why are you not Christian? It tracks all the goobers.
Let me change it to why are you not Orthodox Christian, because like, yes, it does attract a lot of people, but the problem is that all these people that eventually come in though, they like assume I'm just a Protestant, and then they just argue with me like I'm a Protestant. Right? Is Brycej still willing to debate me on Young Earth? Yes, I already told you I'd do that. I told you I'd debate you on Young Earth. Unk, it's cut out on my phone. Move more to the right. How about now? Team Captain America or Iron Man? Iron Man.
This feels so weird, dude.
What's up, Raider?
What's up?
What's on your mind?
So why are you not a Christian?
Huh?
That's what I'm asking.
Oh, why should I believe something if there's no proof for it?
What kind of proof? What kind of proof do you need?
give me something that can be repeatedly tested and verified that directly points to your God existing.
Okay, I mean, in the Bible would be a historical
The Bible is a
attestation.
claim. It does not prove anything.
It wouldn't be just a claim, actually. It would be an argument.
The Saints.
It's fine.
Yeah,
The Bible claims things happens. The Bible itself is a claim.
Yeah, the Bible itself is a claim, but it's historically attested
So the
by
Bible is
the.
not proof of
Hey,
anything.
can you stop talking for just a second, and then we might be able to talk. So, in terms of the Bible, right, the Bible is attested by multiple different things, including historical people that came directly after it and people that were before it, as well as
Prove
the
those
church
people
that
saw
was
or-
established, the church that was
Can you prove those
established
people
upon it.
saw or did anything?
You want
Dude, let 'em-
yeah, you want empirical proof that somebody in the first century saw somebody. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
You gonna hold to that criteria if I start bringing you other works in history?
Sure.
Okay. Do you believe that Aristotle existed?
Could have been a mortal man. Yeah, sure.
What?
Nobody claimed Aristotle was divine.
That doesn't. Again, you're just making
It's
up
a
a
quantifier
criteria.
shit.
Yeah, you're just making up a criteria for why, like, we should trust something versus another thing. So again, you don't have a standard to actually determine whether or not you should hold a critical approach to anything. So in terms of Aristotle,
The proof.
right?
Where's
in
the
terms
facts?
where's the facts? In terms of Aristotle, do you know that the earliest manuscript that we have of Aristotle is over 800 years after he supposedly was alive?
Do you know Aristotle is just a name?
Hey,
and
can
nobody ever
can you address what I just said?
Can you shut the fuck up?
Yeah, there you are, manifesting like a little demon. Get out of here.
We're starting off hot, man.
Yeah, we are. Little manifesting demon. Nothing crazy.
You know what we need? Someone needs to create a picture. You know the absolute cinema thing? And then
Yeah.
someone just needs to put Schoolboy's face on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolute
Prove that
cinema.
demons exist? I just empirically did that by bringing your dumbass up here. What's up, man?
What's up?
What is
Nothing
going on?
much. Hanging out.
Amen. Glory to Jesus Christ.
Amen, dude. What's going on?
Just chilling.
Just chilling, hanging
I've,
out.
I've been in lives with Schoolboy. I've seen your lives before. Hoping to glean some insights.
Yeah.
Homie's cool. You should talk to him about some refutations of Filioque. He was getting kind of cooked a couple weeks ago.
What? Are you Orthodox?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm Orthodox. No, I
What were
mean,
they-
the
what-
guy
what were
was
they-
just
what were they
basically
getting you
doing
with?
the same thing. Okay, what was it? Basically, I was just trying to explain to him why, from the Orthodox point of view, the Filioque would sort of relegate the spirit to a subordinated position, like less divine or sub-divine, if you will.
That's one of Photius's arguments, yeah.
Right, and so his way of going back about that was to, I think it was John 15 or 16, where it says, when the Holy Spirit comes, I don't even honestly remember what it said, but
Whom I shall send to you from the Father, the Spirit of truth who proceeds from the Father. He will testify of me.
it wasn't that part. But yeah, I made a few different arguments. I was basically just trying to demonstrate our position. He brought up a verse that did not actually prove his own position. So that was annoying. But with the patristic stuff, I don't know the patristic like references for this argument. Because everyone says that, those are forgeries, or that was an addition of the word, what is it, etias?
Wait, who are you referencing that they were saying was a forgery? What are you talking about?
I think it was Gregory of Nazianzus.
Was it Oration 24?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that one, man. That one is definitely not as reliable as his other works. Oration 24, the original manuscripts, did definitely contain a different rendition of what was said. So, something that happened in history, in Christianity, is that people did make forgeries towards like the 8th and 9th century for both sides. Because of the fact that some people on either side were incapable of arguing for their position, or their florilegium skill was not great. So there was interpolating and there was forgeries that were designed to basically try to support their position to make it an easier kill shot. Right. So the thing that I would recommend massively is for you to just read through the Cappadocian Fathers first. I think that would really be a really good start in you trying to understand the Eastern position regarding the Filioque. I'm not even going to try to make an argument that like you need to look for the Filioque verses. I'm actually 100% confident that you'll see very clearly they didn't teach the Filioque if you just go read them. So, but I definitely think that the Cappadocian Fathers would be a really good place to start learning about the learning patristic quotes. And as you're reading through patristics, take notes for important theological points that people are making. Right, like take notes, like cite where things are located, so that you can be like, nope, Saint Basil says this, nope, Saint Gregory of Nyssa says this, right? And then it allows you, and then you'll start getting really good at being able to know the affirmations of different church fathers, so that you can argue that stuff easily.
Yeah.
And it'll help massively. How long will the live be? Probably till 11. It usually is. Currently 7. After this, will you kindly center the text on the screen for your good friend Zay? Is it still not centered, bro?
It's centered, dude. Don't listen to Zay.
God. You guys are freaking...
Well, I mean, if you do maybe a center format, it would look better instead of having a line left.
Well, it's a little bit. The perspective is slightly different. It shifts when you drop down.
Oh shit!
Just slightly.
Okay, it's literally centered dogmatically now.
Can you format the text box so it's formatted as centered?
I did.
Like the text itself?
I did.
No. Like, you know, you see how, like, yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, aesthetic. People join the live, it pushes it over to the left more. That's dumb.
God, this feels euphoric.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Hey, for everybody who's in here, we're going to do this real quick. Pope, if you want to go ahead and just reintroduce yourself. I know that you used to be a main character on the Brycej Chaos show. But you might as well talk about your return and how things have been going since then and what happened to help people out understand. Right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. So I mean, some of my friends in the comments and people that know me, you guys just know me as obviously Pope around TikTok, but I've been taking a lot of breaks, and for a very big reason that I've been hiding from everyone. So I'm actually not a confirmed Orthodox Christian. I'm a catechumen. Simple as that. I've been going around for a while on TikTok. It started very small and it grew into something very big. Basically claiming that I was a confirmed Orthodox Christian, and I did it with no shame, you know. And unfortunately, it put me in a really bad way because it weighed on me a lot. That's why I would take breaks and I would leave and I wouldn't come back. And I would just think on whether I should tell people. And I would contemplate in my mind whether I should, you know, just wait till I'm, you know, baptized officially, or and then tell, you know, not and then tell people, or maybe just get baptized and not tell anyone at all. So, and you know, some of you guys already know this because I made a video on it. It didn't stay up too long, but I made a video, and some of you guys know it. But I just I wanted to apologize to everyone because I have a lot of friends in the comments and people that I actually think are really cool people, and I don't think you guys deserve that. So. You know, I was very honest with Bryce and Schoolboy and a lot of other people that I know personally very closely. And, you know, I decided to just start being honest about it. I'm a catechumen. I'm most likely going to be baptized in January, as my priest tells me. And yeah, I mean, it's as simple as that. And if you guys have any questions on why I did what I did, or you want to have a conversation, you guys can message me. And if you have any questions about my blessing to talk to people, you guys can message me as well, and I'll give you guys my priest's info, and you guys can go ahead and message him as well with no issue. But I'm back, and I want to be on a clean slate now and just try to be honest and forthcoming. I'm a catechumen. I have been catechized in an OCA church. But yeah, I love you guys very much, and hopefully this is fruitful. So,
amen, dude.
Yeah. We love you, Pope.
We love you, Pope.
Yeah.
You were always the peak comedic relief. So, you know, as soon as you told me that you were able to start participating again, I was just like, all right, come on back up. I need my middle ground between me and Schoolboy back.
Yeah. So I'm happy to be back though. But thank you guys for having me. So.
Oh, good.
Always.
My streams have been seeming very bipolar recently since you've been gone. You know. Yeah, because like you're usually the intermediary to like try to get someone to understand the difference between me and Schoolboy. But like,
Yeah,
there's been
bro.
times where like we've just been chatting, and then Schoolboy's just like say some crazy shit, and then the guy will just be like completely discombobulated by it, and then I'm just like,
You're just there, and then there's no one to break the ice.
there's nobody to be like, he just does that. He just does that.
He's
You know what I
he's
mean?
an
Like,
uncle,
there's,
man.
You
He's
guys
just an old man.
exaggerate it so much.
You have your moments, man. You
I
have
do.
your
I
moments.
definitely have my moments, but it's not like I'm on constant pitbull. Like,
I think it's become like a meme though. I think.
I
that's
mean,
why.
the last stream, I will say that guy that like, I did come on hard, and then by the end of it, we came to an understanding, and he understood why I was saying what I was saying.
exactly, the good cop, and then the officer who assumes that everyone is resisting. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's so true, bro. What was the debate that was going on in the Discord server, man? What was that? Why was there like freaking like
It was a
20
Muslim
people?
debate.
There's like 20 people freaking debating people.
There's two Muslims in there saying, "How can you have one pizza? Can you have one pizza and three people eat it, and they eat a whole pizza?"
No way, bro.
Yeah, it's pretty dumb.
That's a real thing that someone like made as an argument?
I think so. I didn't even join the VC. It seems so low tier, and then Ephraim's back, so I just let him handle it.
Wow. What
Hey, Schoolboy.
Freaking what a
Are we gonna? What's up, Pope?
Can I get a shut up catechumen?
No, not yet. You haven't said anything that warrants it.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. If we get into an argument and then you say something that's incorrect and Schoolboy starts crashing out, you'll hear it.
Listen, you guys haven't really heard me crash out.
Gabriel,
Yeah.
shut up, man. You're a kid. You don't know anything. Close your mouth.
I mean,
Don't talk.
my crash outs are pretty.
They're historical. They're historical. Wow.
First of all, hi Pope. Second of
Hey.
all, it was a Taoist with the Muslim, and then an RC and an OO were trying to debate him. So I banned both of them. I banned the
All at
Muslims.
once.
No, I bet. Yeah, they were. The RC was trying to take over and try and give a position, and then go St. Thomas Aquinas said, and I'm like, okay.
So
I'm
it was
getting
a
done.
it was a heresy. It was a heresy.
Yeah, you had a million heretics speaking
Fuck.
up, and I was at work. I'm still at work. I just wanted to
Fine.
clarify. I had to ban the Muslim for spouting a Taoist script, who literally said, and I kid you not, he goes, "My God is ever living. Your God died, and because he's in all places, that means he's in the toilet." So I banned him.
In slime, you don't have to like perpetuate whatever.
Yeah, don't worry, schoolboy. I got
Yeah.
it. Yeah, don't worry. I told him.
Yeah, exactly. See, Mexodox, I called it a heresy. A heresy. All it was. They're a bunch of freaking
Are we gonna
heretics
call it
yapping at each other.
Are we gonna call into Raging Tomato tonight?
I am going to observe it first.
Raging tomato.
I'm gonna call in. I'm probably gonna dip and jump on there.
You're more than
Wi-Fi's
welcome
gonna
to.
be up
I'm
there.
going. I was about to say, like, I'm gonna be observing that first because if everybody's talking non-TikTok like, I have to end this stream to join it, and I really don't want to do that.
I don't think it usually gets that bad. to be
Raging
honest.
Tomato doesn't get that bad.
It can.
Raging Tomato is literally the new Bloodsport, dude. Like, it's almost impossible to not have that freaking live going absolutely berserk with language. We could say, I can say some funny words over here sometime, but I give it 5 minutes before someone calls somebody a restart. And then, bye-bye, TikTok!
Nick, I'm gonna ban you from the live if you say that again.
Nick better become
True
oh,
Catholic. True Catholic. brother.
Okay. Good save. Good
He
save.
got, he got you, bro. He did get you.
I'm about to sneeze.
Zonkius Raging Tomato is a debate panel forum that pretty much just hosts like any topics that are regarding like politics and religion, and it's a lot more like there's not very many rules on Raging Tomato. That's kind of like the whole premise, is that like it's not like modern day debate where like they usually will try to stay professional. Raging Tomato is pretty much just like blood sports where people just go at each other's throats like insanely.
And what's and what's her name just sits there like, whoa.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
really
exactly. Yeah. And then she literally she does this.
W moderator.
Oh!
W moderator.
That's literally what she does the whole time, bro. It's crazy.
It's pretty funny.
Very.
Rock your body.
Up, Chris.
Yeah, are you ready for it?
Ready for what?
Auf der Heide blüht ein Glas.
You're worried about Raging Tomato stream, and you let Chris up here.
I kicked him. I'm good. It was echoing. Okay, sorry. What's up, Kato?
Yo, what's up, boys? How's everyone doing?
Nothing much, man. What's up?
What's up, man? I'm just chilling, bro, to be fair.
Chilling?
You in the bathroom?
I'm in a warehouse right now.
You know,
Is it
where?
empty?
What the
Let
hell?
me show you.
Yo, he's actually just like, dude's in limbo, bro.
Do you just casually work at a warehouse? Oh, okay.
Bryce, I don't want to water the garden. Then don't. I mean, let your stuff die. Who cares?
Why are you in a warehouse? Who do you work for?
Security company.
Is that the cover?
Yeah, I'm covering this site right now.
Okay.
What do you secure in the air?
Nothing in there, bro.
What is there to secure in there, bro? The lights? Like, what are you securing in there?
Basically, because if a squatter got in here,
Oh, a squatter?
anything like this, yeah, then
Okay.
because of the laws in the UK,
I understand.
they would. Yeah,
Man's
What are
just
you
hunting
what are you able
forbs.
to do? What are you able to do for squatters?
you have to get a car order to remove them from the site. It can take up to like 6 months, so it's like.
Oh my gosh! So if someone starts squatting, you can't just like throw their ass out.
Can you even do that here in America?
Some states they have like this weird law where like if somebody's squatting in your house, you can't just like kick them to the street in certain months.
Can you imagine you come back home, you can't even take someone in your home? They're just occupied your house now.
Yeah. Like in for example, yes, we are still on for August 1st Unitarian. How's it going, man? I'm really excited for that debate. If you want to come up here, we can establish a time real quick just so that we can make sure that it's
You and DK are
fully
still
good to
doing
go.
that, right?
That got indefinitely postponed for now because DK's job got changed up really bad. So DK's not able to basically do like really anything in July anymore. So
Yeah, this guy's old.
yeah, he's like crazy busy because he's like a security guy or whatever. But because he's new at that company, they're putting him on like crazy hours.
Yeah.
Bryce entering his formal debating era. I'm gonna balance them in a healthy manner. All right, like I'm gonna balance the formal and the informal. DK's not running. DK's an amazing guy. He came to me and was very genuine about the switch up. So our new plan is that pretty much at the end of July we're gonna reassess both of our schedules and see if we can set something up. It's still happening. It's just not gonna happen in July now. So it's gonna happen probably after that. Allows me to study more for my debate with Unitarian in the chat there, Unitarian Apologetics, for our debates on August 1st. Can't hop on right now, but let's connect soon. Good, looking forward to it. Okay, let me follow you real quick, Unitarian, and we can start DMing each other so I can get more information from you about the date. Because Bear, I think, said that he would host that debate, so it'll work.
It's like, when are we gonna start screaming at each other, bro?
When are we what?
Everyone's waiting for it. Gotta start screaming at each other, bro.
When are we gonna start screaming at each other? Oh, you and me? I was about to say I don't yell. I don't yell at people.
That's Pope and schoolboy, eh? Pope's from the ghetto, bro.
Pope is from the ghetto. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Does he got a
built
YouTube
this.
or something? Unitarian. This man got 0 followers. He's got a pretty good YouTube channel, like follower wise. Unitarian Apologetics. Nick, I don't know if you saw the stream that I did with Bear, where I was on his podcast channel. And we did that stream where we talked about the Libiano God Logic debate. He was actually one of the people that came up and debated me on Unitarianism. And so we decided that because the conversation went good, that we wanted to do a formal debate about the topic in multiple different categories. Danny and Arian debate is not happening anymore. His partner is going off to basic training, so that one pretty much just got indefinitely canceled unless you guys can convince Danny to just 1v1 me. If you can convince Danny to either 1v1 me or get another partner, we'll still do it.
Was it not initially meant to be a one-on-one?
No, it was always going to be a 2v2. It was going to be me and John, or Doomer Doxy, versus Danny and Quick Brown Fox.
Okay.
On whether or not Arianism is more philosophically and historically coherent in Christianity.
Such an interesting topic.
I mean, I don't know why he chooses to take that position, but I mean, whatever.
2 atheists arguing for Arianism.
It's just it doesn't even like my brain.
It's against the trends, bruh. It's against the mainstream. You know what I'm saying?
Yo,
have-
Kata.
Have Danny get a new partner. If you guys can convince him to get a new partner, me and John are still down for that debate. Me and him have been studying for this debate, so I'm not opposed.
You should just call like the Jehovah's Witness missionaries and find one of them.
Honestly, yeah.
Kata, is it true? I mean, I don't know. Is it still like? Is it actually illegal to pray in public? Is that like a thing or no? Is that just like you have to like
Nah, so
explain that to me?
here in London, like we've had cases recently even where people will be preaching in the street and police will come because, you know, people find what they're saying to be offensive, for example. And in Camden Town especially, you have these goths, like these punks, bro, and they hate Christians, so
Nice.
like a lot of time they'll lie about the nature of the preaching, you know, say stuff like they're being homophobic or
Wait, but that's
blah, blah,
illegal. Is that like illegal to say
falls
stuff?
into some like public disorder activity.
That's not my prayer core in the background, Gabriel. That's just the one that I have here. I just
It can
doing a
be
new
quite,
icon for him.
It can be quite crude though. Like for example, you know, when you go around London, right, you'll see Muslims on the side setting up all these stands and preaching Islam.
I saw a video. I saw a video of that. That's interesting. So, in a weird world, because there was someone I saw a video of someone, a cop. Are you praying? And then right after handcuffs, and she's like, in my head, I'm praying. Yeah, that's okay. You're bothering people. You're being disorderly. Hands behind, like insanity.
And Ephraim really is just soloing a bunch of Muslims in the Discord server, ain't he? Holy crap! Now he's debating like two other. Now he's debating like 2 other Muslims in general BC, bro.
How's the Discord?
We're at 2,300 members.
Oh man, good for you! Wow, that's crazy. I remember when you got excited that we hit like 1,000.
I got banned from your server, Bryce, because I posted a picture of
It was Francis of Assisi, yeah.
yeah, and Schoolboy was like, "Who's that?" And I was like, "I'll tell you soon." And then I got banned.
Yeah, you decided to be like an esoteric dickhead or something like that, and then he just banned you.
Yep.
I got sent to Spurgatory.
Yeah,
and then
to
the
be fair, Kata, when you were doing that, we were dealing with a really bad Latinizing Orthodox problem, like a really, really bad
I know
Latinizer
you
issue.
get pissed off at Quasi and those guys, innit? I seen you guys get.
They deserve it.
Yeah, they came in freaking like
I'll be honest,
saying
bro,
some complete what?
When I was EO inquiring, like, you know, back in 2023, and I was in that group with Jonathan Hill and Ford and Maxima Logia, bro.
Yeah, no wonder you stopped inquiring because you're
my
talking to a
gosh.
bunch of Union heretics.
Those guys are wild, man.
Yeah, none of the other EOs online liked us, bro, because
No, because he's a grooming weirdo.
well, yeah, Jonathan Hill's weird, but my boy Vod is a goat, bro. Like he's
VOD's a Latinizing.
Yeah, those people, those people are.
I'm saying, like, as a friend, Ford is a good guy. You know, whether you agree with him or not.
I mean, like, I mean that, like, that's how I am with like Cataclysm.
It's
You
not
know,
a matter
like
of
on a
opinion.
on a personal level, like Cataclysm's a good guy, but like his theology is like wild as shit sometimes. Like, you understand?
I know, bro. If you check my story, bro, I was just going through some threads that Jonathan Hill was posting and Maxima Logia, bro. And These guys, Christology is so fried, bro. Like, so fried.
Their Christology is fried.
Yeah, bro.
What are they saying? I mean, how do you mess up the Diophysite position?
I had a screenshot I put on my story where Jonathan Hill said that Christ is identical to his flesh, bro.
That is an interesting hill to die on. I'm not gonna lie. I wonder how he's gonna get out of that one, chat.
You know, if you go on the GIFs on Discord, bro, and you type in Nestorian, bro, every GIF comes up with Jonathan Hill. Not even joking, bro.
Wait, what? Do what? You on
Go
Discord?
on Discord right now. Type in Nestorian on the GIF bar, and it'll just
Oh my gosh!
yeah, bro.
Did it actually?
It actually just shows Jonathan Hill.
What the fuck? That's insane.
Bro, whoever did that's so funny, bro.
Yeah.
Welcome to another episode of the Story and Looking Dogs.
It's
What?
wild.
I'm not gonna lie, Schoolboy, though, but it wasn't just the people I was chilling with back then regarding Eastern Orthodoxy. It's like, dude, the first EO church I went to, I spoke to the father of the parish, and he was telling me that I don't need to be received or like undergo chrismation. I was like, what is bro saying?
You
He was
should.
explaining.
Are you baptized
Are you
Roman
cradled?
Catholic?
No, I was baptized in the Oriental Church.
Oh, so yeah, you
Oh.
could be received from confession, bro.
Yeah.
like that's absolutely normal.
Yeah, that happens.
Well, he was saying that even like outside of that, I could just go and take communion now. And I was
Through
like,
confession, bro. Like
Yeah,
if
confessing.
you confess, you repent of your bad Christology and say like I believe in deiphysitism. That's a normal mode of reception.
If you confess meophysitism as like something that you were dealing with as a sin, you can take the Eucharist that way.
Yeah, it just seemed odd how like open he was. Like he was explaining how there were people that retained their views, i.e., Orientals, yet took communion. In
I mean,
that
that's
church.
that's on their own heart, though, bro. Like that's on
Yeah,
their
and
own
it's-
consciousness to do things like that to themselves.
And there are priests that are ecumenistic in that sense, and that's on them. Like,
Because the other church I went to, they were like, no, like you cannot, like you have to go through the full chrismation.
I mean, it's kind of like how there's situations in like every denomination where like there's some churches that are just way looser, like on the thing than what is canonically declared, right?
Let me tell you this though, Bryce. Like, I swear to God, I'm not lying about this, right?
Okay.
I had a catechist. He was from America, right?
Yeah.
He was called Maximus, and we were all sat down one day in the catechesis, and he was telling us how there's no objective truth, bro. Swear to God, that's what he said. And I was like, "What are you saying, bro?" Like, I didn't say it like that, but I was like, "Dude, like,
What?
you know what are we saying?" Right? Yeah. Bro, I was so confused. Like some of the stuff he would say during catechesis just blew my mind. Bro.
he was the catechist.
Yeah, bro. He was-
My
he
priest
was,
my
like-
priest is our catechist as well.
But yeah, mine is too.
Oh, your priest. You guys are like.
No. The priest wasn't even the catechist. It was the reader.
No.
Oh, the
yeah, well,
reader?
for larger parish.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the reader.
no, like readers, yeah, like being tonsured as a reader, I could like to be a catechist in a church requires the same tonsuring that a reader does.
Yeah. So the reader was the one catechizing, but he just said a bunch of weird stuff, bro. That I
What do you mean? What was weird?
Well, like you said, like objective truth doesn't exist. That's kind of wild.
No. Okay.
But he was a lovely guy, bro. He used to invite me around his house to eat food and like, you know, go with his like. The church was like very endearing. Like the people were kind. It's just there was probably a lot of it.
Dude, I swear my priest is Russian, dude. I swear.
What jurisdiction was that church that you went to, Kata?
The love of God wasn't enough because I worship ideas.
No, nothing like that, dude. People love it.
Schoolboy does everything he can to just get a shot in on anybody, bro. He doesn't even care.
No, that church was lovely though. Like the people were lovely, but I don't know. One thing that was holding me back was also like I was still around a lot of O's back then, and they were like, yeah, you know, the EOs lied about us for centuries, and they did all of this, and it was like it was making me really conflicted, bro.
What was
I just took a break.
I was gonna ask
What
this. I can't
jurisdiction?
remember. Yeah, jurisdiction. What was the jurisdiction of that church? Which one was
It
it?
was Antiochian, so I think it was Metropolitan Siloam.
Siloam?
Obviously.
Metropolitan Siloam?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever tried? Have you ever just tried to like attend like a Russian church where you live?
I haven't, but I've attended a Serbian church.
Okay. The reason why I'm saying
the
that is
Serbs
because
will
like
see-
in terms of like the Russian method, like they're kind of like traditionally the most like I don't know how to say this without offending everyone else.
Rigorous.
They're just very rigid. They're like the Romanian.
Yeah, they're very rigorous. Yeah.
Do you know why that is?
I think it's their culture. It's how they're
I'm pretty
brought up,
sure
right?
that they're the ones who have struggled almost the most with problems, right? Like in history, where people have come in
there's a
and
part of
made
that
bad.
too, but even going into the liturgical practices, like the fact that they have vigil, the way that they structure everything for the divine liturgy on Sundays,
Yeah.
it's because of how orthodoxy spread into Rus.
Okay.
It was by monastics.
Yeah.
So they took the monastic rite with them as far as the structure of the divine services.
Oh, so liturgy is based around monastic people.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
It's
Yeah,
not.
that makes
So
sense.
there's the cathedral rite, and then there's, I forget the exact. It's essentially the monastic rite, and the cathedral rite is what greater orthodoxy, like the other jurisdictions, all the Greek Orthodox, if you would, because even the Antiochian Patriarchate is like the Antiochian Greek Orthodox Church, right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
What's up?
Wow.
What's up, Sherelle?
How you doing?
Doing good. What's going on?
Cheryl or Sherelle?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, it says, why are you not Orthodox or Christian? I was kind of just scrolling. It caught my attention, and I was just gonna say that me personally, I'm not against any of that, but I just believe that you're like God because if you love, because God is love, but you don't throw your pigs, and your pearl can be your kindness. But love, like, was the tree of life. It said it would be hidden, but it didn't say it would never be found. So if you have love in your heart, you're like God. Like, you're no longer of the flesh, or you're like a spirit. You walk in the fruit of the spirit, which is love, joy, kind. And with that, you're not supposed to be dying. You're supposed to be getting all the desires of your heart, because that's how much that's how what God promised. He said, no weapon formed against you should prosper, anything. And I feel like, why is that not happening?
So
Why do we still go forward?
Christ also said to sell all your possessions and follow him, and if you're not with me, you're against me. So I'm sorry, but I do reject 90% of your exegesis.
I mean, like, so are you saying the tree of life is in you?
Yeah, I'm saying, like, the tree of life is loving kindness. So if you plant that seed, that seed of love, you will grow and never wither away. Like, no weapon formed against you should prosper. None of God's words come back void.
Does that count
So
towards
it's
physical
basically,
death?
it's like,
Does physical death count
huh?
towards that?
Yes.
So,
Yes,
okay.
yes. The righteous will inherit the earth. So,
Yeah.
like, the righteous will inherit the earth. Thy kingdom come. You will be able to see the kingdom come if you have love and kind, but you don't throw your pearls to pigs, and your pearl could be your kindness. Like, the angels live forever in heaven, so we're supposed to be living forever on earth. Thy will be done in heaven as it is on earth.
Hey, bro.
As
you're
it is
just
in
kind
heaven.
of you're just kind of interpreting this by your own, like, this is your own personal interpretation. This sounds very Gnostic and very New Aged.
Can I ask a question? Is that okay? Really quick. So why are you not Orthodox Christian? Do you know anything about Orthodoxy? That's kind of the question, right?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the question. And I just say,
Yep, I
I
know
just
that's the
accept
question.
it's being a child of Yahweh, the Most High. I just accept
Okay.
myself as being a
Are you-
child of God.
Are you an okay? You know what? I don't care. Are you an Israelite?
No,
Oh, okay.
I'm just a child of God. I'm not.
all right,
I'm
cool.
like I'm okay
Sorry,
with all
sorry.
the
He
religions.
was-
I just haven't joined.
He was making sure that
Yeah.
you weren't like one of those Hebrew Israelites. You know what I'm saying? Like those people that like wear the crowns and
What?
shit with the Star of David, and they're talking about how like only like Israelites are saved and shit. Because like the theology that you have sounds a lot like yours. That's why we were curious.
Yeah. That's why
So the Israelites tell you that you have the tree of life and you will inherit the kingdom.
Only the Israelites.
As long as you have love in your heart.
Only the
No,
Israelites.
basically, I said if you have love in your heart for everybody.
Okay,
Yeah.
They would also call us white
Kinda.
devils.
Yeah, we're white devils. Though, to
I
be fair.
said
You didn't say that.
but I said love. Love in your heart for everybody.
They're like Mormons, but just in the hood, you know.
Yeah.
Let me
Mormons.
So let me ask you this, right? Okay. What I mean, because I just want to know about you. Do you go to church? Do you do it by yourself? Do you have a personal relationship with God? I mean, explain that to me.
Well, personally, I do, because it says where two or more is gathered in His name, He's in the midst. So I go to pray, and I go to have fellowship with all of God's people. It doesn't matter which one.
Where?
But right now I go to right now I have some neighbors and stuff like that that's Jehovah Witnesses. So I'll be going in on Sundays.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, right? Are all denominations correct?
I'm not against any. I'm just not with the judging. I just believe you love. I don't like
No,
the
I
judging. Is
understand that.
no,
Yeah,
I'm just saying I believe in the two commandments: love the
okay.
God, and love thy neighbor.
I don't mean to be rude.
That's it.
Can you step back a little bit, please? You're very loud.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're
It's okay, I
good.
don't
Your
mean to-
your mic was just so loud.
I don't mean
Okay.
to be rude, right? But anyways, okay, great. I know that you have love for people, right? But I'm asking you,
I try my best. I try my
are
best.
all
Yeah.
denominations correct? Or are there denominations that are wrong about things?
I don't judge anybody because I'm not. I don't want to
Okay,
be
so,
judged.
so truth doesn't exist in your worldview?
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. The truth that leads to everlasting life. For me, is love,
Okay,
love God first and love one another,
Yeah,
and that's
for
the tree
you.
of life.
Yeah, do you
Nobody has that
yeah.
tree of life.
No, that-
Everybody still dies,
that's
right?
fine. That's fine. You're not
That's
okay, but hold
Okay,
on.
go ahead.
Yeah, really quick. Because I kind of want to bring you here. Maybe I'll use an analogy, right? I'll be schoolboy today, right? So I'll give you an example, right? Do you think because you're saying that you're loving and you're not trying to step on people's toes, that you're being virtuous? Yes or no?
What
No.
do you mean? No, what do you mean virtuous? I'm
Well-
kind of using big words.
Yeah, like like you're being like righteous. You're doing a good thing. You're doing a moral thing, right? Because what I'm seeing is that in your worldview, apparently Hades prevailed on Christ's church.
Okay, so like what I'm doing is I'm just spreading the good news. I'm
No,
just doing
no,
God's
you're
will.
not.
Whether you choose, yeah. So whether you choose to listen or not, that's on you.
What
But
good
you are
news? You're-
now
So,
you have,
Sherelle, hold on.
you have
Sherelle.
now entered into judgment.
Sherelle, come
Did you
on.
know the truth?
Hey, can we please have a conversation and not interrupt each other?
Yeah.
So, did Christ establish a church?
Did Christ establish the church? I'll play with you, and answer these questions or whatever. But
Yes or no?
yeah. No, I'm saying did Christ establish a church? I'm not sure, to be honest. Like I believe I don't know. I just know. I mean, I just walk with the Holy Spirit. I'm walking with the Holy Spirit.
I'll
Just
let
a
you know.
helper. I'm just a helper.
You're not the Holy Spirit, though.
No, I'm not the Holy Spirit. I guess because you said. I mean, but I walk in the Holy Spirit. I'm not flesh. If nothing is from myself. So basically, everything I say is like biblical or whatever. So it's not of my own accord. You know what I'm saying? It's not something that I choose to do.
No, Sherelle. The odd thing is though is that
So it's God's Spirit.
hold on. The irony of that, where you say it's not of your own accord, is that you are following your own interpretation of Scripture. You have no historical. Hold on. You have no historical attestation to an actual normative authority to say that what you're teaching is actually correct.
I'm not teaching. I'm telling, and it's actually not even I'm just entertaining you right now.
Could you be wrong? Could you be wrong about what you're sharing?
I'm to be honest with you, like I'm totally done. Now it's between you and God, because my words are not like for argument or something like that. I've just spread the truth. I spread.
What
the
if
good
you're
news.
spreading a false gospel? Is it possible that you could be?
Huh? It's okay. I mean, no, it's not possible that I could be, because I go for
Infallible?
clarification.
You're infallible. You're the Pope.
No way. There's no way I could be spreading false gospel, because
you're
nobody's
infallible,
entered
then.
into eternity.
You're
Are you infallible?
I can guarantee.
You're
No,
the
I was
arbiter
saying
of
I
truth.
can guarantee. You don't have the tree. You don't have the truth that leads to life, right?
I don't have
This
the
leads
I don't
to
have
life.
I don't have the divine spark. Yeah, I don't have the divine spark.
Yeah, so why not, go ahead and, drink this water and be happy and, see how that works. You really don't have a choice.
I follow the living water, actually.
I mean, yeah, you really don't have a choice. You've entered into judgment. You've heard the truth. You've actually heard the truth.
Judgment.
I
Have you
didn't-
ever read
You'll
that?
no longer be the same.
I wasn't.
You'll no longer be the same. I promise
Will
you
no
that.
longer be the same, Bryce.
I
No.
won't. Damn.
Wait, have
And
you?
and then-
Wait. Have you? Hold on, Cheryl. Have you read? It's called the Bible. Have you read it?
It was Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers. You're talking about that one?
Yeah. Have you read? Have you read the book of Cabernet?
The one that goes to Revelations?
Listen, I'm trying to be honest with you. I'm trying to be fruitful here, but it's hard because
I don't care. Hey, listen. Don't ask me silly questions.
It's not acts.
Because you know the Bible.
Okay, stop, Pope. All right, so
I don't care
Sherelle,
what it is. You're
Sherelle,
entered into
Sherelle.
judgment and have a good day. Hey, nice
Sherelle.
talking to you, boss. I'm talking to the host.
Okay.
Dude, I'm done.
All right.
Now, I love y'all. Take care.
I love you too.
Thank you. All right. Yo, I followed you, bro.
Pray.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, hold on, Sherelle. Before you leave, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Have you read the book of Franzia? Have you read that?
The book of who?
The Franzia.
Is that like in the Orthodox? Is the Orthodox Bible?
No.
It's in the case. Yeah, it's in the true Bible.
Huh?
No.
I never read the book of Frenzy. I never heard of it.
Okay, fair enough.
I just heard of the Holy Bible.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, well, have a good one.
All right. Take care, bro.
Yeah, you too. Had to make sure, right?
Oh.
You guys always ask me to boost the live. You always ask me to do it. Y'all deserve this.
Look, it really does come to a point where it is talking to a wall, unfortunately.
Yeah. Titus 3:10.
I'm sorry.
Paul?
We'll be the same, boys. We ain't gonna be the same.
Yeah.
I know.
What's up, Paul? How's it going?
Who was gonna pull out his hand?
How are you?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
So why would I be an Orthodox Christian?
Why would you be an Orthodox Christian? Because it is objectively the only religion and faith that is logically coherent and historically attested to.
What is the evidence?
What is the evidence? We have things like the establishment of the church in the 1st century. We have things like the philosophy that surrounds it and the arguments that pertain from it. And then we also have obviously the scriptures themselves that encompass it all.
Oh, what about the Catholic Church?
What about what you mean? I can tell you. They broke off from us in 1054. What about them?
Like, don't they have the same concept you told me about? Like the line and the
same
and
the same what?
They'll try to make that argument, but when it comes down to it, we can then go to the first millennia and see if they're actually consistent with that.
They're not.
So how do you defend the argument of the Bible? You know, of the papacy of Peter being the rock. Like, how do you defend that?
I just say I say Matthew 18 and walk away.
But what is Matthew 18?
It's actually where it says
Christ
that
gave the keys to all the other apostles.
Yeah, Christ gave the keys to all the apostles in Matthew 18. So
Well,
just go. Peter got it first. We don't have a problem with that. He is the first among equals.
And Peter himself isn't the rock. It's his confession of faith. You are
I
the
mean,
Christ,
I'm not
the
a
Son of the
Christian
living God.
myself,
That is the
I'm
rock.
asking
That is
questions.
the rock. It's not Peter himself.
No, I'm not a Christian myself. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah.
What are you?
Yeah, you're good.
I'm a Muslim.
Oh, how are you?
Yeah.
I mean, and besides, like, if you want like a better argument against the Trinity, bro, like the Catholics are from the Filioque way. They're way worse than us.
They accept you guys though a lot more. So
What do you mean the Catholics accept the Muslims? What do you
Yeah, they
talking
love
about?
you, dude.
Yeah. They believe you guys worship the same God and stuff. It's awesome.
yeah, but read Nostra Aetate. Yeah, they do.
We don't worship the same God. What are you talking
That's
about?
what they think.
That's what the Catholics say.
They think that. Schoolboy got happy.
All right, we're slandering right now because we do that a lot.
I know.
Sorry.
All right. So, do you have any arguments against Islam?
Yeah, very easy.
If it's true.
I have a question. Yeah.
Okay.
How do you, what do we utilize to verify that Muhammad is invalid continuity with the prophets?
You mean like how do I verify that he's actually a true prophet?
Yes, that he's in continuity with the previous prophets specifically.
I mean, first of all, he should preach worshiping one God and has to do prophecies and miracles, and I mean that's what a prophet has to do according to the Bible itself as well.
Yeah, I know it's according to the Bible. I know that the Bible does proclaim that, of course, but if the Bible is corrupted, how do we know which parts of the Bible are actually proclaiming that criteria?
Yeah, so the Bible wasn't meant for everyone. It was only meant for a specific nation according to the Hadith. So we don't need the Bible.
We don't need the Bible. That's your argument? Is the Bible corrupted?
It is corrupted, but we don't need it. Like, we don't care about it.
Is Islam only for a certain set of people as well?
No, it's for everyone, for every nation, for everyone, for everyone.
But it's in one. But it's required to be in one language. It's for everybody.
Yeah.
But then
like,
Christianity
it's
is in every language.
Yeah, so it's revealed in the Arabic language, but it can be translated for you to understand it. But you have to, recite it in Arabic for
For what? Is more
It's
spiritual,
like-
more spiritually powerful that way, or what?
No, like because it's the original language it was revealed in. So
Yeah. But like, do I lose substance of the
like-
religion
it's like
if I
saying,
say it if I do it in English?
so if you read the Bible in Greek, you would understand it more than reading it in English because some words are they have multiple meanings.
I mean, I wouldn't even really say that. I'd say that people can misinterpret the Bible in Greek just as much as they can misinterpret the Bible in English.
Yeah, so
just
this is
depends on
actually the
translation.
thing. Like if you read the Bible in the Greek language, it would be more reliable than in English.
I mean,
This is
yeah,
the whole
like
point.
in terms of it being like original to like what it was originally written in, that's perfectly fine. But we don't also make the claim that you have to then read it in Greek, because we actually trust the fact that a translation doesn't destroy the substance of a faith.
Okay, but yeah, I mean that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that if you read it in English, then you're gonna destroy yourself. I'm not saying that. No,
Can I be a Muslim
You
and
can-
only read the Quran in English?
you can be a Muslim in English. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I could do the prayers and everything in English.
I mean, you have to do them in Arabic for better deeds. But...
Does he not listen to you if you don't do it in Arabic?
What?
Does Allah
Nah,
not
he's
listen
gonna
to you
listen
if you
to
don't do
you,
it in Arabic?
Yeah, but the orders were revealed to do them in Arabic.
I
you
know.
can- you can-
So does he close his two right ears or something? Like if you
No. But, I mean, if you can't read Arabic at all, and if you cannot, learn Arabic, it's hard. If it's hard for you, then you can do it in English. Sure.
okay, yeah. So it's just a
But if you
recommendation. It's just a recommendation, right? So Allah will listen to your prayers.
If you have an excuse and if you really cannot speak Arabic at all,
Yeah, I'm dyslexic. I can't learn Arabic.
yeah. So if it's impossible for you to speak Arabic like in any way, then yeah, sure, you're excused. It's like saying, will God judge a person who doesn't have legs for him to kneel?
Okay.
Like,
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Obviously. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was just
like
thinking
will
about
God
that.
judge a person
Yeah,
that
two
cannot
right
kneel,
ears.
Two right
that
ears.
doesn't have legs?
Okay.
Like he's not gonna judge a person that doesn't have legs because he cannot kneel.
So the argument
This
that
is
the argument that I'm trying to give you about the continuity, right,
Yeah.
is that the claim, obviously, in the Quran is that Muhammad is a prophet. Would you agree?
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
So then when Muhammad is trying to show that he's in continuity with the previous prophets, what do you recommend to go to the previous scriptures?
I mean, first we need to verify that he has actually a prophet by saying if he actually does any prophecies or miracles.
I mean, how are we going to prove that he's a prophet, though, if we don't go back to the previous scriptures and see what the previous prophets did?
Why would I?
I mean, like, because say somebody of Satan can do works and like miracles and stuff.
Yeah, and he should be in continuity in line with the previous prophets. You would agree with that?
We would have to verify that he's actually in line with those people, not like some sorcerer like Simon Magus or something, right?
Okay, so yeah, so you're saying Muhammad needs to be in the Bible for him to be a true prophet?
No,
Whoa.
no, I'm simply saying that he would need to be in continuity with the previous prophets in general. I'm not saying that he needs to be specifically prophesied about in the Bible. I'm saying that if he were a true prophet, he would be in perfect continuity with all of the previous prophets. But then if we were to go to the Bible and show the previous prophets' declarations and what they stated, obviously you guys believe it's corrupted when it goes against the Quran. But when they state things that are very clearly not what Muhammad taught, that would be a problem. So either you have to say that the scriptures are corrupted, or you have to say that Muhammad was a liar. And so obviously you're not going to say that Muhammad was a liar. So when you say that the scriptures are corrupted, the continuity that we have is only in the previous scriptures. So then the criteria to determine whether or not Muhammad's a valid prophet is the Quran still, because you have to use the Quran to determine which parts of the previous books are true. So that's a vicious circle. So why should I trust that?
So you're saying it's like circular reasoning? That's
It's not even just circular reasoning, man. Like circularity by itself is not necessarily a huge issue. Everybody eventually at the paradigmatic level becomes circular in some way, shape, or form, or an infinite regression or a dogmatic assertion.
What does that
Right.
mean? What does that mean?
Paradigmatic?
Yeah, like what is that?
Yeah, like the paradigm level, like the absolute foundational level. There's no lower like form of like where you start. Epistemology, lowest form, right? The beginning of philosophy, right? So like in a worldview, every worldview eventually gets to that point. If you keep asking questions that go deeper, why is that? How is that? Why is that? How is that? Eventually you're going to reach something like circularity or something like that. The problem with the question I just asked you about Muhammad is that we're not even at the epistemology level yet. We're actually still just at the historical claim level, which is a big problem because it's complete circularity showing that Muhammad is the one that attests to the Quran. We have to use the previous books to determine whether or not Muhammad's a prophet, but Muhammad's claim itself in the Quran is the criteria to determine which parts of the Bible are true. How is that not evidence of just simply a con man?
Okay, I mean, I don't know how to respond to that, to be honest. But I mean, I can show you prophecies of Muhammad in the Bible itself. I don't see if you.
Yeah,
you
I asked you all those questions. You're more than welcome to walk through the Bible and try to show me Muhammad if you want.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. So yeah. So, what interpretation would you take? Like, you can interpret the Bible in many like ways. So, what interpretation would you take? Would you take the Jews?
What do you mean? What do you mean interpret? Like, are you saying like
for example,
whose interpretation I take?
Yeah, like for example, a
The
passage
church
can be interpreted in like multiple ways.
Well,
So how do you
I
know
mean,
which
it would
one?
have to depend on which one you show me, and if it's one that the church
For
fathers.
example, so for example, Isaiah 42, you can interpret it for it to be about Jesus. It can be also interpreted about Muhammad in a way because the Jews at the time of Muhammad actually interpreted it about being about Muhammad himself.
Does Allah have any co-creators?
Have any what?
Co-creators.
What do you mean by that?
Does anyone create with Allah?
No.
Then why in the Quran did Jesus make a bird out of clay and then breathe life
so
into it?
it's by the permission of Allah. If you continue reading the verse,
He can have co-creators with him.
He can give life.
so the same way Moses gave life to the stick in the Old Testament, same thing.
Oh, that's not justifying your position, my friend.
What do you mean it's not justifying?
You're running to
Because
the
it doesn't say that Moses did it in the Old Testament.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, and Jesus did it by the permission
Wait!
of
Stop
Allah.
running
That's
to
it.
the Bible. Stop. Stick with Islam, bro.
Okay.
To be fair, I mean, to be fair, like, you know, he was trying to show that there was possibly a double standard, but then we just obviously showed it doesn't apply the same way. But I mean, to be fair, I'm just saying I'm not on his side, but I would have done the same thing. I would have been like, your Quran says that same shit. Like, you know what I mean? But to be fair, the Moses thing does not work though, because Moses technically didn't do anything. He was literally just showing, behold the power of God, and then he just put it down, and then
did
God
he throw it? Did he throw it? Is he the one that threw it?
did what?
The stick?
The miracle?
Like, did Moses throw the stick and became a snake?
No, Moses literally didn't do any of that. Like, Moses literally put the stick down and said, "Behold the power of God," and then he just stepped back and said, "Watch what God can do." That's all he did.
And God literally did.
And God actually told him to do so.
Yeah, God told
Okay,
him.
I mean, I don't see the difference anyways. Like,
where in the let's talk about the clay bird. Like, where in the Quran does it say here, behold the power of Allah?
Okay, so does it say by the permission of Allah?
Where in the verse in the
In
Quran?
the same verse, bro. Like, what
It
are you
does,
talking about?
yes, it does say that.
Yeah, but the problem is that you said that no one can be co-creators with Allah, right? And then with Allah,
So he's not an
Hold on.
eternal creator. That there's a difference between creating and being an eternal creator. So the
Okay.
eternal creator is the one who creates without any permission. And he
Does
creates
does anyone else create life but Allah?
the only Allah can create life.
Oh,
okay. So then, how is Jesus creating life?
Yeah, so by the permission of Allah. So he
Wait,
didn't.
but he has the wait.
but he has no co-creators.
But that means Jesus created the life with the permission. So Allah gave permission for another person to create life. Yes or no?
So did he create it himself?
Yes or
did
no?
Allah, oh, one second. Did he create it himself or did Allah create it for him?
Well, that's
He
what
has no co-creators, right?
There's no co-creators.
Could he create it by himself or did he need the permission of Allah?
That's
Did
not-
Allah need his help?
Bro, like he's using him as an agent.
But he has no co-creators, right? Does Allah need an agent to create life?
He's just using him as an agent. That's it. That's the verse.
Yeah, the issue is that only. Okay, so are you saying that Allah is creating a life?
Allah is the one who's responsible for it. But Jesus is just an agent. That's it.
So
He's a
is
co-creator, right?
What is Jesus doing? Can you tell
He's
us?
just an agent.
He's a
What is-
co-creator, right?
Bro, I wouldn't say co-creator, no.
What would you say?
Just an agent.
An
doing
agent.
What
the-
is it? What does it mean to be an agent for creation?
I mean, he can be the agent in the sense that he's the
Yeah. What is it? What is it? What does it mean to be an agent, like for creation? Yo, did somebody else let John up? Did that work?
What I did. Why?
No way! It finally works.
What
John,
happened?
John, drop and then request. Let me see if it
Drop.
works for
Hold
me.
on.
Okay.
Dude, they updated TikTok Studio T. It looks completely different. I think they finally freaking made it to where you could do this.
Wait, what do you mean? You've always been able to let people out. What are you talking about?
No, that's a lie.
What?
I've literally never been able to get anybody else to do that. Dude!
Let's go!
All right, sorry. Continue, Paul. My bad. Sorry. We've been struggling with that for months on my stream.
Bryce has been struggling with this for months.
Okay, it's because I stream on PC.
I have a question for the Muslim.
As long as it's completely on topic, we're like in the middle of something. I don't want
Yeah.
to like derail it.
It has
Why
to
am I
do with
talking like to four
continuity.
people at the same time?
Well, no, it has to do with continuity. And
I
was just
already
curious.
went through all that, John. He just said he didn't have an
Well,
answer for it.
No, I heard
can see
your question. Did you go through the worship question?
I mean, I didn't really need to.
Um,
I mean, it just kind of got cut
Well,
short. So now he wanted to show us where Muhammad is in the Bible. Actually, I'm really excited to get to that. So Paul, if you'd ever be so kind to explain why Isaiah 42 is Muhammad.
I mean, do you want to read it step by step, like verse by verse?
Yeah, you're more than welcome to. Yeah, you can go ahead and read it and then eisegete it for me.
Okay, so who do you believe it's about first?
It's about Jesus.
most of Isaiah is about Jesus.
Yeah, pretty much all of Isaiah is about Jesus. Hilariously enough, actually, before you get on to this, in the biography, have you read the biography of the Prophet Muhammad?
Not really, no.
So I think it's by Ibn Kathir. And Isaiah is considered a prophet. His name is Shia in Islam. And it says that he, Shia?
Yes, sure.
Shia, yeah. And it actually says within that work that Muhammad, or that Isaiah actually had written a prophetic book that talked about the coming of Jesus.
Okay, yeah.
So
I mean,
yeah. So the book is about Jesus. So then, like, with that being, like, even with like your own tafsirs.
I mean, a book can have prophecies about two people at the same time. It doesn't need to be on only one.
Okay, so if the book is about Jesus, right, and then
No,
this
like,
is a
all
very
book is
clear
about
thing
Jesus?
about the elect one. All right,
Wait, did you say the whole book is about Jesus?
the whole book in terms of prophecies are about Jesus. Yes,
It says that it's only about Jesus, or it says that
Ibn
it contains
Kathir. He says
prophecies?
it. He says that it's about. He says that he wrote a prophetic book about the coming of the Messiah, Jesus, son of Mary. Isa.
Does that mean that Muhammad cannot be there according to you?
I would say honestly that due to the fact that even your own sources affirm that this book is specifically about prophecies of Jesus' coming, that attempting to basically mold this into this is actually about Muhammad would honestly just be going against your own sources. Because I don't think you can find a
show me
single
the source?
person.
Okay.
Yeah. In the
Like it says only about. It says
it
only
doesn't.
about
I didn't.
Jesus,
I
right?
didn't say that. I said that he wrote a book about the coming of Jesus. That was what I said. That
Yeah,
was.
so, I mean,
I
I
didn't
can
say.
say
I didn't say
I wouldn't
only
look
to.
at
To be fair, I will admit I did not say only, but I'm saying though that in general,
Okay.
the source that I'm giving though, right? Let me pull it up. Have you ever heard of like the Encyclopedia of Islam?
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Let me pull up the specific writing that it was in. Encyclopedia of Islam. Then we'll go to Shia. Shia, whatever his name is.
It's Hayat.
Is it Haya? It's Shia.
Yeah, I mean, well, you're pronouncing it wrong,
So the S is silent?
but sure. Doesn't. I mean,
Hold on.
like the Arabic word is hard to say if you're not,
Okay. All right. While I'm pulling that up, do you have anything else? Because I'm.
Does
I have
Allah
to
get anything
sift-
wrong about history?
I have to sift it through that.
What?
Big as it's like several thousand pages. Keep going.
Does Allah get anything wrong about history?
Does Allah get anything wrong about history?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming Allah cannot do mistakes because He's Allah, right?
Then why did he say that the Egyptians were using crucifixion as a method of harming people?
Not just wait. Before you get
First
into
thing,
it,
I don't
hold
even.
on. Before you get into it, not just crucifixion, but crucifixion on a tree that they considered sacred and holding to meaning life. So crucifixion on a palm tree, which to the ancient Egyptians was a sign and tree that signified life. So
Okay,
there's
so
two contradictions in the Quran
yeah,
and
so
that
first,
verse.
I don't know anything about the ancient Egypt. Like, I don't know anything about it, so I cannot, answer this. So, I mean, I'm searched about it.
Well, in the Quran it says that
What verse
Pharaoh
is it?
threatened. Can you pull it up, Bryce?
What?
Yeah,
It's
What is it?
the verse of the palm tree crucifixion from Pharaoh to Moses. Pharaoh lived quite a few hundred years before crucifixion was even a thing.
Yeah, Surah
And
20, Surah 20, verse 71.
yeah, you can read it in Arabic if you want. It's actually more damning in Arabic.
2071.
Hold on. Yeah, right here.
Yeah, it's blurry. I cannot read it.
It says, Pharaoh threatened, how dare you believe in him before I give you permission? He must be your master who taught you magic. I will certainly cut off your hands and your feet on opposite sides and crucify you on the trunks of palm trees. You will really see whose punishment is more severe and more lasting.
So how did Pharaoh have knowledge of crucifixion before crucifixion existed? And why would he threaten to unalive somebody on a tree that represented life?
Okay, so yeah, I'm a search about it and answer. I don't know. I don't know anything about this, but I'm a search about it. I put it in my notes.
Just real quick, if it is a historical contradiction and goes against even what ancient Egyptians taught, are you willing to admit that the Quran is false because Allah got something wrong?
Sure, yeah, I would.
All right, Bryce, can you pull up when crucifixion was invented? And can you pull up when Moses lived?
1 second. I want to read this real quick first. Have you ever heard of Al-Tabari?
Yeah, of course. Sure.
Okay, so have you ever read the history of Al-Tabari?
No, not at all.
So Al-Tabari mentions this specific thing, and this is referring to Isaiah 42. He says,
Okay.
He, Jesus, began to use such language announcing his death, and then he said, the truth is the one that you shall deny me thrice before the cock crow, and one of you shall sell me for a few coins, and he shall eat my price. They walked and dispersed, and the Jews were looking for him. And they seized Simeon, one of the apostles, and said, this is the companion of his. But he denied it and said, I am not his companion, so they left him. Then another caught him, and then he denied it again. Then he heard the cock crow and wept. When morning came, one of the apostles came to the Jews, and hold on, let me just skip through though. This is like a very long explanation. I'm trying to look for the part that I needed. Each of you, he is with you. Go, each of you will speak the language of a people who warn and summon them. Among the apostles, the followers who came from them were the apostle Peter and Paul, who were a follower and not an apostle. They went to Rome. Andrew and Matthew were sent to the country where people are man-eaters, a land of blacks, we think. Thomas was sent to Babylonia in the east, Philip to Caravan. I literally just read the entire last quote. Keep going. I literally just read the wrong quote. It's Al-Tabari, but that was on a completely different topic. I didn't even realize it. Keep going. I got really
It's okay,
confused.
it's fine.
All right, so what you guys were talking about?
Yeah, can you pull up when crucifixion was invented? And can you pull up when
yeah.
Moses lived?
Yeah. I literally just read a whole freaking thing that like was for an entirely different argument. I didn't even realize it. It's crazy. That's crazy. I am done, Jordan. You're correct.
No, it's okay, man.
I literally have like this,
Jordan
like this
guy is
complete
not
other.
very
I had this
smart.
complete other argument about like talking about Paul in a good light for Islam, and I read that instead. So because it's like right
Are
under
you
it.
gonna say that? Are you gonna say that that Islam affirms Paul?
No, that was a different argument that like regards
Oh,
how
okay.
like holding the position that like Paul was like a deceiving heretic. I actually show how the Tafsirs disagree with that.
Hmm.
Yeah, so crucifixion was invented about 300 BC.
Now, when did Moses live?
When was Moses alive? Um, 1400 BC.
I don't know if you know that maybe a 1,100 year disparity between Moses and crucifixion is kind of strange for Allah to suddenly say that Moses was crucified on a tree that signified life.
Threatened to be crucified.
Well, yes, threatened to be crucified on a tree that signified life. So there's two contradictions there in the Quran.
So what does the tafsir say about this?
You can pull it up.
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't know
What
what the tafsir says about this. You
what
can
am I-
pull it up, though.
Are
I'm
you,
sure.
are you
I'm
hear
sure.
about Surah 2071? You want to read the Tafsir?
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Ibn Kathir. See that specific part here. Looking for that specific section.
So the argument here is that is this about the Roman crucifixion part, like the same,
It's about a historical contradiction, not only in the timeline of when crucifixion even came about, and that Pharaoh of ancient Egypt would even threaten, who was quite akin to worshiping the gods, would even threaten to unalive Moses on a tree that they considered sacred. So there's two contradictions there. One, the timeline of crucifixion, and two, the use of palm trees for unalivement. That goes against the ancient Egyptian worship and ideology.
So Taz Karul Quran and Ma'arif al Quran are both just doubling down on it, saying that yes, they were crucified. And then Ibn Kathir doesn't speak specifically on the act of the crucifixion itself. He simply just explains just like a generic understanding of the verse. That's all I got.
So there you go. Two were doubling down on it being crucifixion prior to crucifixion's invention, and even on that of a palm tree. So there's two contradictions there that are affirmed by the tafsir.
Okay, so it doesn't need to be the Roman crucifixion, same concept.
What other crucifixion existed?
It can be any type of crucifixion. It doesn't need to be.
What other crucifixion existed?
I mean, I don't know. I never read the history.
So why are you trying to say that another type of crucifixion existed if you don't know?
Because no tafsir says that it's actually the same concept as the Roman.
What other kind of crucifixion would have existed?
All right, so I mean, the word in Arabic can mean suspension or hanging on a wood. It doesn't necessarily imply the Roman style crucifixion.
What do you think crucifixion is?
I'm assuming we're talking about the Roman crucifixion, the one that happened at the time of Jesus.
Crucifixion,
yeah, like
to be hung up, right? Was not just on a cross, but hung up in general, and displayed in the public. Crucifixion. That's not a form of torture that existed at that time.
Okay.
So why would Pharaoh, an ancient Egyptian pharaoh who genuinely held to the worship of the gods, threaten to crucify Moses prior to the idea of crucifixion even existing, and also on a tree that signified life to the ancient Egyptians? How does that make sense?
Isn't that also in the Bible, by the way?
What?
Isn't that also in the Bible?
No.
Can you read Genesis 40:19?
Are you going to say that the Bible says Moses was going to be crucified?
No, it says within 3 more days Pharaoh will lift up your head and will hang you on a tree.
Yes, within 3 days, Pharaoh will lift off your head from you and hang you on a tree, and the birds will eat your flesh. That's Genesis
Yeah,
40:19.
yeah. So gallows pole. Like I'm reading the
He
Amplified.
threatened to lift his head off of him.
Yeah. So we
That's
can
not the
see that
same.
even
That's not
like it's
crucifixion.
the same verse as the one in the Quran actually.
No, because there's a
It
word
is.
for that in Arabic, but it specifically said crucifixion, and two of the tafsir doubled down on it being crucifixion.
Okay, so yeah, I'll read the Quran and then read the Bible again. So Pharaoh threatened, "How dare you believe in him before I give you permission? He must be your master who taught you magic. I will certainly cut off your hands and feet on opposite sides and crucify you on the trunks of the palm trees. Or wait,
Yes,
see, or punishment
crucify means to hang.
Yeah.
Yeah. So crucify within that context would be to hang your body on, right? To hang your body on a tree.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be the Roman style.
Cut off his hands and feet on opposite sides and
Yeah, so
crucify him on a tree. Oh,
While he's still
weird.
alive.
Wow, that's
okay, so
crazy.
yeah, so it doesn't have to be the Roman style. It's the same verse as the Bible. I don't see the difference.
That's not the same as the Bible.
You must have poor reading comprehension then.
I mean, sure, if you want to say that, okay, but I still don't see it.
Hey, Paul.
So
Two of the tafsir doubled down saying it was crucifixion. You asked what the tafsir said.
I mean, his
and now you're saying,
argument,
well, it's
John,
not
is
crucifixion.
Yeah,
his
well, okay,
argument,
so
John,
where
is
does
that
it
it's
fit?
not specifically
Okay.
referring.
So-
Well, no. So like when
Because
I
it's-
said, yeah, the
yeah.
double. What? Oh, his internet's going crazy. Hello?
John, are you gonna join
Hello?
Raging Tomato tonight?
I don't know.
I'm sorry,
I'm
my
so
internet is
tired.
bad.
Yeah. So I said that the tafsir, when I say that they're doubling down, I'm literally saying that the way that they're explaining the verse, they're not like saying, well, it's this specific thing. No, they just straight up say like, yes, he was crucified. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, now granted, yes, I understand your argument when you're stating that, like, well, it doesn't like, how do we know that it's Roman crucifixion? The problem is that the methodology in which to kill or unalive somebody. We love the TikTok shop. Who is doing that? Schoolboy, you gotta mute, dude. Holy moly. Is that the methodology to unalive somebody by hanging them on a piece of wood or a tree was not a method that was utilized until the Roman period, because that was something that they invented as a way to torture. That's my entire point. Or that's pretty much the point of like what John's getting at.
And the second point too is that the tree that he was threatened to be crucified on signified life. So that would be a contradiction of even ancient Egyptian understanding of theology. They would never do that to palm trees, which they viewed as sacred. So you have two contradictions there. Even if I granted you the crucifixion one, why would Pharaoh threaten to do that on a palm tree, which signified life? It would be like saying, I sentence you to eternal life.
Okay, but I mean, I'm reading. It's the same story in the Bible. Literally,
No, it
same
is
story.
it is not the same story.
What are you talking about?
The Bible does not say that Moses would
Let
have
me
had both of
let me
his
put it
hands
like
and feet
this:
cut off on opposite sides.
the argument that is being made in the Bible is saying that they're going to unalive him and then they are going to staple him to a tree so that the crows eat him because he's already dead. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So the argument in the Quran is that they're going to unalive him by putting him on the tree. And then they call it specifically crucifixion in that language. So it's not the same event. Because in the Bible, the person is unalived by having their head taken off of them, and then they are stapled to a tree as food for birds. That's not the same thing.
Sorry, bro. It's my girlfriend. My bad.
What?
Someone said.
What?
Someone said.
I just talked about someone getting their head ripped off and stapled to a tree, and then you're like, "Sorry, bro, it's my girlfriend." I didn't really get the context to that at all.
No, my bad. No.
Yeah, so it's not at all the same story, because one, the context is entirely different. Two, crucifixion on a palm tree is mentioned very specifically. Those two things one, crucifixion was not a form of torture that existed at the time, and two, the palm tree, like I said, was sacred to the Egyptians. So it would be like Moses saying, "I sentence you to death on life."
Hey, Paul, can I tell you something?
Okay.
I love you.
What? What the hell? Holy shit.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. You have two contradictions right there in the Quran. It is not at all the same as the Bible.
I'm coming back.
Yeah, I see your point now, but I mean, I don't know what to say about it.
So,
I mean, I think
okay, you have two
Yeah.
contradictions. And you said earlier that you would be willing to say that the Quran is false
Well, I
if
mean,
there were contradictions.
so what we'll do is that we'll come back, Paul. All right, because like I do got some people that want to come up and talk. I do appreciate you
Okay,
being
sure.
cordial. Very appreciate that massively. It worked out great. So yeah, man. Definitely think that you should come back another time, have another conversation with me, because I do appreciate it.
Okay.
Have a good one, bro.
Thank you.
Oh shit, I DC'd John. John, come back. Sorry.
Watch
He
your
left.
mouth, sir.
He left right when I did that. Sorry, man. I got a mouth.
Yeah. A little freaking poo-poo. Little poo-poo in your mouth.
Okay.
You are,
Bryce,
are you?
you gotta join the Raging Tomato panel tonight.
Why, man?
It's Gnostic Informant.
Gnostic
Oh my
informant.
gosh.
Worldview, all of it's true. Well, whatever those preconditions are for all that naturalistic.
You know what? I'm gonna go for a bit. I want to go actually sleep. I've been working since 5 a.m. and now it's 8:30.
God bless you, man. Get some good rest, okay?
His
Fair
whole
enough,
argument, so you know, I just watched his opening statement,
Instead
Bryce,
of having a God
is
that creates
why does it have to be the Christian God? Why were the Greeks wrong with this hen, this supreme deity?
Hold on.
Yeah, hold on, schoolboy. The real Unk is in here.
just because. I'm not arguing for that. I'm just saying if that's the naturalistic, that's just if the naturalism is true,
Alright.
then that would be a possibility.
What's up, Southside?
I don't know if we're gonna. I want to just ask. So why are you not Orthodox Christian? So what would you consider to be Orthodox Christian?
An Orthodox Christian is somebody who is in communion with the Eastern Orthodox Church.
Okay, and clarify that for me. Like, take that a step deeper for me, please. If I
Yeah.
was somebody that didn't know anything, please take that a step deeper for me.
Yeah, the Eastern Orthodox Church is a specific communion of churches that are able to actually link themselves back to the apostles via apostolic succession with their patriarchates. And they are somebody who is all in one faith. Like, for example, Serbian Orthodoxy, Russian Orthodoxy, Antiochian Orthodoxy. I'm part of the Church of Antioch. My patriarch can trace his lineage all the way back to St. Peter. Right? Anybody who is not in that communion is not considered a valid Christian.
Okay, so then you would consider Orthodox Christian to be those that continue to follow in the doctrine of the apostles, correct?
In a historically attested format, yes, because there's obviously people that will make that claim all day long. But if
Okay,
you're
so-
not
so
actually
what-
in communion with that church that preserved that interpretation, you're not a part of it.
So what would that interpretation be?
You have to ask me about a doctrine, man.
Okay, so what if I were to ask you how must I be saved? What would you say?
How must you be saved? Obviously, you must call upon Christ, and then you must be baptized
In what name?
in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, as per Matthew 28:19.
So that is not Christian orthodoxy.
Really? So Matthew 28:19 is a lie?
No, listen to me. So in the book of Acts, when Matthew was present, right, and all of the apostles were there, and Peter then said unto them, be baptized in the name of Jesus Christ, right? And then we can go to Acts 8, Acts 10, Acts 14. We can go all throughout the book of Acts where these apostles, the ones that spent 3.5 years with the master and 40 days and 40 nights with him afterwards, after the 3 days, right? They went out and all of them baptized in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. So if you can show me an example of where the first church or the Christian orthodoxy actually, you can give me an example in scripture where they baptized.
Can I show you it historically in the first century where they baptized in
No,
the name of the
no,
Father,
I'm
Son, and Holy
no,
Spirit?
no. Listen, hold on. If you need to go outside of the Word of God, then that's already going away from orthodoxy.
Oh yeah, is it? How do you know what orthodoxy is?
How do you know what scripture is?
Hold on. Wait, hold on. Give me
Hold on, don't
give
go
me
there.
1 second. Real quick. Give me 1 second, real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and read you Acts 10, Acts.
I reject your interpretation.
Oh, just let
How'd
him.
you get the Bible?
Just let him freaking walk himself into a contradiction, please. Go ahead.
What did I miss? Interpretation?
Okay.
No.
What are you gonna? So my first question: do you affirm? Hold on. Do you affirm that in Matthew 28:19 it does say baptize in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit? That's just a yes or no. I just want to know.
What is the name?
What?
What is the name?
Do you affirm the scripture said that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So when Jesus said that, hold on. When Jesus said that,
Bro. Why are you getting
hold
upset?
on. Hold on. Because
Why are you
you're
getting
not
upset?
listening to me. I get
He's just
frustrated when people
passionate,
don't listen.
okay?
I'm passionate.
No, but you're
You're not
has the Holy
listening,
Spirit.
dude. You're not letting me land my plane. I gotta land my plane.
I was about to read
Hey,
Bible to you, and
I
you
gotta-
got loud and interrupted yourself.
I just read Bible.
No, you didn't.
Really,
he
Matthew
did.
28:19 is not Bible.
Okay, so check this out.
Mhm.
Can you show me?
Can you? We gotta finish what I was asking. I'm not gonna walk away from it.
All right, bet. Go ahead, take the show away,
Matthew
bro, 'cause-
28:19. Did Jesus say that? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did Peter say baptize in the name of Jesus? Yes or no?
Yes.
If you had to choose between one person to follow, who would it be?
So check this out. No, check this out. Hold on.
That laugh was
No,
so
wait.
despairing.
Hey, hold on. Yeah, that's your interpretation. So the Bible says, no, that's your interpretation. Because who was given the keys to the kingdom?
Schoolboy, crash out, please.
No.
Who's giving
Who
keys
was
to the
given-
kingdom? All of the apostles. Have you read it? Matthew
No,
18.
Simon Peter.
Oh,
Simon
only Peter? So you're
Can you
Catholic.
read 2 chapters?
So you're
That's
Catholic.
Bible.
So you're Catholic.
No, I'm not Catholic.
Really? Okay. So does everybody who come after Peter have that same authority?
Bro, can we have a civil conversation without you?
Yeah, Bryce.
I'm being
escalating?
civil, bro. I'm being
No,
civil.
bro, you are getting way like you're
I'm passionate.
You're taking it to the 10th level though.
Yeah,
You're
I'm on your
talking-
side,
You're
Sal.
making
Well,
this
to
an
be
argument.
fair, I have
yapping, I'll turn it
to.
up to 11.
To be fair, I have to be loud because your mic is loud. So if I need to get something out, I have to outgain you.
But I'm not speaking over you, brother.
Yeah, you are, 100%.
Okay.
That's why I'm getting louder.
So can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Show me where Matthew and his brothers, the other apostles, baptized in the titles Father, Son, and Holy Ghost.
They didn't start baptizing until Pentecost, bro.
That's not true because Jesus baptized.
Oh my gosh.
You don't-
In the
you
name
don't know
in
the
the
purpose.
name of what?
Okay, so what was said?
That was a
on the
question.
day-
Hold on. Maybe my mic was messed up. That was a question.
So Acts 2:38 says.
Okay, so when
baptized-
Jesus baptized, it was it in the name of?
What's that?
When
did
Jesus
Jesus baptize?
when Jesus baptized people, apparently.
No,
when
you just said, that contradicts what your premise just was. I'm saying.
what did Jesus
that-
baptize in the name of, according to you?
It does not say. It says he baptized.
In the name of what? In the name of what?
No, he baptized.
In the
name of what?
in the name of what?
Which verse?
In the name of what?
Okay. So can you show me any?
Which verse?
Okay, man. See, what's going on here, guys?
We're passionate. We love
We're trying to show you that this position.
We're
of-
trying to stay on track, bro.
We're trying to show you that this position doesn't make any
I'm
sense.
sitting here trying to have a simple
Wait,
conversation
guys.
with you guys, and we
Who
got
did
three or four
Jesus
people.
baptize?
Your position makes Jesus contradict the apostles. Do you understand that?
Man, you guys, I'm literally having to respond
wait, really
to like
quick.
3 people.
No, I didn't
We're
even.
all asking the same thing. We're all asking the
Man,
same
dude,
thing.
but at once, like so.
Because you won't answer it.
So answer it and we'll move on.
It was one person.
Here goes.
Wait,
No.
Bryce, really quick.
Damn, bro. Like,
Wait,
how
can you
can
guys wait? Can you just listen? We're all gonna stop, but can you just answer the question? Just please.
Wow, guys.
Look, I'm on your side, dude.
Wow.
I'm from the hood, and these guys are suburban kids, you know.
I don't care about none of that.
I'll
We're
fight
talking
you.
about Bible, dude.
And I know schoolboys from the trenches, apparently.
Come on, bro. Are you serious?
I'm your friend, dude.
This is not. This is
Just answer
not
the
of the
question.
spirit, bro.
Just answer the question. Well, may God forgive us then if it's not of the Spirit. Answer the question.
What's the question?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Bryce. Re-ask it, Bryce.
Yeah.
Oh, so you don't even know the question?
I'm with my girl right now, dude. Forgive me. My bad.
Shut your ass up.
Oh.
That was
That's
not.
like
That
your
was. That
spirit,
was
bro.
not the spirit, bro. That was definitely not the spirit.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. He actually cooked me because I wasn't listening.
Exactly. So I'm like, dude, you guys are just yelling at me.
I'm gonna admit
Hey,
it.
no,
See?
honestly, hey, hold on, wait,
Yeah.
hey, aside from doctrine and all that,
Yeah.
you guys do seem like some pretty cool guys. Man.
Yeah, dude.
Aside from doctrine and all this and that, right?
We just debate. We just debate in an aggressive format, bro. That's
Yeah,
just the way it
I
is.
know, and we'll like honestly before like anything, we gotta understand that, man. I love you. You love me. We're a happy family with a great big heart and a great big mind. Yeah, like Barney style. Okay.
All right. Yeah. All right.
But no, man.
All right,
Like,
now back to business. Stop
I just
laughing.
puked in my mouth.
hey, you keep it in there. You keep it in there.
Oh,
You don't share that to nobody. Oh, freaking heathen.
Oh my god.
He just called you a heathen, but you said shut your ass up like 5 minutes ago, bro.
No, it's okay. No,
It's
no,
okay. We're not your
we're
friends.
good,
Don't act
brothers.
like that. Okay.
Hey, honestly, I think that this was probably the highlight of this conversation.
Can you stop avoid what like fallacy? What tactic is this? Like just like trying to be our friends for the sake of avoiding things?
Man's
he's trying to
casted.
be
Man's
cool.
casted
He's
prop
trying to be
prattle.
cool because he's in front of his girlfriend.
Wait, what's wrong with my?
Hey.
Okay, I'm with my yes. Is that
You
a
better
problem?
hush it down, simp master.
All right, schoolboy.
Yeah, you better handle this guy. Schoolboy. You better
Schoolboy.
handle this guy.
Ask him the kill shot question.
Southside.
What's up?
Does the Holy Spirit guide your interpretation of Scripture?
What?
Does the Holy Spirit guide your interpretation of Scripture?
What? Hey, look. For all interpretation of the Word of God is guided by the Spirit of the Lord. Okay, and
So
that,
so is that a yes?
who is the Holy Spirit?
God, you're like allergic to answering questions, huh?
Hey, honestly though, like if we read this, hey, like let's entertain this though. Like
Answer the question.
Hey, for just for
Bro, does the Holy Spirit guide your interpretation, bro? Does he?
Calm down, bro.
What the fuck is it? Stop laughing
All
with
right,
us,
bro.
you sicko.
All right, this dude's not answering, bro. God bless you, but I'm not, like, there's no reason to continue that shit.
Oh, there's a friend of mine that I want to bring up. Yes, Adam Reality. I love Adam Reality. What's up, Adam? How are you?
Right, that is your
Not too bad.
What's up, dude? How you been? You been good?
Oh no.
Dude, come on, schoolboy. You know, hey, schoolboy knows. What's up, Adam? How you been?
Okay, I guess how you been?
I've been good, dude. Life good for you?
Could be better, could be worse.
1 second,
Yeah,
guys.
man. Maybe get a little bit of Jesus in your life, man, to fix things up.
Oh god. Oh my goodness.
Anyways, what's up,
All I
dude?
need.
That's definitely all you need. Or anything else? Why are you not Orthodox Christian?
The Jehovah's Witnesses.
Oh, okay. Well, can you explain to me where they were in the Council of Nicaea?
Nowhere.
Where were they?
Nowhere.
Oh, they weren't there.
Can you show where they were anywhere historically? Actually,
Yeah, I mean, not even just Nicaea.
I don't know, I think some interesting person started them or something. Like they had some Bible stuff.
Hayes
Started-
Russell.
yeah. So like
Yeah,
the reason
that's
why
what it
I'm
is.
asking that question is because like if there's no way to show like historically that they existed prior to Charles Taze Russell, then how like you have to hold the position that Satan prevailed over his church. Yeah.
Sure.
That is literally against the Bible.
Okay.
Why do you sound like you're stuck in a small closet right now?
There's no way that dude just affirmed that. Okay, like, what do we even do with that, bro?
I think it's time to switch over and call in to the Raging Tomato in a few minutes.
No, I'm not doing that right now, bro.
and that's what says.
He said, okay. Okay.
You know, the Bible actually says that
Dude.
Jesus is the for all. That almost
No
sounds
way.
like a Gnostic argument.
Yeah.
Like
Well, then
Valentinian-
I would say the presupposition to knowledge is
What's up, Mike?
Hey, not much, man. I was hoping to ask you a question. I don't know if you know. It's one of those questions I don't like arguing about, but it became a debate because of a Hebrew Israelite guy earlier. But have you had the conversation about like the Matthew 1, the genealogies? Matthew lists out that there's 14. There's supposed to be 3 sets of 14. The last one is actually is like one short if you count it in a traditional way. And there's a little bit of debate about that, but I've run into 2 different things in my walk so far. One of them was from a Jewish guy who claims that he spent a lot of money and a lot of time trying to figure this out, and he found like an old manuscript showing that would point towards Mary's father being named Joseph. But then I start doing a little bit of research, and I find both Orthodoxy and Catholicism hold to her father being Joachim, if I'm pronouncing that right.
Joachim and Anna.
Yeah. So, and they refer, it refers back to something. There's something out of Proto Evangelium of James, and I'm trying to connect the dots. But it says also that is considered like not a trustworthy. Like it's not trustworthy. It's rejected by the church. So, do you know any of the backstory?
The Proto-Evangelion of James isn't rejected by the Orthodox Church.
It's definitely accepted.
No.
Yeah.
No,
Okay,
dude.
maybe Google just gave me a bad result.
They
Yeah,
probably
Rabbi
say that it's
Google.
not they probably just said that it's not
it's-
accepted as
yeah,
like a canon
school
in the
of
Bible.
Google.
It's not in the Bible.
Okay.
That's what you mean by that.
Is it like they
Okay.
probably give you like an AI overview?
But
that's
it is
chopped
it
and
is valid. It is valid history. We do believe it was written by James. Just it's not in the Bible.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so it is. Okay. Good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yep.
I think I'm probably gonna go with that source instead. Yeah, that was an interesting. I don't know. Someone claims they found an old manuscript showing it didn't mean to say husband of Mary, but rather father of Mary, and that was interesting. But yeah, no, I think I'm gonna stick with the church's interpretation on this one.
I probably would.
So-
I probably would. It's a good idea.
Yeah.
Sticking with the church's interpretation is a really good idea, and it never fails.
Yeah, I've been kind of figuring out the difference with Catholic versus Orthodox, but especially where they can both agree, like that's, that's kind of like a plus.
Yeah. Do you know why vampires don't die? Because they were given Christ's blood. I'm gonna block the shit out of you. Thank you.
No.
Oh, Gabe.
All right, thanks, man.
God
Yes,
bless
sure
Mike.
thing, man.
Hope you're well.
Yep.
Wait, why does he? Why when I click on Mike's thing, why do I see? It says BRYJ. Are you subbed to Bryce, Mike?
No, it's just it's not lit up.
Oh.
Hey, by the way, anybody who's currently in here, I have the subscription thing set up. If you want to use my funny head bob emoji things in the TikTok stream, you could subscribe. It's like $3 a month. Boom.
Oh, that's too expensive, dude.
You get that, and you also get like priority messages or whatever. I think you can get like pins and whatnot. I don't know. And if you guys and here's the thing: if you guys want more features for it, I'll just add them all to it. I really don't care.
All right, Mike.
You know what I'm saying?
My sister actually just met him.
Amen, dude. Wi-Fi Gospel's coming up.
Wi-Fi Gospel. I love Wi-Fi Gospel.
When is Sarah opening the panel Wi-Fi?
How is it going, Wi-Fi Gospel?
What's up, boys?
Nothing much, dude.
I want to dunk on Gnostics.
Yeah, he's already doing really bad.
Can I LARP as a Gnostic? I want to LARP as a Valentinian Marcionite specifically.
She said that she's opening up pretty soon here. They're just like she's trying to drag out the conversation, but she also has no idea what she's talking about.
No, she was talking about like, oh yeah, like the humans have knowledge because they ate the fruit. And
Wow.
Knowledge.
Did you know she professes to be a Christian?
What did you say?
What?
Did you know she professes to be a Christian?
I mean, a lot
does?
of people. Yeah, a lot of people. do.
Yeah, Sarah does.
Huh.
Can I debate her?
She says it.
You want to never get let back up again? Kind of like not the point of her life.
School was not
Unless
concerned
you're
with.
Andrew. Andrew can talk shit and debate her all he wants because he brings her all of her subscribers.
Schoolboy.
What?
When you eventually come over here, man, you've got to try this stuff that I have.
What is it?
It's Crown Royal Blackberry.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh.
Can I have
I'm not crazy about Canadian whiskeys. I mean, I like them better than Irish whiskey.
Yeah.
But I'm a bourbon or Scotch guy usually.
Lewis, I am an anti-Trinitarian. I am specifically a Valentinian Gnostic who worships the sixth oak doe to the Father.
It just got clipped. That's too bad.
Yeah.
The third oak doe is better.
The third oak doe is superior. The Father, the Mother, and the Son. GG's.
So Bryce, you're still holding to the traditions of glass?
The traditions of glass. I have been doing my best.
It's good, man. It's like a token to remember me by.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah, for real, dude.
You got rid of that shitty plastic cup that you always put on stream?
No. That's actually my water that I have right here because I'm having a drink tonight. I have a gigantic cup of water with it.
So let me ask you. So
Bryce, do you know what you need to find though, as far as a little boozy enjoyment?
Yeah, let's keep having a conversation, schoolboy, because Pope just can't get anything out, and it's making me laugh. So what were you saying?
Yeah. I'll start screaming at both over till my rhetoric is superior to both of yours.
It's called Palinka.
Okay, Palinka.
It's Romanian apple spirits.
Yeah,
and it is absolutely delicious, and it is terrifyingly dangerous.
Oh wow, okay.
It's like 50. It's like 56%. It's like 112 proof.
This is 40. This is 40.
Yeah.
That's what I got.
It's disgusting. You guys drink. It's disgusting.
Shut up, Pope. Freaking little.
I don't often, but I did.
My pearls. Shut up.
I did Saturday because it was a wedding, and I'll tell you what, it's probably gonna be a while.
Wait, hold on, Bryce.
You guys drink alcohol? Oh my
Bryce,
god.
Bryce, if I come over, can I drink?
Yeah. Oh wait, how old are you?
I'm 20.
No.
Turn 21 first.
Yeah.
Okay.
I follow. Dude, my dad's a cop, bro. I'm not getting involved in that shit.
Okay.
My dad, like, as of June 27th, I'm actually moving into my new house. I'm gonna live a mile away from him, bro. Like, I don't want to deal with that shit.
I'm gonna bring up one of my friends.
What did you say?
I'm gonna bring up one of my friends.
Oh, I thought you said when you come down, you were gonna bring one of your friends. I was like, I didn't authorize that. I was like, I legit did not say you could do that, and you just said you're doing that. That's crazy.
I'm bringing up one if he's gonna join.
Jesus drank grape juice, not wine. Amen. Patristic. What's up, Mark?
Hey, what's up, Mark? How you doing, dude? Dude, the bar was crazy.
Hey guys,
last
how's
night,
it going?
right?
Doing good. What's up?
How's it going?
What's up, dude?
Hey, the question is a great question, man. I am not Orthodox. And you know the answer that I have for that is I have no idea why I'm not Orthodox, other than the fact that the only Orthodox church that I can think of in the Washington area where I live is like 80 miles away from me. And I guess it'd be kind of hard for me to trek up to wherever it's at in Seattle.
How far are you willing to travel for your salvation, brother?
I also, hey man, that's a good point. No, see, so check it out. Here's my little background, a little bit on my faith walk right now. Coming to Christ late in life. I was in this kind of Baptist church when I was young, and it was a lot of fire and brimstone. We got to bomb Iran and all that stuff. All those types of talking points.
Yeah.
From the totally dispensational kind of Christian. And then later in life, I've met my wife, and her and I were dating, and we were being
hold
sinful
on. Mark, come back up. All right. I had people in chat were saying you were going to get banned for that, or that I was going to get banned for that. So come back up.
No.
I don't think that you could say that on TikTok. That was actually the reason why I was thinking I didn't know if I wanted to join on the Raging Tomato or not, because that channel is notorious for crazy ass language. And like the first time that somebody calls somebody the R word, my stream's gone, bro. It's gone.
Yeah, I mean, Neil himself is pretty tame. But
a thousand apologies. I forgot all about the censorship on this
Oh,
wonderful platform.
I don't personally care, dude. Like, we could talk about the craziest stuff on the planet if I was on Kick, but I stream on TikTok, so.
Yeah. you get what I'm saying, though. A huge dispensational crowd of boomers, and I was raised in that kind of life, and then I decided to be a very adult, and just chose to live my life. I'm 35 now, and it's only been like 4 years or so of trying to walk with Christ, and so I had a span from when I was like 18 until I was about 30 of just kind of hedonism almost.
Same.
Not exactly like atheism, but agnosticism. Like why if God is real,
Why a bad thing
this
happened?
bad thing happened?
Exactly.
Yeah, those kind of silly things.
Yeah.
And see, I've been listening to a lot of people. I've been listening to a bunch of different people of the way that I see it, sound Christian doctrine people. I don't listen to Mormons talk about anything. I don't listen to Jehovah's Witnesses talk about anything. But I do listen to Orthodox, are they fathers or bishops? I can't remember. There's bishops that speak. There's also
Bishops, priests. Yep.
Yeah, priests that speak about stuff, and I've listened to them.
Patriarchs would be our highest. Patriarchs would be our highest.
Patriarch will be and isn't that something that's like over the whole region or the country or whatever?
The jurisdiction
in general.
Yeah, so there's Ukrainian Orthodox, there's Russian Orthodox, there's Oriental, there's Byzantine.
Orientals are not Orthodox.
Orientals are not Orthodox.
Okay.
No. They had the title Orthodox, but they actually split away from the church at the Council of Chalcedon, which is the fourth council. They are not Orthodox.
Yeah. Hey, how long do you guys think you're going to be on this live? What do you think?
At least another 2 hours if you got something to do.
Mark, you should join the Discord, bro.
I don't know what is that. I don't know what that is.
You don't have Discord?
Don't worry about it. I'll be on for probably another 2 hours if you got something to do.
All right, I'm gonna follow you, man.
Okay.
I happen to end up in the queue of Raging Tomato.
Okay, sure. Sounds good, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop over there too. I want to dunk on Gnostics and Neil.
Well, if you guys use good language, I'll watch you. How about that?
All right, I'll do it.
I'll watch you on live. I'll watch you on live. If you guys don't say crazy shit, I'll put it on the stream.
I'm gonna act like a Gnostic, but I'm gonna cook him as a Gnostic. Okay.
You're gonna act like a Gnostic, but cook him as a Gnostic. What? Somebody Wi-Fi. Send me the stream link, please. I don't, not StreamYard, but like the YouTube,
I think I sent you the. Let me see.
You DM
Discord
it to me,
fine?
or, oh yeah, you're good. I see it. No,
Yeah, it's
I
in
don't,
Discord above the stream.
I'm gonna put it on YouTube for now. Wow, Gnostic Informant is the guy, bro.
The saints and the council.
This is gonna be freaking
1,200 watching him on his side.
Yeah, this is gonna be brain rotted shit, man.
So Nicaea, even if you decide of reasoning, drawing conclusions based on evidence, patterns, and observations.
The Christian
appealing
God
to
is not the
experts.
necessary precondition
Like
for
I
all
said,
knowledge.
when you
He's
go to a
directly
doctor,
attacking
pick
Tag,
random-
bro.
you don't pick the
Directly.
best doctor who can- if you-
And
heart disease or something, you're
he's
gonna follow the
not,
best doctor
because
that
I was
you
going to
study
go up and try to just kind of pitch revelatory theism because I'm just an inquirer.
Yeah.
But he's pushing on the aspect of why exactly the Christian God and not another one.
Yeah. So, Wi-Fi, something for you. Are you gonna go up there?
Man, I want to, but I also I talked to Chase Haggard recently, and schoolboys always tell me with this specific topic, I really shouldn't, even though I think I could do a great job against Neil.
Yeah. So the big thing, right, is that you would have to show the logical necessity for the Trinity, specifically, and show how a Unitarian God is impossible. Right? Like that's like the entire.
That's exactly what I was gonna do.
Yeah.
I was gonna go at it from the one and the many problem.
That is something that you can do, but a better thing that you can do is simply proclaim, for example, the attribute of love. For example, have you ever heard of the attribute of love argument regarding Unitarian apologetics?
No, I'm guessing it's to do with only God loving himself if he's Unitarian.
Yeah. So if it's only one hypostasis, he would have to love directly himself, which is an imperfect thing actually to do. because it is considered more perfect to love another than to love oneself, according to God himself, right?
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, so that's kind of like the entire point to that argument, is that it would be necessary for God to basically be multi-personal in order to eternally possess the attribute of love. Otherwise, you have to either affirm that God changed upon creation, where he now has something to love, or you have to believe that it's not actually an attribute he possesses and he doesn't actually love anybody, and that it's just analogia completely. Or the final thing that you'd have to affirm, obviously, is that God loves himself, which is just a weird bullet to bite.
Yeah. Now, what's the maybe I missed it, maybe you said it, but what's the illogical part of God loving himself?
In terms of like the viewpoint of any form of biblical, so this basically wipes out any form of biblical Unitarian and Muslim, right? Because that automatically removes the whole ethic that he pushes, is selfless service, right? Is denying, like, loving, not loving yourself and loving one another, right? Like the entire point of that is also echoed in God himself. The Father loves the Son. He's not sitting there with himself. He's loving his Son, right? Like it echoes that same mentality. Now, granted, with like the Greek gods, you would just need to know how to basically reduce like the Neoplatonic God into the impossibility of knowledge. You could reduce the Islamic God by using either the love argument or, and pretty much anyone who affirms absolute divine simplicity. In the classical theism standpoint, you could run the aloneness argument to basically reduce their view into impossibility. And basically, it's hard to do once you get to this stage of tag, but this is usually where tag becomes like where you have to start like attacking very specific stances. And he's probably going to basically hold a very generic position on purpose just to make it very difficult to critique. That's one of the reasons why I'm going to watch first and then see if I want to come up there, because I need to see specifically what he's going to argue for directly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because if he's just going to hold to like some generic view where like it's just any god whatsoever, it's going to be really hard to prove him wrong without talking to him for 3 hours. Like he's holding a really bad negative position or a really good negative position.
And so the thing about Neil is philosophy. He's very weak in philosophy, so you'll definitely get him on any philosophical issues.
Okay.
What he's gonna do is once you start saying that the Christian God is a necessary precondition, he is well studied in world religions, so he's gonna know the nuances of like some obscure religion that you may not know. And so, like, in my experience in debates, even if it's an easy issue to solve, when something throws something at you or at me that I don't know, it's almost like I freeze for a second. But maybe that's just my problem.
Yeah. So, like, obviously, if they bring up like other gods or whatever, like, oh well, what about like the Neoplatonic one, for example? Like, you have to know how to specifically attack the Neoplatonic view now, and show how knowledge is impossible in that view, right? Like. That is, like I said, that's why I said that this is a really good position for him to hold. Because, technically speaking, if he can just find like a single position that you don't know about, he can just use rhetoric and just make you sound stupid, right? He can just be like, oh, well, you obviously haven't studied every position then, right?
Yeah, for sure.
The only answer to that is just to study every position, bro. Every monotheistic position there is. Paganism, super easy to defeat. All right, like polytheism is super easy to defeat. It's logically possible, like off rip. And so any other religion that proclaims that thing is defeated, right? As well as the fact that you can also apply, like, for example, a lack of historical attestation to something to be the case. The Gospels, you can even get into like a textual criticism type argument for the Gospels as well if you enjoy that, you know. And basically show that Christianity is the only possible one.
Right, and I've heard Father Deacon Ananias, he argues when he does tag specifically for orthodoxy, and one of the points is historical attestation.
Yep. So I mean, what you could do if you end up calling him, or I might end up doing this as well, is basically just straight up going into like a direct disjunctive of like premise 1 regarding like tag, just holding straight to all epistemology is either theonomous or autonomous, right? Or saying not theonomous. Right. And so like if this is a view on God specifically, he's obviously going to say, I agree. And then in premise 2, epistemology, like the true epistemology is not theonomous, or saying that it is theonomous. The true epistemology would be a theonomous, even in his view, I think, because he is inquiring into God in general for this debate, especially he's holding that position. And so with that being said, with that, if he agrees with that, that's when you then attack reductio ad absurdum to any epistemological positions that he holds in a theonomous manner with any of the gods that he affirms. And you honestly could just literally reduce every view that he tries to posit until the Christian God is the only one possible left. That's the entire point.
Yeah, that's good. Chase Haggard just texted me. He's in panel, so that'd be fun. My strategy was to, if I do go up tonight, I was gonna try to move him from general theism to revelatory monotheism. That there is one God who created and sustains everything, and has revealed himself to us such that we can know him. Right? That's the only way that you can get knowledge. And there's very few worldviews that can be revelatory monotheism.
Yeah.
Outside of the primary, there's like Zoroastrianism and like a couple of obscure ones like that. And then I was going to move into the one in many problem, but I'm not, I have a basic understanding of the one in many problem, but I mean, against Neil, he doesn't, like I said, he's weak in philosophy. So I think I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. I mean, like, I definitely would say that if you decided to go up there, man, just make sure that obviously you don't let him do that dumb rhetoric of just saying like, but how does this prove your position? Right? Like, you know that, like, even if I can reduce everything on the planet, even if there's no worldviews left, he would still say, how does this prove your position?
Yeah,
like that's literally which shows that it's a dishonest thing to hold to, because if there's literally no possibilities for any worldviews left and orthodoxy still stands, then it's impossibility to the contrary. I was thinking that impossibility to the contrary is like a dishonest method of proclaiming something. It's just brain rot, because those people don't want to actually go through the conversation of walking through that. They don't want to do it. Uh-oh, what just happened? Oh.
Yeah, down.
Is this an ad? Oh, this is it opening?
She's sick with it. Yeah, she makes, I don't know if she makes them or she pays someone, but she has little intros for everything.
I really freaking hope that these guests don't say dumb shit, bro. I want to watch this.
Well, I texted as many good Orthodox people.
Hey, yo, she didn't make this. I know what this is from.
What's it from?
It's from For Honor, bro.
Ah.
It's from the Ubisoft game For Honor, bro. I know what that's from. That's a cinematic. It's an opening cinematic for the game. Stolen Valor. Exactly, Mexitox.
Right.
Oh my gosh, they brought so many people up.
Oh, Chase Haggard's here. There we go.
What's up, Neil? How are you, man?
What's going on, man? Good to see you,
There's
dude.
more backstage too. So we got for the record, and Gnostic, I know you haven't been here.
Oh, I'm actually excited for this. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, if Effigy is kind of a wild boy, so just a heads up.
You can be booted. You cannot boot Gnostic, and I'm vetoing Chase in for the evening as well. And Fatty, because Fatty, I didn't.
And if anybody gets too crazy, I'll send $5 and kick them back, and then you can pause it and go back.
All right, fair enough. If somebody says something crazy, I have to make sure that I just start screaming, "We love Israel" in the TikTok shop really loud.
If you want, rewind it a minute, and I'll listen a minute ahead, and I'll warn you.
The account that my beard is.
Okay, yeah. Let me do that. That's actually a really good idea.
You've been here a while, Jess.
Yeah. All right. That's what we're gonna do. So Wi-Fi is gonna stay in here. Then he'll be
All right, we're
listening
gonna
a
go ahead
minute
and
ahead,
kick this off.
and he'll let me know if somebody says something
Oh,
crazy, so I can mute up.
What's going on, man? Good to see you,
There's
dude.
more backstage too. So we got for the record, and Gnostic, I know you haven't been here.
Everybody in
Chase,
chat, cheer for Schoolboy and GT.
most
GT's
of
in
the
there as well.
convo
Pope.
have
I
been
think he's
not
LARPing as a
related to
Gnostic though, just to show
but
the
you
problem with
cannot be
Gnostic's
booted.
position.
You
So I'm
cannot
excited to
boot
see how that's gonna
Gnostic,
work
and
as
I'm
well.
vetoing Chase in for the evening as well. And Fatty, because Fatty, I didn't know you
Yeah,
had an interest
if
in
you
this
talk, I
topic.
probably won't hear you because I'm
So
going
I
to
am
pay attention
vetoing, keep
extra to
them
make
on
sure
for
I
the
can warn
evening.
you if I
Yeah,
hear
you're
some
good.
Everybody
on
else
mute
is
type.
up for grabs. You
You're
can
good.
boot. There's other people. You want to be booted, Fatty? You all right? Fine. Fatty's not vetoed, but
These brokies don't have money to
Can
boot
I
me.
can I actually make a motion to not be vetoed on the account that my beard is better than both Neil's
I have
and
this.
Chase's?
There we go. He's not lying either. He's not lying. That's a good beer.
Yo,
Right
that's a good argument, bro. You
And
see that?
Technically,
speaking of,
mine is just high quality Sharpie, but
Yeah.
this isn't live,
that's
so we're
fair.
backstage.
The
so we can
mustache
talk
does
about this.
mog. The
And
mustache is mogging my mustache.
Chase, didn't you just get married? Was that you?
I did. I
Oh,
did.
congratulations.
Congratulations,
Thank
sir.
And preemptively booting Duck to the back for 10. So Duck, I do see you back there. You are already at the back of the line anyway. So I'm gonna hold on
Yeah,
to
did that dude
that
just
until
mog
it is your
Schoolboy?
turn. I'm gonna bring you up for 6 seconds and then boot you back for 10 minutes. That's fair. But I also have backstage James Live Talks, Abe Dinkus, Caucasian Sasquatch, all waiting in line. So if you do boot or if you want to see them up here
You have to
instead,
scoot it over
it's
to the right or
about a
the
minute
left.
starting at 5. Outside of that, I want to open it up to Chase. I know you have something smart to say to Gnostic. Who's got feedback? Please fix your
Right.
shit. Thank you. Go ahead,
Boom.
Chase.
Yeah,
You
I
know
hope
if you need it more.
all the names that Sarah just listed, they better be interesting, right, Neil? I mean, with
Right.
Abe Dinkus, and what was the other one? I don't even know, but
Yeah, Abe Dinkus and Caucasian Sasquatch. He's a
and
regular here.
Caucasian
And
Sasquatch, yeah.
That's good.
They better be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, good to see you, Neil. Hope you're doing well, man.
Good to see you too.
So I know
Wait, so I can just send $5 and boot somebody out?
things are still leaning kind of the classical foundationalist route, right? Where it's like, okay, well, I have these axioms that I start with, and they don't need to be justified because I can do things and they're repeatable and they're pragmatic. Is that kind of right?
Yeah, that's fair. Fair.
Okay. The issue with that is, and that Schoolboy would probably take a similar tack, and Schoolboy is super intelligent. I'm glad he's on here, but
Yo, W
what are you
Schoolboy
gonna do
Glaze.
if we just use that same
W
standard
Schoolboy Glaze.
for justifying the
By Chase
possibility of
Haggard.
knowledge, ethics, and metaphysics? We say, well, Orthodox Christianity works, or whatever, theism, and I'm sure Schoolboy and I would go off on others.
More?
It works, and it's repeatable, and it justifies these things, and I don't need anything further, and it's an axiom.
What do you mean by it?
Do as you're
works? Talking
told.
about,
Bro, blue collar,
like,
I'll mute your
what
ass, bro.
works? What are you talking about?
So it works in the same sense as, you're saying, well, I look out in the world, we have, seems to have uniformity of nature, we identity over time, the laws of logic, they just seem to be in place. So I'm just going to take that I have them and I don't need to justify them. We could make that same.
Who's this Abe Dinkus, bro?
Orthodoxy is true and it justifies those.
Who is this guy?
I don't need anything.
Hold on.
I don't need to give an account for them, it's the same move.
Who is this guy?
With a different foundation.
Yeah. And I think that goes back to me just asking why Christianity though? Why Orthodox Christianity then? That's what I'm fine with that. I'm fine with people having their worldview grounded in a specific thing. Great. I get it. I understand that. I'm also wondering why it's the only precondition for knowledge.
For sure. Well,
Is this the only
just
coherent
doing an
position?
internal
Simple as
critique
that.
at first.
Who's Abe? W Abe? Who's Abe? I don't know Abe.
Your standard of
You don't. I completely.
Am I missing the plot, chat? I think I'm missing the plot.
So this is, and I'm happy to, but I'm just trying to do an internal critique at first to show the weakness of the position that it seems you have. Of okay, well, I just have access to these things and they work. And
Come
we
on,
can do the
Bryce.
same thing,
Yo,
and then you're adding another.
the guy in the
standard.
Abe
Why
Lincoln
that?
hat.
Well, we can say, well, why
Abraham
your
Lincoln.
arbitrary
Okay, so you guys are
assumptions?
just
So now
trolling me. All
now
right.
it's
So he's not relevant.
pushed
You're just
back
saying that
to
he's
beyond classical
all
foundations.
right, bro.
And I'm not claiming that people should follow my particular axioms or whatever my my presuppositions are. I'm not asking that. I'm particularly trying to hone in on just Christianity, for example, other than just more of a theoretical Platonist model that works just as well.
Are you looking for more of a like positive account than like an argument? Is that pretty much where you're going with this?
You mean by positive account, like demonstrate why the Christian God
Yes.
is the yes? I would
Yeah.
love that.
And I'm happy to get into that, but first I just want to point out there's an I thought there's somebody talking. There's
Yeah,
an
that was me.
arbitrary.
That was me. I was just saying, get into it right away. Just show him
Yeah.
something. Like,
Who's Dub?
show him
Anybody know
something.
Dub?
Sure,
Like,
but
Well, go ahead, Chase. I know you're running a line of logic. I'd like to hear it.
yeah, no, it's because I like Neil. Like me and Neil, we haven't talked a bunch, but like we have good rapport, and so I'm trying to just show that based on the standards that you already hold, it's inconsistent to then be asking for justification
Gramps
for other
yapping.
positions,
Yeah,
which
seems
we
so.
can give.
I don't know
But
who
I'm
that
just
is.
saying it's inconsistent because you're just granting yourself these things and saying, I don't need to justify them, but you guys do.
I don't necessarily agree with that because like I said with the whole what's behind this wall thing. I don't need to know what's behind the wall to sort of question why you think someone might think there's like an elephant behind the wall. I don't.
So
I
in
can.
the analogy, sorry.
Yeah. No, that's fine. You can go with that.
In the analogy,
Who's
we're
Dr.
saying,
Luke? Who's that?
okay, you're saying there's a thing called a wall. What
We're
is
watching
a
a
wall,
stream
and what
tempo
makes walls possible?
of Schoolboy and
I would
Pope are
say,
both on, and it's a
there
Gnostic
any other
informant
explanation
saying that
besides
the Christian God is not the necessary
the wall
precondition for
just
knowledge.
wood with a handle and a door and it opens up and there's something
But
behind it?
the question keeps getting pushed back. All it is, we can just keep on ontology of just
Yeah.
predicating thing, right? Neil, wall, phone,
Yeah.
YouTube, these different things that have existence. Whatever's being predicated, we're taking the question back a step and saying a worldview that can account for these
All
things
these new
is
characters appearing. I know
necessary
exactly, bro. We're
true.
like freaking.
And
It's
if
like
you
lore.
don't
Like
have
we're
the
like
ability to
developing a
account
story
for
right
something
now.
that you're appealing to,
Like who's Abraham
then
Lincoln? Who's
you
Dr.
can't
Luke?
appeal to that
Who's
thing
this
as a
old
compelling
Gramps
standard and
yapper,
make you
bro? Like
forego giving an
what's
account
going on
for it.
right now?
Well, we're in the position I mentioned before. If you're going to have to accept relativism.
And Chase, if you don't mind, I don't mean to.
No, I don't necessarily agree with that because we
Pope
have
just
things
got
that are
cut
objectively
off.
true. And we can agree on these things that are
Hate to see
objectively
it.
true, like snow is white, for example.
Pope got cut
I
off.
don't have to. I don't necessarily have to account for that. I don't have to appeal to anything to account for that. We just know snow is white. We both agree on that.
But what's in
Right.
question is the thing called snow
All right.
and it being objectively true. That's what's
Also
in question.
whiteness. Also
Whiteness,
All right. So
snow,
currently
right?
we
All
got
these
That's fine.
things.
I get why you're asking.
we got
that, but
Schoolboy,
why would
the
Christianity
bad cop,
or
right?
any worldview, for that matter,
Then we got
be
Abe.
the only way to account for those things?
Yeah,
if I may interject,
Abraham Lincoln.
Chase, there
Right.
was
We got
something
Abraham
that you said
Lincoln.
that really perked up
We got
my
Dub
ears, and it came down to
as the yapping
like,
Gramps.
I know that you said that you're not a philosopher, right, Neil?
Okay.
Right.
Have you ever heard of Munchausen's trilemma?
No.
We got GT.
Or Agrippa's
right?
trilemma, it's sometimes known
Yeah.
as.
I've heard of these things.
The interrupted
I
one.
couldn't explain it right now. No.
So
Yeah, and then we
it's-
got Dr.
it's
Luke.
It's a critique that
The Bo Branson
about
ripoff.
epistemology that essentially all
Okay.
worldviews boil down to
Boom.
one of three things: either
We got the bad cop, Abraham Lincoln,
or
yapping Gramps, the interrupted one,
cut out for a second.
and Dr.
Schoolboy,
Bo Branson
you
ripoff.
started,
That's what we
yeah,
got
you
so
cut,
far.
You cut out right when you're getting into the horns of the dilemma.
If more people start appearing, we'll figure it
Let
out.
me hop on my laptop. My phone's glitching out. I'll be right back, guys.
Sure, take your time.
Hey, yo, can everybody say Schoolboy is running in the chat? Thanks.
All I want to point out is the line I was just going down is just, okay, we just have truth and objective truth is what you're saying. That's what we're bringing into question, is how you can actually justify that claim in general.
Well,
And
I
you're
think
saying
The
I don't have
other
to.
word
well,
for
I would
female
appeal to it,
genitalia,
reasoning and
the upper part. I don't know. I don't want to get banned on here. That begins with a T.
All
Is
right,
that
what
bad?
time? What time? That just happened?
Like 15 seconds ago.
All right, guys, we're gonna mute for about a minute because I'm currently a minute behind Wi-Fi Gospel. I don't want to hear that word on the stream. That's gonna mess up the live pretty bad. What milligram? 9 milligram velo. Okay, wintergreen. That's what I'm currently rocking right now. What's up, Tempo? How you doing?
What's up, dude?
Doing good. Watching the stream.
All I heard was Schoolboy ran, so you know.
Yo, what the frick happened to? Okay, so now Schoolboy and GT are not on the panel anymore. I really don't care to watch this. I'm not gonna lie. Where'd they go?
They got pulled down. You can pay money to pull people down. So Powder Dusty, the guy who said that word,
But it's still
paid to
thing
get
you share in this
pulled them down.
Flo and James, goodbye. Damn, are you serious? Can I pay to bring him up?
Yeah, if you at least $5.
$5. So if I pay $5 right now, I'll put Schoolboy. If I pay $10, I'll get GT and Schoolboy back up there.
I would do it separately, but yeah, and say who you want pulled down.
Pulled down?
Means that we don't have to, right? That's the
Yeah, so like say Schoolboy up, Effigy down, and then your other friend's name up and Abe down or something.
Yeah, all right.
There are certain
Schoolboy up.
I would get rid of
Dude,
Effigy because
dude, yeah, I was about to say, dude, I have money. I'm controlling this damn panel. You have no idea.
Well, it depends on what we're talking about, but not everything. So not
All right.
everything we know for sure is true.
See, this is what's wrong with capitalism.
How do you know that?
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna mog this whole panel, and I'm gonna make sure that I know who's up here. It's too easy. Boom. Guess on my security code. Don't hurt me.
This right here, that's the color white. So
You're
snow
still predicating
also has the same
thing,
color.
but you're still predicating a thing, right? Whatever details and attributes you want to point out.
Thanks for the security code. Shut up,
There's
bro.
a thing outside of me that exists. That's a huge metaphysical universal claim.
I was
You're
half
saying,
paying
I don't need
attention
to
when
account
I was
for it.
talking to you. I
And
don't
then
think
you're
any other
asking
words were
us, and we
said.
can
Just
give an
saying.
account. I'm just trying to point out that you just get to grant yourself things that you don't.
Zay, you're kicked for being a
Yeah, but
liberal.
it's not the same.
Easy.
Snow is we both agree snow exists in our world. We don't know, even if I grant that God exists, we don't know what this God is, or if it's the Christian God, or if it's the Muslim God. We don't know that. So
That's arbitrary.
It's a way.
Yo, so many people are donating that it's gonna get all clogged, and my donations are gonna mean nothing.
It's called a postulate, sir. It's just a postulate.
Okay.
Some people have beliefs, whether they are a positive or negative assertion, they cannot be proven. That's what it's called.
Well,
It's a
hold on.
postulate.
If you don't mind, really, I don't mean to cut in, but I do
I
have
just
something.
wanted to get something in there. It's called the
Bro,
postulate.
kick this
and I
guy.
showed
Who is
you.
this?
Yeah,
Get this
kick
guy out
that.
of here.
Yeah, dude, hold on 1 second.
Please do.
Get this old boomer
So
out of here,
really quick, though,
please.
I just have to ask.
This dude out of here, bro.
You know that the tag.
It's
Dub down.
144 camera.
I mean, we're epistemic
Still
holders,
about the
right?
gym right now.
Orthodox Christianity, we have this position that we hold, gives a positive account. It's the whole entire worldview and paradigm that
You gotta
accounts
turn it up,
for
bro.
all these things. So we're not just saying
Yeah.
necessary precondition, therefore God
Schoolboy
is
up,
not.
effigy down.
All
Goodbye,
that's
effigy.
saying that
GG's.
and that's something that was mentioned earlier, but was kind of
Too easy.
cut off.
And that's the whole worldview. But before we get to that, it needs to be shown that they can just grant themselves things.
I don't like it.
justifying, and that's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah.
Is
They're
just
not
showing
going to
you
be
just.
able to show you anything. You might as well just get into an actual subject
Well,
because
let him.
it's a
Let
Wait,
him
you're
go.
not
Yeah,
gonna just.
get
I
this,
didn't hear
Bro,
you. I'm
get
get
sorry.
this guy out of here,
Just
bro.
justify-
Get this dude out of
fucking guy
here.
out of here.
Sir, no matter which side you're on one side or the other, and it's called a postulate. You
This
cannot
dude got
build
some.
it.
Get him down. Get
It's
him down.
called faith.
Yo, Sid,
So
fucking get
you
him
have
down,
a
bro.
faith
Just for
side,
making that move.
and
How
so
can
do
you prove that you can't prove it? Can you justify that claim?
Yeah, it's because of this sandwich. That's how.
No,
Oh,
it's because
how does
it's because
sandwich?
Yo, I don't
account
even
for
think
that?
my wife is
Same
watching
way
this
the
stream,
New
bro.
Testament.
I'm
Same
gonna
way
be
the Trinity
controlling
says.
this
What do you mean?
panel.
How does a
come on,
sandwich
bro.
does
Come on now.
everything?
Come on now. Hey,
Sandwich
listen,
is
Hold on,
the
hold
only
on.
creator.
Allow me to try to
Bryce,
get
she's
some
in the viewer list.
assembly. Let's try to go one at a
Is she?
time.
Dang it.
At least
Dang it.
try
No.
go ahead back to Chase. I think you were.
Yeah, you're cooked, buddy.
I'm cooked.
So
I'm
how-
running plays.
how
Exactly.
is that
Vexodox. I'm running plays right now.
They are not being allowed to just grant themselves objective truth claims without justifying them, and now they're just shouting sandwich
The
and just
exact
saying.
same way that you are. I have as much evidence that sandwich created the universe as you do. That
Yep.
Jesus
Get
did.
mad at me,
Actually,
Dub.
probably
Goodbye.
because
Yeah,
Too easy.
get out of
it
He's out of there.
exists.
He's
You
gone.
can't do the same for
He's
the
gone.
Trinity.
So you only believe in things that physically exist?
No, that's not what I said.
Oh, but you
that's
can only
not the real
prove things
question.
exist
Don't
that
move
are
the-
physical, right?
Nope, that's not what I said.
Oh, well, then how do you prove non-physical things? You
You're
said
moving the
you can only prove
goalpost because you don't
sandwich.
want to acknowledge the fact that my sandwich has
Stop
more
moving the goalpost.
viability than your Trinity. Your
Why
Trinity
would
does
Who is this guy?
Claim.
conceptually.
Can you make a positive account on how a sandwich grants you the possibility of knowledge?
Thank you.
Sure. Created everything.
Continue.
Without the
Someone
Trinity,
clip that,
without the
please.
Clip
Trinity
that,
sandwich,
please.
I
Somebody
can't
clip
have
that.
knowledge, and I have knowledge. You have knowledge, so obviously, sandwich created things.
So you're completely
What?
guys, and Neil, this is actually where I was kind of getting into it before my phone was having problems. You do misrepresent the tag argument. It's not an argument that's just saying like it's not a tautology. It's saying God is the necessary precondition for knowledge. Knowledge, therefore, God. Right. So the argument is that
The fact
God
that
is
that guy
the
thinks it's a
necessary
tautology is
precondition.
crazy.
Now, to substantiate that claim is actually a disjunctive. So I know that you're not a philosopher, but
What do you mean by that?
So a disjunctive would be a proposition
Oh,
that
schoolboy,
is an
don't mess
either
this
or
up, please.
statement, essentially. So
Okay.
the possibility of knowledge is either theonomous or not theonomous, meaning from God. And
Thought
it
it
is
said theonomous or
not theonomous
autonomous.
because there is no autonomous worldview.
Did
that
GT
can
just get
actually
booted?
account for the
No,
possibility.
he's still here. He's still here. Pope's in there.
You would have
Bottom
to
right.
ask God for that to be the case, sir.
This is a
Don't
false
you just say
binary.
Well,
it's
and it's
theonomous
not
or
a false
autonomous?
binary, and there's
How's that a false dichotomy?
yeah, and there's
Because
numerous.
you're forcing something that we don't know the answer to into an either or.
It's not a
when we
false
don't
Does that
know
dude
the
have a
answer,
glass
it's
of
not
whiskey?
available.
Well, you're claiming
Huh?
we don't know the answer.
Does that
We
dude
have
have
a
a
different
glass of whiskey,
position
bro?
than you.
What's it called?
Yeah,
The
oh,
answer
you don't know.
Branson?
You don't believe something. Let me finish. You don't believe something, so nobody knows it. You're going to need to actually demonstrate that claim.
Does he know what a
And we
false
can start
binary
off
is?
even more simply. Either the universe is intentional or it's not intentional. Is the universe
See, now
intentional,
if Zay was
powdered,
up there, it'd be
dusty,
over.
or is it not intentional?
I must be confused about what you're trying to communicate me. Could you lead the way and
Do you
demonstrate
understand the
using
question?
your
Can you
own?
repeat the question I just asked you?
I want you to lead by example and show me how
Can you repeat
the
the question I
Trinity.
answered?
I'm
The point
asking
he's
you to teach
making
it
is
better.
we don't have access to
Okay, great. Is
non-intentionality.
the
So
universe
Holy crap! That dude just
intentional or is it
that dude just
non-intentional?
donated
This is a
$100 and
true
removed flow,
dichotomy. It's
bro.
an
That's
either
crazy.
or, and one of them will immediately collapse
W.
and destroy the possibility of knowledge. So, in
Huh?
your worldview, is the universe intentional or is it not intentional?
Don't know.
You don't know your own worldview?
I don't know if it's intentional or not. I have no idea. I didn't create everything.
Okay, cool. So you do not hold the belief that the universe
What
is
about an
intentional,
F-bomb?
correct?
That's
It
fine,
may be
right?
intentional.
That's fine.
What I hold the
Oh,
belief is
so
that
you
I
don't know.
don't.
You
hold,
don't know what you
hold
believe.
Hold on. Let me finish. I don't hold the knowledge of how the universe was created.
Are
Do
they
you
going to
hold
say,
the
let me
knowledge?
finish, but cut Chase off?
God created the universe. I don't know every single mechanic, but again, you're not answering. 1 second, Dr. Luke.
Sure.
You're literally saying, no, the universe is not intentional. I don't hold that belief. That means everything in the universe is
No,
accidental.
I didn't say that.
And that.
You
Oh, so
want
you
me to
do
say
believe
that?
the universe is
Hold
intentional?
on,
What
let
I
me do
said
something
is
real
that
quick,
I do
actually.
not know the answer to that question because
then how
I
are you
didn't
Yeah,
gonna
create.
cool.
critique?
So,
I didn't
so
create the
in your
universe. And I
worldview,
wasn't
that
there.
you know what that means? Do you
One
know what that
second.
means?
Let me
Because
crop the chat
it's an
out so that I
either or
don't
and it's
get
an
banned for
actual
that.
dichotomy.
People saying
That
bad
means
things in the
in
chat.
your worldview, I don't know the answer. That means it's not
That's
intentional.
not what that means. As much
Oh,
as
is it
you want it to
intentional?
mean that,
Is it
what I'm
intentional?
saying is you're asking for information I don't have.
Okay, yeah. So you don't know if the universe is intentional, correct?
Oh my fucking god!
Oh, whoa.
Correct.
Can
And
you
I'm
you
sorry.
focus?
I'm sorry. Can I? I've been listening to this for
well,
like the last 15 minutes. I just want to say
oh,
just
hold
one
on
thing to
just a
this.
second. Let me do some logistics and then I'll hand it back to you, Doc.
Now we have a party
Hold
corner
on,
for the
Sweater.
Sweater has dropped a full 100, and
Wow.
here we know 100 is a full boot for the
Someone's
evening.
getting scared that his Jesus is going down. Bye, Sweater.
So, any of you Flow
Go eat
State
your
Powder
sandwich.
Dusty
I'm
fans,
breathing
if
it.
you if you would like to keep Flow on, you have to match it.
Yes,
So
I'm
I'm
aware,
going to
Blue
put
Collar.
Flow
Yeah, thank you.
backstage for
I
a
do
couple
have my
minutes. If
stream
somebody
1 minute
chooses
behind.
to match
Wi-Fi's
to bring
watching
him
it live
back
in
up,
case somebody says something
we
crazy,
will
so I can
gladly
mute.
keep him here. Otherwise, Flow will be booted for the entire evening. So I'll give you a few minutes to do so. And then
Wow.
and then allow me, if you don't mind, gentlemen.
That
And
dude was
Dr. Luke, I
manifesting.
did
Yeah, I'm
say I will hand it back
hardcore
to you when we get to
manifesting.
just a couple super chats that came in that I didn't get to get through. Evan Lord sends with the big 5. A question for Gnostic. Have you
Yes, I gotta
researched
ask you,
Persian
what happens if they
philosophy?
send a full
The
100
Persian
for
philosophy
Schoolboy to
holds
be
up
gone?
Islam like Greek philosophy holds up Christianity. And that's directly to you, Gnostic.
A little bit. I've talked to some scholars that talk about like Zoroastrianism and the Magi. it holds up Islam. I would say a little bit. I mean, there's probably a little bit of influence on that.
Am I able to pay an amount that makes it to where somebody
And
can't get
then
kicked?
past, of course, so throwing a big 5 to say the chat always wins, which is true here. And James, can you just say back in my day real quick?
Ha ha ha! But back in my day, ha ha ha! Very funny.
And Daniel gifted 5
Thank you,
Gnostic
Daniel.
Informant memberships, and also follows up to say, would the gospel be less psychologically powerful if Jesus was not a god and just a
Bro, what?
In my view, Jesus was a Gnosticism.
Was the
a
church?
Gnos- was
Would it be less psychologically powerful? I don't know. Probably. Sure.
I mean,
Hey,
that's just
Bryce, that dude
arbitrary
has the
again, though.
divine spark, bro.
Psychologically powerful
Yeah,
could
for
be
real.
anything to a million different people.
Right.
And then
Yeah.
you're getting into different problems of you have knowledge of who Jesus is through and what he said through the Bible, which was passed on through a historical body that believed that Christ is God.
Mhm.
So you're gonna have a big epistemic problem there of rejecting their belief and then going in. But yeah,
No, I agree. I agree. There's an issue with knowing fully what
Pope went down?
Jesus was. But yeah.
Can I
Yeah,
can I ask
someone-
you fellas a question?
Well, I wanted to hand it back to Dr. Luke because I interrupted him for the logistics. So, Dr. Luke, back to you, sir.
I'll give it a little bit,
if
and then I'll
you
bring
want
Pope back
to
up.
Chime in on it.
Are you a
Sure
real
thing.
doctor, by the way?
It's the Raging Tomato
exactly.
Sylve.
It was just conferred last week, actually. So.
Oh, yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
You never know with the internet nowadays, right?
No, I understand.
This
I
Dr.
totally
Luke's
do.
doing
So
first
thank
time on the
you so
internet.
much, Sarah and Gnostic Informant, for this wonderful show.
Oh my gosh.
So I'm sorry, I can't. I'm looking at your Chase. Hi, Chase. Hi.
Hey.
Luke here. Just call me Luke. It's totally fine.
Can I call you
said-
Mr. Doctor, sir?
So you were
I
talking
wasn't,
about.
but I am now.
Did you get knocked out, Pope?
You were talking about intention.
Huh? Yeah. No. I
Bro.
literally just left, bro. I'm done. Oh, fucking.
Okay. It's all good.
I'm gonna let
It's all
Chase
good.
speak.
Pope or Schoolboy is not getting off this panel, bro. I don't care.
I'm speaking more along the lines of.
Dude, you should have seen why he's laughing, dude. I remember a message, and I literally said, bro. I literally said, if this guy was doing a physical on me, I'd be scared.
This where we are is that this place is really it kind of distills down to consent and intent, intention and consent. Like
What is this guy saying?
like that is
I don't even know what he's saying.
that is the
Being
baseline
level
of this
sophistry.
place. And last night I was talking to my partner, my life partner.
Oh,
Look, he's laughing. You see it?
I just turned 44.
Okay.
Get to the point. Let's go.
Stop that. I'm just
bro.
gonna put you in
That's
the back
Mr.
for
Dr.
interrupting
Luke to
him.
you.
That was
If you're gonna egg him on, you're
absolutely,
gonna say Mr. Dr. Luke. Let's get to the point. I'm just kidding.
absolutely fucking unacceptable. Hopefully, all of you other fine gentlemen have better manners. Dr. Luke, please continue.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So my partner and I we've been married for 12 years. We consciously.
Why is he giving a
with
life story,
intention
bro?
And
Dude, he's
and
gay.
consent,
Yes. I'm sorry. Can I say?
decided to have a child.
I don't know.
And we
I'm
just,
booting you just to be safe.
All right,
And
that's fine.
our daughter is going to be 9 months old at towards the end of this month. We've waited, like, I'm 44, she's 34. We spent our whole lives, I know we always wanted to have children, but we wanted to do it with consent and intent. And obviously when you have a child,
Oh, this guy means well, but it just
kind of
means nothing to
come
the argument.
surface. And I know for me that 9-month period,
That's how he talks to his patients to
getting
fall
to her
asleep.
nativity.
Somebody donated $10
It was a healing
by
process.
Dr.
It
Monologue.
brought about a lot of it brought up a lot of childhood trauma. So I'm going back and I'm looking at my childhood and I'm thinking about my dad and I'm thinking,
Dude, just kick him middle as he's talking.
what was the purpose of you having me? Was it just like going through the motion?
What the fuck is going on?
An exercise of, because obviously the way things work down here, we can all agree.
Oh my god.
It's alchemy.
Can you mute this, dude? What are we listening
All
to?
of the divine opposites are ripped apart.
All right,
until
I'm
you stop it.
I'm muting this dude until he gets kicked, bro. I'm so done with this.
Look at
Why
school.
hasn't she kicked him yet?
Like it's cool.
It hasn't come up yet. I'm a minute behind the stream. Remember that. Wi-Fi's watching the stream ahead to make sure that they don't say something crazy.
Can you go there as a product? No, I'm not gonna try. I was actually up there. Did you guys? I mean,
Yeah,
I talked for like 5 seconds.
Yeah. That's why they kicked you, because you were holding a position and not saying anything.
Oh yeah, I didn't want to interrupt because Chase was. I didn't want to like just be rude and just butt in. You know.
I don't think Raging Tomato's holding to this, bro. I know for a fact she saw that thing. I know for a fact she saw that. Oh no. Come on. Bye,
Dude,
Dr. Monologue.
You should have been up there,
that
dude.
consent and intent, right? There's you as
I'm
a
not going
child,
back on. No, I left.
that, you know, children that's they have their own world, right?
Oh,
And
boy,
I
bro.
think too often adults put upon children.
What does any of this have to do with this?
And he's just like, well, you know, like in this world, sometimes you get sick. And sometimes
I'm gonna ask
like
you,
your mother and your father.
Dr. Lou, if you could, like, if there's a question built into what you were kind of monologuing on, if you could ask that question briefly because somebody has booted you to the back.
And I would like to share some feelings just in general as well in a moment.
Oh no.
Oh, he's pissed.
I don't have a question. I was just saying that this realm is consent and intent. That's all I was saying.
Can I ask real quick before you go? How do you know that?
And you don't have the chat's consent to keep rambling. Sorry.
How do you know it's a universal claim, right? And you're a particular human. I'm asking, how do you know this universal state of affairs?
How do I know?
And
this
congrats on your
universal-
daughter too. Congrats on that's amazing. Congratulations.
Chase is so.
It is.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Well, so I said how I know this is that we both, my partner and I, came together and we decided.
I hope so.
Somebody paid $10, bro.
I think the question is
Are you not on there,
bigger-
Bryce?
It's bigger than just you and your partner.
Dude, I might end
right?
up going up there if
it's
this
a
continues,
universal
bro.
claim, like you would have to back it up with something a little bit more.
You chasing
substantial than
Schoolboy?
just
It's
your,
over, dude.
your personal experience with your wife.
Well, here, and I can try something real quick. So,
Okay.
You know, a lot of people don't know this, but you know, my parents passed away when I was very young, and I got, you know, adopted as an orphan. And for the longest time, I was kind of ostracized by my parents. But then,
Just
over
real?
time, I started getting these
No.
invitations to this school. It seemed like a really weird thing.
You'll see.
And it wasn't just a normal invitation dropped off in the mail by a person. It was actually owls that just kept coming and dropping all of the letters off, and they just wouldn't stop. And eventually, I found out
Chase knows that he can't be banned either, so that's what he's doing.
We
No,
might
that's-
all
that has
burn in
nothing to do
hell
with
for
this.
this one. All right, I'm gonna chat.
Yo, what is? I can't see the guy's face. I can't see. Is he
I'm gonna let
pissed?
you go sit backstage for a little bit and
Okay,
think about it.
come on,
and
Raging
maybe,
Tomato. Just let it go, bro.
direct
Just let him go.
your thought process
He's
on it.
not
Decide what
providing
your
substance.
experience
He's not
may be,
providing substance.
and we'll
It was
get
nice
that
to meet you.
sorted
Thank you.
out.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Luke.
We will get it sorted out. Let me.
Hey, that guy needs a
get
Can I
therapy
suggest
session.
something?
And-
Okay, go ahead. I was going to say,
I
when you're
let
done
me-
with that, I think it was, I forgot his
Hold
name
on.
on the bottom right corner.
Schoolboy.
I wanted to hear what he was getting at before his phone was messed up.
Give me a sec.
Fair enough. And let me get
Yeah,
through these,
so-
and then
Wait,
Schoolboy,
is
I'll
Bryce
hand
J
it to
going?
you.
Oh my gosh.
S Mill comes in with a big
I'm gonna
box.
text
You know
Jay.
dogs
I'm gonna
go to
text Jake really
heaven.
quick.
It's a binomial. You don't know, then you say they don't. I don't know. Do I have dyslexia? Am I reading this right?
Do we know if dogs go to heaven? I don't know. Either they do or they don't, right?
They actually.
I think
asked
it
me,
meant
well,
if you.
Yo,
If
hurry up
you-
and get in. I
Okay,
just
thank
texted
you.
Jay.
That
I'm just
hurt my
scared I'm gonna
brain.
get banned, bruh.
You're not gonna get banned.
But like, if they say something
James
crazy, I'm not gonna
and
be able
They're
to.
not. Just
Bro,
preface
they're
that.
not. It's banned, bro. It's done.
Back Chef There we Dylan. Once go, Dr. and Luke Dub started coming kicking up. off.
So I have to pay. I'm gonna have to pay $5 for
There
this to
we
get
go.
you
We
up.
gotta move back here. All right, there we go. Okay, I think we're all set.
Wait, I have to pay. Wait,
All
wait.
right,
Can you mute it, Bryce, really quick?
Schoolboy, back
Or
to
no?
you.
Mute.
Yeah, just mute
So,
it. Like,
yeah,
just
I was
right
talking about
click on the
Justice
tab.
Dilemma,
On the tab,
and
right click
then-
on it. Click mute. Okay, I'm gonna pay $5 to get you up there.
Okay.
Okay. So do I just go to the YouTube channel and do it and just say let it Bryce? Like, what do I?
Yeah, you just send a super chat.
$5? Is that it? I just need to know.
Yeah.
You kind of
Okay,
put it
in
in
a
this
second.
dichotomy, not looking at the third option, like the circularity, right? And Orthodox Christianity.
Wait, don't do it just yet. I gotta pee.
In a very unique
Okay.
way. Because
Caller, I can do it too if you want.
the circularity
Yeah, he
isn't
did, but
necessarily
wait till he comes
virtuous.
back. Wait till he comes back to do it.
Vicious circularity and virtuous circularity. And an example I could give you is that if we're having a semantic debate,
Zay,
about
does he have to tell who to kick or no?
right? By even having that debate, we're already presupposing that.
Yes. It wouldn't hurt to help. Yeah.
Right.
So
Okay,
there's a-
kick the most
there's a
irrelevant
version.
motherfucker there, please.
It's not viciously circular in
No, Pope, I don't think you could say that, dude. I gotta drop you.
the
All right,
aspect
all
where
right,
like
sorry.
Protestantism would be with, oh, how do you know that? The Bible. Well, how do you know what the Bible says? The
Wait,
Bible.
so we could drop an
That's
F-bomb,
viciously
but you can't
circular.
say the mother in
Orthodox
front of the
Christianity
F-bomb?
doesn't fall into that same problem because we also hold the oral tradition.
I mean, we can say it. It's just I know Bryce doesn't want to take a risk, so
But
it's fine. Whatever.
the tag
I don't want to get banned. I might end up getting banned anyway, though.
is making
If somebody says
Bryce,
the R
which one
word,
should-
it's gonna be really
Bryce,
hard.
which one should he kick? Because Blue wants to do it.
saying that the possibility of there
Which
is
one?
no other
Caucasian
Abraham
Sasquatch,
foundational-
maybe, or
I
Abe
wouldn't even say
Dinkus. Abe hasn't said a
Whoever's-
single thing.
But there is no
Okay,
other
do that.
justification for the possibility of knowledge other than a theonomous worldview. And to even take it a step further, a revelatory framework. So you were talking
And I
about
would
why
ask
couldn't
why.
it be grounded in like the Greek?
Is your camera on?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Because it would have to, because it would be begging the question if it was not revelatory.
Everyone wants
for
to donate.
example,
for
these assertions.
Yep. So for example,
Go ahead,
we're
Chase.
without any type of access through first off having the universe be intentional at a minimum, which is why I brought up that dichotomy before with the guy who could not even follow along. With the worldview being intentional, now you can even start getting
Put the
moving
goober
and saying,
goggles on for this
okay,
too.
that's why we have order in things. That's why tomorrow will be like today. That's why water will still boil at the temperature it does today, as it will tomorrow. And when you start getting into those
Gonna throw 'em
universal
off.
claims of
You
saying
twist the mustache.
water's going to boil at Neil's house
Oh,
at the
yeah.
same temperature it's going to boil at Chase's house, you're getting into things that you're not empirically verifying. You're stuck in particular states of verification of instances
Can't do
like
it. My
David
beard,
Hume
my
brought up,
mustache is too
and
long.
without any type of revelatory theism to be able to account for and justify
Like a
the
minute
universal
behind, right?
state of affairs of water
No,
always
mine's alive
boiling
right now
at a same
because I'm in
temperature
the
somewhere else,
StreamYard
you're
now.
never going to be able to justify that.
What's the YouTube
Ever.
page called? Is it just her
And if we
channel?
don't have to
Raging
justify it,
Tomato.
we don't care about justifying
The
it.
Raging Tomato.
We're going to go
caller.
back in the problems
You
that I
don't do
was
it, I'll do it. I don't
illustrating at
care.
the beginning of the conversation. That wasn't a dodge. That was to lay the groundwork for this to show, hey, we can't go back there, or you're going to have to forfeit an insane amount of stuff, and everything's going to break.
Why
What is
does
going
that be
on?
revelatory
An online
to
panel on the
know
Raging
that
Tomato. I'm gonna
water
try and get on it.
boils at a specific temperature, no matter where I'm at on the planet?
So you and me are particulars that are stuck in a certain instance of time, right? Seeing, well, every time I've seen water boil, it's been at this temperature, right? And let's just grant measurement and all that,
That's
right?
inductive
Let's just
reasoning,
grant for
right?
now.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. How are you going to be able to say, how are you going to be able to justify that it always will? You can't if you're stuck in just your particular instances of this material knowledge.
Right. It's
Give it a
inductive
second, Bryce.
reasoning. Every time I've boiled water, it's always been at the same temperature. Therefore, the likelihood of it boiling at the same temperature is extremely high. What's wrong with saying that?
You won't, because you won't be able to justify that likelihood claim. Where did that come from?
Right, but I can do an experiment and I can do it. I can't experiment and determine if the revelatory God of the Christian Bible is.
Well, the
there's
experiment
no
is actually the argument.
It's $5, Methodox. $5.
Yeah, and the experiment, quote
There's no-
unquote, right? One second. The experiment, quote unquote, is, and the testing of it is seeing if your worldview can account for the very possibility of the things you're using right now to argue and to boil water. And sorry, you schoolboy, I was cutting you off by accident.
But I can make a worldview
No, it's all
account
right.
for things. I can write up my own worldview that account for things and just make my own theories about things, and it can account for everything. It doesn't mean it's true.
You
It
can't,
seems
'cause
like
you can't-
creating
you
a
can't
problem
even-
that you didn't answer, right? Like that's what it feels like to me, because
Okay.
we sit in here and
Mhm.
argue over it. Because I'm not a deep philosophy guy either. I only dabble. I'm a dabbler.
I'm a dabbler.
But it seems to me
Did you
like
say you're a
when
diddler?
I'm a dabbler. Dabbler.
You're a diddler. It's cutting out. You just keep. I
He's
just keep
hitting the
hearing.
Cam Newton 2015.
I'm just playing.
Chase,
I'm
You're a little bit of a dabbler.
said a word. I mean, I don't
Yeah,
think it's
no,
bad.
no, it's all good. I'm actually trying to get on the StreamYard, so I'm watching it live now. I'm just risking
as
it.
they are, as though they are things
Word.
like outside of what my context that I keep them in. So like to me, like if belief is like a brain state where you're taking a proposition.
Blue
and
collar
applying
doesn't do
knowledge
this,
is
dude. In
just a
like 2
belief
minutes, I'm
that
gonna
you
do it
hold
myself. I
to
don't
a
give a
certain
shit.
Someone
degree.
already $5'd me up there, but I
is
haven't
you guys
gotten
aren't
brought up
talking
yet.
about like true knowledge. Knowledge
Was
can be
delayed
false,
probably or
right?
no? Am I tripping? No.
No.
No, that's not knowledge.
That's not.
Well, it
You're,
depends.
okay, you have
Real
your
quick.
definition of
In my
knowledge is that it's true. It comports with reality.
yeah,
basically.
Justified true belief.
justified true belief, and sometimes you may need a fourth condition like non-accidental or something. That's where Gettier cases. We're fine with Gettier cases. That Gettier cases actually have nothing to do with the possibility of knowledge itself. Gettier cases
Who are we
assume
kicking?
that
Who are we
knowledge is
kicking,
possible.
please?
Is what we're bringing
Abe,
into question.
Abe's not doing
So
anything.
what
He
would
hasn't
you
said a
define-
word.
how would you
How do you get
define-
past any of this
Kick
just
Abe.
being
You,
reality?
no, just you
Because
ask them
reality
who
is
you
our-
want to
our
kick.
basis
Just say
for
yes,
what
Abe.
objectivity and objective truth is, right?
Reality is what's in question right now. That's like
I
the
don't know why
biggest
he's up
claim you can
there.
ever make, and the most
Slime says
bold
leave Abe out
question
of
of
this.
all of philosophy is, what the heck is this stuff? It's all water. It's all fire.
Leave
It's
Abe
all
out of
this.
this, bro.
That's
I
the
need
biggest question
a
ever. And I can just
space.
say, okay, man, if you're okay with that level of philosophy and lack of it,
What's up,
cool,
Kenya?
man.
How are
Like me
you?
and Schoolboy just deserve all your income, and we just do. It's just
All
reality.
right, there we
You need
go.
to pay up. Neil, you need to give me your channel. You just need to do it.
But
sorry,
I'm confused.
may
I'm
I-
confused on something. Like our knowledge that we have is built on knowledge that precedes it, right? I mean, even like heliocentrism was built off of geocentrism, and just after a while, more observations, more hypotheses, we changed our model.
He still
So
doesn't get
what
it.
would you define?
You
Wouldn't
better
false,
talk,
wouldn't
Bryce. You
knowledge
better
be
talk.
false? Like, what would you define that as?
Just false information.
Yeah. So
Okay.
so
It's
real
not
quick.
actual knowledge.
Yeah, and that's why
Just
we
try not
brought
to
up
talk too much so I don't get
you
confused.
in your
I
worldview.
got you. Let me
Obviously,
set
you
up.
can define something as you want, and we can talk about that, right? We in our worldview, knowledge is a justified true belief, and sometimes you may need a fourth condition like non-accidental or something. We don't need those for meta level arguments, though. That's a whole different question of like Gettier cases and stuff. So justified true belief, you can't have false knowledge just based on our definition, just analytically, you can't. That doesn't answer the question of knowledge being possible. That's just analytically true. It's not in our definition.
So you're just defining knowledge as something that is true depending on what people believe. That's knowledge.
A justified meaning you have good reasons to believe, and obviously we can get into good reasons. And I'm not ever asking people for some exhaustive definition of something, right? Because I agree. It's like, no, our predicates are going to end up at a spot where we just have to say, well, there's an essence or a nature of this thing. I can't fully define what that thing is, but I can account for things, right? And essences. So justified true belief is our definition of knowledge. So justified good reasons to believe, which backing that up a little bit more broad, reasons that are coherent and that actually logically link together to what you're saying is the case, right? Like your bank account, you know how much money you usually make a month. You can have a justified belief of how much money you're going to make this month. I hope you make really good money this month. It may not be true, could be. You could have good reasons to believe it, and it could not be true. You could make more, right? But you have good reasons to believe it.
And
Based
like,
on track record and stuff like that.
sorry, I just wanted to kind of like talk about the justified thing real quick. Like when we're talking about like justified true belief in terms of like, because you said Gnostic, that is it something that people just believe in? It would be something that we believe in insofar as it being having explanatory power, right? It actually having the ability to explain something in a coherent method, rather than, because people can believe things all day long, but if they're incapable of actually showing how that system that they believe in would be coherent, and actually follow a proper set of systems that would make something true in the first place, then they wouldn't be a justified true belief in any way, shape, or form. It would simply just be considered information rather than knowledge, which wouldn't be the same
And
thing.
I got to jump in for just a sec. It's getting late. I have to get up at 5:30 a.m. tomorrow. Neil, it's really good to see you. Sarah, thanks for having me up. Nice to meet you.
Bryce, take over.
I gotta reach out to you. I remember like last year we were like you were on a stream and I was in your chat. I'm like, oh yeah, let's chat.
Yeah.
Schoolboy, Bryce, they're awesome. Sarah, they're really cool. I don't know if you met them before, but before they go, whenever they do, you should give them a chance to shout out their stuff. They're really cool. Thanks for having me on. Hope everybody has a good night. Have a good night, Neil. See you
Good
guys.
night, good night, Chase. Good seeing you.
All right, well.
You're hurting my feelings, Chase.
All right, so let me ask you this.
Oh, Dub's back.
I have a lot of questions right now that I would like to go, and I'm trying to think of which the best course. But I would, I guess if I was, for example, I'm a Taoist priest, and I say the Tao accounts for all knowledge. What would you say to refute that under the same circular tag argument? The Tao accounts for all knowledge. The Tao is the precondition for all knowledge. How do you disapprove that under your worldview?
So, like, what about the Tao? Like, how so?
Just the Tao. It counts for all things.
I mean, it goes back to like the explanatory power
So
thing, right? So if you make that a claim.
That's not what we do with tag, by the way. So you may have like talked to people that are very poor at giving the positive account or even arguing tag accurately.
Gramps is yapping on
Kind of
mute.
going into that earlier, saying like, okay, yes, we have the modus ponens, we have God is a necessary precondition for knowledge, knowledge therefore God, right? That is a sound and valid form of argumentation. It's just
Saying good
boilerplate.
sound is
What's the difference
begging
between
a
what you-
lot in there.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand. What was the difference between the way you just phrased it and me saying that the Christian God is the precondition of all knowledge, therefore knowledge is based on or is grounded and justified by God? What's the difference?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
If I said, I'll even use the Taoist frameworks because just so we can, I can want to hear how you, the Tao is
I like
the
how
precondition
Bryce is
for
just
all
staring
knowledge.
into the camera.
Yeah, I'm just aura farming, bro. Hold on.
Now, the Tao is the precondition for all knowledge.
Necessary precondition.
Yeah, knowledge is so
That
therefore
is very important.
the necessary. I'm sorry, say that again. The necessary
It would be
precondition
blank
for all
is
knowledge.
blank is the necessary precondition for blank, blank therefore blank.
Right.
Just set your foundation. Set your
Okay, so-
foundation. So you're trying to make an argument, and you're trying to make an argument now.
It's
set your
classical
foundation.
foundationalism.
Yo,
Sure.
what?
Set your
I guess-
foundation.
so you're saying there's a difference between throwing the word necessary in there and not throwing the word necessary in there?
Absolutely.
What does that word necessary do compared to me just saying it?
Set your foundation.
Something would be a massive
Hold on,
difference
bro.
between
Hold on,
determining
bro.
something
Hold
as
on.
contingent
Hold on.
or necessary.
Hold on. For like Scooby or whatever, just hold on. If you truly are a particular priest, then go ahead and explain all the beliefs.
I
that
didn't
you
say
have.
I didn't say I was a priest.
No, you're asking
Gramps,
me.
Come on, we were having a
Oh, I
conversation.
thought he was talking to me. I'm sorry.
So then you just made up a scenario in which you have no knowledge on anything. So
You're talking
what's
about
your
me?
problem?
Talking
Yeah.
about me?
He's talking to me, Neil. He's just yapping.
No, I'm not.
This is gonna
No,
get
I'm talking
insane.
to
I'm
not-
using the
There's
Tao
gonna be a
as an
slur.
example.
I feel
And
it.
let's okay, fine. But you notice how if I said the Tao is the necessary precondition of all knowledge, right away I'm getting asked, explain why the Tao is the. I'm waiting for someone to explain to me why the Orthodox God is the I'm still have not heard anything yet. Nothing.
Okay, so would you like
All right,
to hear
so
that
then-
or
so
no?
that's what I'm
Yes.
trying to get to.
Yes.
Wait,
Yes,
wait,
and
wait,
that's what
wait,
I've been
wait,
trying to
wait,
get
wait.
to, Gramps. Like,
Go ahead.
So
Go ahead, schoolboy. Finish your thought.
Yeah, finish it.
So I'm just laying out the argument in the proper format for you because it seemed like you have encountered people that are arguing it poorly in the past.
Fair.
So I'm showing you the modus ponens, and then anyone that rejects the modus ponens asks, what's the justification for that? And then it becomes the disjunctive that knowledge is either theonomous or not theonomous. And
Okay.
it is
Let's
not
say that- let's
not
say that it is.
theonomous.
Let's say that it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then they go, okay, what's the justification for that? And then it becomes a form of informal argumentation via reductio ad absurdum of all other worldviews. So if you posit something that could possibly be a precondition, we would then take a look inside, take a look around, do an internal critique, and see if it's actually coherent.
Damn.
Me doing that to you.
So if
This
that's
is an
what
argument
if
to make
that's
this
Have we been
an argument
practicing
to make
his
ignorance in
tag?
this form.
Yes, he
And
has.
This
Yes.
particular
not-
worldview
He's been
is
talking a
false.
lot about
It's
it.
going
Oh
to
my
not,
God.
never imply that my
It's
particular
not-
worldview is true.
Can you get me right
Oh,
like
let
that,
us
bro?
Show, hey,
an argument
Gnostic
against
informant is
ignorance at all.
incorrect.
Hold,
Oh, I
You can
didn't,
show
I didn't hear
Gnostic
Corin.
informant is
Repeat your, I
incorrect.
didn't hear what you said. Sorry. Repeat that again,
So
Corin.
this
I didn't
is
hear.
just a basic argument from ignorance. We can show, even if we grant Gnostic informant, your worldview is false. saying Gnostic informants worldview is false doesn't imply Eastern Orthodoxy is correct.
That's what I've been trying to say this entire time.
Yeah.
It's just
So
a
did
classical
you
form
figure
of
out
an
what?
argument for ignorance.
So no, you'd figure out what
No,
it is.
because it's
An
relevant.
argument from. Okay, can anyone else speak? Because it's an argument from a postulate. So now we're all at postulate scenario, and we're having to try to figure out things and
Bryce,
reason
just
with
take over,
one
Bryce.
another
Bryce,
in
just
a way
get
that we
in
can
there, dude.
understand. That's what we're
I
trying
want to
to
be a
do.
little bit respectful. Hold on.
Bryce,
Being respectful,
Bryce,
bro. What do you mean? What do you mean
Hold on, stop
respectful,
talking.
bro?
Stop.
Look at this
Hold
guy
on.
just
Stop.
yapping.
Hold on.
By
I'm
saying
getting
Gnostic
confused. Stop.
informants worldview is incorrect. That never gets to schoolboy and
Well,
Q's worldview is false,
but
based on the
here's the
truth value of
problem.
Gnostic
it's
informants.
No, but here's the problem. Here's the problem.
You've
Here's
been
the
through this
problem.
with
I'm gonna
Gnostic
throw in a
informants.
pouch.
Oh
Dub,
my God.
Yeah,
Dub, you
so
asked a
Oh,
question.
that's
You
my
gotta
fault.
shut up to let them answer.
So we have been
Corinth,
through this
were you-
multiple times.
Go
Schoolboy,
ahead.
I'm gonna give you the view. We can have the truth table that includes your view, and we have the truth table that involves Gnostic informants view. Gnostic's going to be Q, yours is going to be P. Gnostic's view, Q false, Q true. We can get the implication of if Gnostic's view is true, then your view is false because there's a difference there. That's always going to be implied. But we can never
Yes,
get to
I
just
would
because
agree if
Gnostic's
that
view
is
is
the case.
false.
That is
We can't get to the view if Gnostic's view is false, therefore schoolboy's view is true. That doesn't
No.
follow.
okay.
It would-
So internal. Okay, can I respond? Or Bryce, would you like to respond?
I was about to say that, like, in terms of like.
I don't think you've had the pleasure of interacting with Corinth yet. So
No, you're fine. So like when we're talking about like P or Q, like when we're doing it in a disjunctive format, we're making the positive claim that P would be directly our position and then Q would be the alternate position, right? And if you're going to basically postulate the Q as your position, then you'd have to represent that position. What are you talking about? Hold on. Do you think that there's a difference? No, hold on. You think that there's a third option other than theonomous and not theonomous?
Okay, so that's not what we're positing here. We're not positing theonomous versus non-theonomous. We're positing schoolboy's view versus Gnostic's view. There is the third option.
The Tao would be
There's
autonomous.
the fourth option. There's Corinth's view. There's the fifth option. There's Abe Dinkus's view. We can never get to P through not Q. We can only get to not Q given P.
Yeah, so when we're talking, that's why it would be considered a reductio ad absurdum of all other possibilities to make Q the case, or P the case.
And that has nothing to do with Gnostic's view. You can do the reductio absurdum.
If Gnostic is holding a position, that specifically is attempting to go against P in the way that we're positing it, and then he's incapable of that at that time. I'm not saying you are Gnostic, but I'm saying, like, for the sake of the argument, if he's incapable of providing a justification for Q in the first place, or he's incapable of even representing Q because he just postulates, like, for example, like another position, like the Tao, for example, if he's incapable of actually, like, representing the Taoist position, then positing it as an option is just a non sequitur.
That doesn't, that's not a non sequitur.
Yes, it would, because he can't represent. He can't represent the alternate. Because he can't represent the alternate, meaning he can't actually show that P is not the case, because he can't represent Q correctly.
Let's think this through. So, do you think that all true views are justified views?
All true views? I believe there's only one true view.
Do you believe that truth exists?
There are multiple true views. Yes, I do.
You're a
first of all, but
fallibilist.
there are multiple true views.
You're a fallibilist.
Yeah, I mean, I deny that.
Yes, I am a fallibilist. That's a claim about knowledge. That's not a claim about truth, schoolboy.
Yeah, I mean, I deny that there's multiple true views.
Okay, so is there a true
call
view
something true?
where
Would you
my
not have to
car
have
is
knowledge of
outside
that?
my house right now, and then there's a true view that there's a rock outside my house right now, and those two views are non-identical?
That wouldn't be a paradigm, by the way.
Did I say it was a paradigm, or did I say there are multiple?
This argument has to do with paradigms. So your argument is literally it has nothing to do with this.
Non sequitur that you're doing right now. You're trying to.
I'm trying to stay on topic. You're the one that's bringing it towards just observable data.
Okay,
Speaking
so I'm
of going
giving you the.
off topic,
that's the first
James,
question.
can you please say Scooby Doo Doo for the audience?
I was
This ain't
wondering when I was
working.
gonna come up. Scooby
Sorry,
Doo.
that's good enough for me. Okay, Corinth, back to you.
Okay, so I asked the prior question. Now that we clarified, I'm not asking in terms of paradigms here. Are all if we have all justified views true views, or are all true views justified views?
If we're not talking about a paradigm,
Yep.
I'd say that you still have to have some form of paradigm to make the case for any of those observable things.
Was that a question I asked you, or?
Yes.
So the question I asked you was, do you need a paradigm, or was it all true?
To make a truth statement, yes, you need a paradigm, Corinth.
That wasn't the question I asked you, Bryce.
So then what did you? I did answer that
statement.
question.
I didn't ask you, can you make a statement? I asked you, are all true views justified views?
That is, dude. That's literally
Can
a
there be
truth.
an
That's literally
unjustified
that's
view that
making a
is also
statement about a truth value. That's making a statement about a truth value.
I'm asking you a question.
Yeah,
right now.
I answered
So
your.
I'm
I
asking
answered
you
you.
an affirmation of this or not. You're not answering the question I asked you.
In terms of affirming a truth, that requires a paradigm. So it does
Did I ask
eventually
you
get
to
back to
affirm
that.
the truth, or
Are
did
you
I
just
ask
not
you
gonna?
to
Are you not gonna
resist?
engage with the fact that you're being disingenuous with this argument?
I'm not being disingenuous right now. You're not answering the question.
The entire point
Can
of
you
the
tell me
of the
what is
argument
answer
that's
to the
being
question,
made
are all true views justified views?
are all true views justified views within a paradigm?
Categorically.
Categorically within a paradigm?
Categorically.
Within what?
Do you think that
Do you
truth
think
contingent
truth
on a
is theory
mind?
neutral?
Bryce, do you think truth is contingent on a mind?
I do, yes.
Okay, so then you're just a subjectivist at this point.
No, I'm not, because that mind is not
That
grounded in me.
definitionally, by saying I think this is dependent on a mind, you are a subjectivist.
So you think
This is
truth?
just
You think
fitting
truth
the
exists in a vacuum?
Yes, I
Minds
think
exist
truth
without brains.
things are true or not, regardless of if there's a mind or not.
Okay, so truth exists in a vacuum.
I
too.
don't think you need a mind to say, well.
How are you
that
able to
planet
grasp?
was
How do
there
you able to
5
grasp
seconds
what
ago.
a truth is if it's in a vacuum?
Oh, I can't grasp it without a vacuum because that's me being a mind. That's
Yeah,
not the
yeah.
question I asked you, and this is you again trying to pivot off of it.
How did I pivot?
Because the question originally was, are all true views justified views? And you still not
Within a
given a yes or
paradigm.
no answer to the yes or no question.
Because it's not a yes or no question. You're actually you're,
Okay, can
you're
you tell
literally
me the
you're
third
literally you're
option?
literally asking a complex question and requiring a simple answer. It's a
Can
fallacy.
you tell me why the law of excluded middle doesn't apply in this given case?
Within what, the P or Q?
No, in the are all true views justified views?
If it's
This is
within
yes
if
or no
it's within a
question. You're saying
if it's
not a yes or
within
no
a
question,
paradigm, if it
which
is
going to
within a
say, well,
paradigm,
there's a
yes.
third option that's violating the principle of bivalence, the law of excluded middle, whatever theory of logic you hold to.
Do you not have
You're
any,
gonna go
do you not
outside
need
of
a
this. This
paradigm
might
to
be
affirm
where
it?
the disconnect is.
Do you not need a paradigm to affirm those things?
You might, but that's not the question.
So
I'm
you,
asking.
so you think that that stuff is theory neutral?
Can you give me an answer to the question?
I have been answering you this entire time. I don't know why. I
So
don't know why
you've
you're
been
not
answering
tracking.
the yes or no question.
It's not just a yes or no question. It's a yes
So
insofar
the
as
principle of
actually.
bivalence doesn't obtain in this case. Can you tell me why the principle of bivalence?
It would be a yes. It would be a yes insofar as
foundational
declaring your
aspects of logic
paradigm.
today?
It would be a yes insofar as declaring your paradigm. I just said that.
Fucker, what just happened?
I don't know why you're crashing out. I'm being pretty chill.
refusing to accept a person's answer because you're trying to insist on one of two answers, and he's saying it's great.
Is it the yes or no? Or all A's B?
You say it's a yes or a no, but in reality, there
Is
are
there a
layers.
third option to are all A's B than yes or no?
If it's in a paradigm, then yes, you could say that. Yeah.
Okay, Bryce, what do you mean by if it's in a paradigm?
Yeah, so like if somebody's holding to, for example, like an empirical materialist view, if they say all true things are justified, right, they would have to determine on what brings something to truth in the empirical view. So if we're able to come to the conclusion via observation or something like the scientific method that those things are true, you can say that all true things within empiricism are true because they're proven through observation and the scientific method and things like that. So again, your question is not a simple, it's not just a simple question. It's a complex question. No, you're asking a complex question and requiring a simple answer, which is disingenuous in nature.
As stupid as you're presenting yourself to be?
I understand that you're like crashing out, brother, but like I'm chilling here. Like I don't know why you're freaking out.
The question in direct form is are all A's B? You've
It
affirmed
within a
that's
paradigm.
not a yes or no question.
Yeah, it would have to
Are
depend
all
on how
A's
we
B?
apprehend that
Are
truth in the
all
first
A's
place.
identical to B? This is not something that's either yes or
This
no.
is insane, bro. I don't know how you're not tracking what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's insane that you're refusing to answer a direct question.
I answered a
You've gone
direct
into
question
hard
multiple times,
subjectivism
and then
at this
explained
point.
it. Can you explain
You
how I'm being
pivoted to
subjective?
subjectivism.
Can you explain how I'm
So,
subjective?
This might be a sure. Subjective is going to be something that truth is mind dependent. That's truth subjectivism.
Yeah, but
which
I
is
don't.
something you
Yeah, but
directly affirm.
the mind that I ground that truth in though is not mine or
That
any other human
doesn't have
beings.
anything to do with
we
the
don't
universal
ground it in a
objectives.
particular mind. We
I
grind it in a
say,
universal
okay, I'm
mind.
grounding a Gnostic informant's mind. It's not my mind.
Okay,
Am I
what
still
is his
subjectivist,
what is his
Bryce?
position?
I'm just grounding truth in his mind.
Yeah,
Am I
so
still
okay,
subjectivist,
so
or
it's
does
just
me saying
arbitrary
that's
then.
not my mind works?
Then it would just be considered arbitrary, yeah.
So this has nothing to do with if it's a subjectivist position or not, which is why I'm asking you that, and I'm not sure
my
again why you're
God.
not answering the direct question.
It wouldn't be considered just subjectivist because I just told you that mind would be grounded in a
It is.
universal
You
mind.
just
No,
don't
it's
know what
not. You have no
subjectivist
idea what the difference between
It can
universal
be
and particulars
universal
are.
subjectivist if the mind is
A
universal.
universal
You're still grounding in a
subjectivist.
mind.
A universal subjectivist.
Yes. Universal and objective
Are all
not
particulars bound by
identical.
that universal truth?
This is your view, so maybe.
Maybe.
You ask me questions about your view at this point.
No, I'm asking because you just said universal subjectivism.
Yeah.
What?
that's
Yeah.
the
Go.
form you're
Yeah.
taking
Please.
right now.
Yeah. Explain that.
That's
Explain that.
so universal is going to be something like this applies in all cases. Objective is going to say this is a mind independent fact.
Yeah. Mind
So,
independent of
planet
human beings,
exists-
right?
A planet exists 1 foot under me right now. That's not a universal claim because at any point in the universe, the me being referenced there could not have a planet under them. But it is an objectively true statement that's showing objective and universal are not identical. We can
Yeah.
say,
And that would
well, it's
that would depend on your
objectively
paradigm for it to be
100
the
feet
case.
to my house right now. This can be objectively incorrect for my point, but that's not a universal thing because there are points 100 feet away from my house.
Yeah. That would be entirely dependent on the paradigm whether or not those things are true or not.
Okay, what aspect of the paradigm is going to falsify if the planet exists?
Whether the planet exists, whether or not you actually affirm that
Paradigms
reality
are
is.
ideas of beliefs. You can affirm false
yeah,
things.
yeah,
Bryce.
paradigms are actually
You
just
affirm a lot of
foundations.
false things.
No, I mean that good claim, dude. So in terms
Yeah, you
of the
do.
paradigms, oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad that you can just throw claims around.
Okay, so are you going to
So,
make the claim that
I'm still
paradigms are
trying.
not
I'm still trying to figure out how a universal subjectivist mindset is possible.
Sure, because
Because
can
you said
have,
that I
like,
affirm that.
you're
So what is
saying
that?
The mind applies in all universal areas, but it's still a mind which you're grounding in, which is going to be definitionally subjectivist. And you're going
No,
to
it's
be
not.
Definitionally
No,
universal.
subjectivism implies that there are particular ideas. There are particular
That's
concepts.
not at all true.
Yes,
you
it
just
is.
don't know what you're talking about here.
Oh, okay.
You just fundamentally don't know the term you're using at this point. which is
Subject
not unexpected given
subjectivism
your
would be
views.
considered mind dependent, equal to
Yes.
other minds, right?
No, that's
Oh,
not all.
so there can be
The
so there
first
can be
part
so
you
what would
said is
make
correct,
something objective regarding this?
It being a mind independent thing.
A mind
Things
independent
that are
fact.
objective are mind independent. Things that are subjective are mind dependent.
Can you give me an example?
words
Can you give me an example of something that would be entirely mind independent without implying that there would be no form
Sure,
of paradigm
the
involved?
Earth existing.
That's
right
that's
below us.
literally
Whether
not
or
mind
We have
independent.
minds here. The fact of the matter is the Earth is still going. So we remove every
Good
mind in the
claim.
universe.
Good claim. Yet again.
Sir Bryce, if we removed every mind in the universe, does that change anything about the ontology of the Earth?
We haven't even gotten to the fact that the ontology of
Yes
the
or
Earth
no,
is a
Bryce?
thing. It's not a simple yes or no.
Yes or no, Bryce?
It's not a simple yes or no. Yet again.
Again, if we remove all other minds in the universe, does this change the ontology of the Earth?
We don't even know if the Earth
Not a
exists
yes or
yet.
no
we haven't
question.
even established
Bryce,
whether
you
the Earth
can't
exists or
answer
not.
a direct question.
I have answered multiple times.
No, you haven't.
you're
You've
literally
been dodging
you're
repeatedly.
presupposing the Earth exists already.
Do you reject that the Earth exists?
I don't, but that's irrelevant to your argument.
Okay, so we share this belief.
That's irrelevant
We
to
can
the
analyze
argument.
this
Oh,
belief.
okay. So then we just
We can analyze
concede,
this
right?
belief then.
We would just concede then, right?
Because the truth value of this is completely irrelevant to this idea.
I ground the fact that there's ontology in the Earth in a different way than you do.
Okay, what do you ground it in, Bryce?
I ground it in the mind of God, the fact that
Okay,
that God created
justify
the
this.
Earth. What do you mean
Justify
justify?
that if
The
God's mind
impossibility of
didn't
the
exist-
contrary.
Sir, can you show me the impossibility of the contrary to the Earth doesn't exist if the mind of God does not exist?
That's literally not even my argument. That has nothing to do with the argument I'm
The
making.
contrary to the thing you said you were grounding it in, retard. Can you fucking answer the question?
Now I'm gonna get banned from TikTok. GG's. So, are you able to use regular language?
Are you able to answer a question?
I am. I've answered multiple times.
No, you haven't. You dodged repeatedly.
I
Now
haven't.
you're
You
just saying
literally
that's
keep
not the
asking.
question. When you literally said, yes, this is the view, I'm grounding in the impossibility of the contrary. So I ask you, okay,
Mhm.
you show me how it is impossible for this view to not be the case, and then you say that's not the view.
Yeah. So when you say
Bryce,
a
you
mind
are a
independent. Oh my gosh, bro. So in terms of a mind independent fact, right? That's implying that that thing is
This
completely
answered the
true
question
external
of
to the
How
mind.
is this thing impossible? On the contrary,
You are making that claim that obviously the Earth exists outside
No,
of the
I'm
existence
asking
of a
you to
mind.
justify
You
the
made that
That
claim.
your belief is impossible to the contrary. I'm asking you to justify that.
You
belief
made that
now.
claim yourself. You made the claim yourself that the Earth
So,
exists
Bryce,
outside of a
how
mind.
did you justify the impossibility of the contrary to the Earth can't?
Are you just not? Are you not going to
Not
address the fact that you've been doing that this whole time?
You're
thing I've been
pivoting right
saying,
now.
how am I pivoting?
You're pivoting because I'm asking you the direct question to justify the belief you said that the earth cannot exist absent the mind of God due to the impossibility of the contrary. I'm asking you to justify the impossibility of the contrary. This
You
particular
moved
belief,
into that.
and you
All
said
right.
this
You
is not
moved
true.
into that.
That's it,
Because
fellas.
I asked you a question, you
Start
said, I'm justifying this differently than
Unmute
you.
the
I'm
stream,
justifying
Bryce.
it through this
Go well.
means. I'm asking you to justify it because you refuse to just take it for granted for the sake of the argument, despite the fact that the truth value
No.
of this thing in particular.
You literally have no
does not
idea what
matter,
I'm
whether
even
it's
getting
the
at.
value of the-
You have no idea what I'm getting
Gentlemen,
at.
Sasquatch, I'd like you to translate, but first, Wi-Fi coming in with the big 5 says Bryce is eating rabbit meat tonight. Removing all minds assumes Earth exists without God.
They're disagreeing on the
I
language
love you,
of
Wi-Fi.
language.
I love you, Wi-Fi.
One believes that all things can be pretty well squared away in the frame of God.
Just so you guys are aware,
The other
I'm gonna
believes
get
that everything's
banned from
squared away in
TikTok.
the frame of
So
language.
just it's
And
gonna
in
happen.
that
Please say we
disagreement,
love the
that
TikTok shop.
tiny
We love the
little
TikTok
bit is
shop.
their entire
Please.
argument.
Pretty much.
Now I'm gonna take a shot.
Would anybody
Bryce.
else like to
Not
add
the
their
case at
thought
all.
process in
You
here?
did a great job, bro.
That was
Yeah.
fascinating.
I think Sasquatch.
Yeah, for instance,
some
if
that
all of
agree.
this, how do you know that there's any actual truth value to your arguments?
We're gonna see you on
Because
Jim Bob
justified
tomorrow,
belief
okay?
there that I think is also
Yep.
true.
Think
And
is true.
Thanks, but that doesn't.
Can I ask
Yeah,
one
no,
question
that's
before I
justify
go?
and ground
Sure.
that.
Can I ask one question before I go? Schoolboy, can you show how it's impossible for you to be wrong that there's gas in my car right?
You'll be
like,
all right, Bryce. Don't
impossible for me
worry.
to be
It's
incorrect
if
that
he
there's gas in my
spams
car
it, it's
right
the
now,
issue.
or anyone out there in the audience.
Good job assuming
Can't be wrong.
empiricism.
I'm asking a direct question. I'm not assuming empiricism. I'm asking him to justify a thing. You don't understand how this works, Bryce. So again, can you justify how anyone out there that has the belief that, oh, I filled up my car today, there's gas in my car, doesn't actually have knowledge there's gas in the car because it's possible they sprung a leak because a mouse crawled into the gas tank, bit something out there. That's some possibility showing they're not certain of that belief. There's not a certainty existing in this point. And that means it's not knowledge because
No,
you're
you're-
implying
Oh, they're gonna
tolerism
boot
implies not
Corinth.
knowledge. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, so
All
within
right.
our paradigm, in theosis, knowledge does not just extend to the temporal. So there is even access to knowledge that is outside of time and space, and also knowledge of things that are within time and space.
That would be grounded in things called the divine logi, which is also called the reflections of the divine mind. Right? We
And
understand.
then you're
we
also
understand.
assuming mind, right? I mean,
In terms of what?
well, mind has to exist as well. Like, where's it? I don't know.
I mean, in order,
Yeah,
in order,
mind as
in
well,
order
right?
to be able to postulate any fact, right? In order to make a proposition.
But you're assuming that minds without brains exist.
This music
right?
is so groovy. What'd you say? Sorry, say that again. Sorry, what'd you say? I was vibing to that. What'd you say?
But part of your assumption is that a mind that is not contingent on a brain exists, right?
Yeah, I hold to the position that it's not necessary for a brain to exist in order for a mind to be the case.
And what do you ground that position in?
I ground that in God. The fact that
Mind is
we ground that
faculty.
in
You
God.
just assert that.
Mind is a faculty.
Yeah,
Is
it
it
always
just a
comes
special
back.
attribute to it?
It always
Like, isn't
comes
that kind
back
of special
to the
pleading?
given, though.
How is it
Well, but
special
it
pleading?
always
It's a
comes
paradigm.
back to the given.
Because the only minds we have examples of in reality are the ones that are contingent upon a brain.
So you ground it entirely in observation then, right? Empiricism.
Sure, I suppose so, yeah.
Okay, so then with that being said, that's when the reductio ad absurdum comes in terms of determining all knowledge whatsoever via that method. That's the issue, right? So like you can make a claim within your paradigm, of course, saying like, well, I don't have the ability to justify such within like an empirical method, right? Because I don't follow empiricism. So when I say that a mind can exist external to a brain, right? Like that's something that you obviously affirm. And when you tell me to justify that, right? Like we're talking about something within a philosophical context, not in an empirical observational context.
Right. So you're saying your paradigm allows you to simply assert things without having to prove them.
It's not an
That's
assertion.
essentially
It's
what you just
it's
said.
it's
I mean, it
literally
is
a
an
it's a
assertion,
it's a
right?
no, it's
Like
a foundation rooted in a paradigm. It's not the same thing.
Like it's all an assertion. Like,
It's, I mean, your situation would also be just as much of an assertion if you're making a claim like
but
that.
I encounter minds. that
You
are
encounter
in brains,
minds?
right? Yes,
I have a
I
question.
encounter minds all the time. They're walking around in bodies.
My gosh.
I mean, what are we talking about?
I wanted to ask Andy. Andy, I'm sure you are excited for this topic. Do you have any thoughts?
What is
to
going?
add,
This
Andy?
is beautiful,
I
dude.
don't really know what was said, so I apologize if I repeat stuff. I kind of jumped in a little bit late here.
Bryce, are you putting this on YouTube?
But
or
have
no,
you?
YouTube?
Have we? I saw
Probably.
a Gnostic Informants opening, And I just wonder if there's a better sort of way we can format the argument for Christianity in particular, where we can approach it from how do you reconcile the one and the many, like a philosophical problem, because you've been talking about like Aristotle, Plato in your opening a little bit. And I don't think that they reconcile the one and the many that well, but I think that the idea of a triune God can. So that would be my approach, where
They
if
had
we're thinking
triads
about
in Pythagorean and Platonist circles too. There's
yeah,
a
yeah,
triad.
but the question is how are the one and the many and relation, how do those come together, right? And so those triads aren't going to be the same as the idea of the triune
Sure.
God.
You said I think the triune God accounts for it better. How do you know that? How did you come to that conclusion?
Well, I didn't even give my argument yet, so
Okay.
let me just
Sorry.
set that up, and
Sure.
we can go from there maybe. So I think if we think about like all knowledge requires, and you can disagree with these definitions if you want, but I'm saying all knowledge requires the reconciliation of the one and the many, or unity and diversity. So you can think of, people have been talking about universals, particulars, laws, data, subject and object. Quick note on that though, I think the part of the problem between I think Corinth and Bryce was Corinth was using subject and object post Descartes, and Bryce is using subject and object pre Descartes, and they essentially just flip their meanings. So they were talking past each other, I think. So that might be one issue. But anyway, so that would, all intelligible knowledge requires this reconciliation of the one and the many. And then I would say only a worldview with both unity and in diversity in its ultimate foundation.
Bryce, take a sip of your
provide
drink.
the necessary preconditions for intelligibility or intelligible knowledge, I guess you could say.
For
And
the
so
edit,
the
dude.
doctrine of the Trinity is unique in that sense because it uniquely posits both unity in the divine essence and diversity in three hypostases. So as equally ultimate in God, right? They're equally ultimate. There's not a hierarchy like in Plotinus or something. So that's where I would start.
Right, but where did you get? How did you
How is
get
that
to the
an argument though? You just basically just said it's unique because it's the same but different, because it's many and one. Like that's all you said, right?
Well, I guess my issue with it is that how did you get to the how do you even get to the point where you're determining what characteristics better suit the world the triune God versus Plotinus to begin with? How do you even know like which one's better, like the triune is better explained?
Why does that matter
than
for the so okay, that seems to be two questions. So the first one seems to be, how do you know what is attributed to the triune God? Is that correct? Versus Plotinus.
Yeah, like,
and I
like
would just
you-
say from the writings, from Plotinus's writings and from scripture.
But you kept saying, I think that this one better accounts for things than this one. Where does the how do you even get to the point where you decide that Christian or Orthodox Christianity is the only worldview that accounts for everything besides other worldviews? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, I'm saying that you have to start with the problem of the one and the many, which I think is a neutral problem. It's a philosophical problem we've had from the beginning of time. From the beginning of
that's
writing.
true. That's the plate.
So don't you think it's relevant to ask the question that we have to reconcile the one and the many, or do you think that's not a problem?
It's they're talking about the problem of universals and like Platonism.
That's
and stuff.
well, universal in particulars. That's one and many. But there's just the problem of one and many in general. How do those relate? How do they come together?
How does simple go to complex?
You would need
That's
a
another
substantive
example.
reconciliation of it. You wouldn't need an epistemic reconciliation of it. Like, I don't need to know the difference here for this thing to obtain, though, right? A worldview can be grounded in there being a substantive answer without me having epistemic access to that substantive answer.
You're saying, so reword that, because I think I grasp what you're saying, but I don't know that it's so relevant to my argument.
I mean, so the reason I'm bringing this up, I'll add that in the end, but I'm asking, do we need to, when you're saying we need to reconcile this, do we need to get a substantive reconciliation, or do we need to get also an epistemic reconciliation? So do we need to have access to knowledge for this thing? The reason I'm bringing this up is the arguments being put forward to Gnostic from everyone else here are relating to the epistemic access to it, not to the substantive matter.
And for all of us, blondies out there, Kissy Cat sends a big 5 and says, let's try it with less than 7 letters, please. With words, less than 7 letters, please. Yes, I'm having a total brain fart because this is way, way beyond my understanding, and it is frying my brain.
I could try. I could try to do some double speak from like 1984 or something if you'd like.
So Andy, when you were basically positing to me, like, wouldn't you
This
agree
just
that
has so
the
much
problem of the world
aura,
and humanity needs to
bro.
be solved before you're even grounded in the
Bryce,
Christian
Bryce,
worldview,
that was
the
cringe,
Orthodox
bro.
worldview?
That shit was so
Why did
cringy. I'm not
you
gonna
go
even
to
lie to
that
you.
question rather than
Oh yeah.
the other question?
Go
What made
listen
you
to him. He
go to
has
that
so much
question?
aura.
Because knowledge, in my view, is the ability to grasp at things and relate them. So you have something you're grasping, and you have something you're relating, and you have within that grasping, you have universals, particulars, and you have the relation of those two.
Right. And
So I'm just trying to start like as basic as possible there.
okay. And
I'm
what
not
makes-
orthodox, by the way. I don't know if you're using orthodox in the technical sense or if you're using it as just like orthodox or
Yeah.
heterodox.
Okay, and what branch of Christianity are you? Just wondering.
I'm Lutheran.
Lutheran. Oh, interesting. And so
Lutheran precepts
how did you
crazy.
decide that the Lutheran Church was the religion that
Well, I don't
trumps
think
for all
that
knowledge?
relates to this argument.
Why not?
Because the triune God is part of the Orthodox faith, the Lutheran faith, the Christian faith in general. If you don't believe in the triune God, you're not Christian.
Hey, not Gnostic. Gnostic. I was curious if I could ask Andy something real quick, just regarding that.
Yeah.
Specifically.
Yeah.
So Andy, the main reason, like, I actually kind of see like why Gnostic would be asking that to you, right? So like in the Lutheran Church, right? Do you believe that in order to be a Lutheran, you have to affirm the Book of Concord?
To be a confessional Lutheran, yeah.
Yeah. If you're not a confessing Lutheran, then what happens?
You're not a confessional Lutheran.
Okay. With that being said, in order to be a Lutheran, right, to affirm the true doctrine of Christianity in that sense, right, would you say that the Book of Concord is infallible?
No, we have the Norma Normans and the Norma Normata, which is the norming norm and the norm. Scripture is the norm. Book of Concord is the norming norm.
Yeah, the known knowns and then the unknown knowns and then the known unknowns. Yeah. I'm just playing.
That's not the same thing.
I know, I'm just playing. That's what it sounded like. So, regarding like the Book of Concord, for example, like being able to affirm like the church
look,
in
this
itself.
This is just a totally different argument. You want to go into this idea of like, okay, authority, scripture. This is not at all what I'm arguing.
I mean, it would
I'm
all
arguing that-
go into the epistemology, but I mean, just to not get it off track, you and I can just be on the same side for the sake of the argument. I don't mind.
Yeah, I think if you affirm the triune God, you can.
So
be
we're
on
just
the
going to
same
go
side
with
of
a
this argument.
triune Christian God in general.
That's
So
fine.
leave it to the
That's fine.
orthos to go after
Well,
the
the thing is,
Christians.
like,
Yeah, fair enough, effigy.
But again, and I mean, and I'm not trying to drag this down, but it kind of gets into that whole simplistic fallacy. Like, what do you mean by the triune God then? Because the metaphysics that he's going to hold to this God, when it comes to, because he affirms the filioque, we don't.
Yeah,
So
but
we would say
okay.
that
So
he
John of
doesn't believe in the same
Damascus,
God.
John of Damascus says that we have one substance.
Careful what you say right now.
I mean, yeah, I have a YouTube series started on his Orthodox faith. You should go check it out. So he says one substance, three
He doesn't affirm the
hypostases.
filioque, by the way.
It doesn't matter. One substance, three hypostases is
yeah,
all we need to talk about this. That's all we need to talk about this. One substance, one ousia, three hypostases. That's it. Don't need to talk about the filioque.
I mean, I would agree
or
there.
not. Okay, so
Can I
why are we
ask
going
a
into this
question?
if that's not even the
I'm
argument?
fixing to drop my stream, and I'd like to get my question in. I've been very, very patient. A little bit of an asshole, but very patient. Were humans on the earth before Christianity?
What is it? What is it? What does that mean?
Who are you asking? Me?
Who you asking, Squatch?
Yes. The answer is yes.
Anyone? Yes. Okay. Yes.
So
Yes.
I can answer. I'll answer this real quick. To be clear, Christianity is not a quote unquote new religion. It is the fulfillment of God's promises to Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, in the person of Jesus Christ. The faithful Jews followed Christ because they had faith in God and they saw that he was the promised Messiah. So you're making this.
Okay, I understand. I understand.
The answer is
your
yes,
answer. I
Sasquatch.
accept your answer, and I also accept yes. Either way, right? Because man had to be here for God to give unto him his son for him to that whole thing. It sort of comes to me.
No, it's the same. We hold.
Was there morality
We hold to the same faith.
before the Trinity?
Yes.
Okay.
Brother,
Thank you.
what?
But wait, before the Trinity, no. He is the ground. I'm sorry, I was pre-firing your question.
I was going to
Yeah,
say
that's
that just, when you said yes, that really confused me. But okay, now
Yeah, I
you're saying
did
Kinda-
too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
kinda-
I was a little
yeah.
confused myself, but
Yeah.
I just thought it came down.
Let me,
I'm gonna get that
yeah,
close, too.
Sasquatch. Let me put it like this, right? Because like in our position, of course, like the first human beings ever, Adam and Eve, right? Like they obviously believed in God, right? Right. So like with that being said, like if God is triune, then they understood that as well. All right. So then with that being said, then the Trinity has always been the case, and the first human
So-
beings also were a part of that same system.
And this will be it. I'll step out, pull my stream down, and move on with the rest of my life. And I love each and every one of you like a brother and a sister.
Sheila.
Once upon a time, there was a kingdom of Ur, and none of these people knew a thing about God.
Yes,
Did they
they came
have
after.
morality?
They had their own set of morality. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Bye,
I'm going with
Sasquatch.
Sasquatch.
Shout out to your channel. Go find him at Caucasian
Okay.
Sasquatch.
Yeah.
I'm Caucasian Sasquatch. I interview channels. I do this whole Sasquatch shills thing where I'll talk about you so you don't have to. I don't care
What
what
he say is
politics you do.
schoolboy
I don't
clipped in
care
chat.
what you believe biblically, secular.
Is he running?
I don't care what color you wear. None of that matters to me.
No.
I'm more interested in documenting the live streamers of YouTube than I am really anything else.
Herodian
And
slip, schoolboy.
after I do my show, and this is something I've never heard of anyone doing, and I might stop doing it soon, so might want to get in on the ground floor of this one. I do production work for anyone who comes on Sasquatch Shills. If you've got something you're trying to figure out, I'll help you work it out. If I don't know how to do it, I've got 400 other guests that have come in that might know how to do it. One of them can help us. And I have no problem with bothering the hell out of them about it. So much love, everybody. Like, comment, and subscribe, and send me some money because the grift is strong with this one. Much love, Sarah. I appreciate it.
Hi,
Thanks, Watch.
Sasquatch.
Bye-bye.
Schoolboy, I liked your Freudian slip that you had there, Schoolboy. That was fun.
It wasn't Freudian. It was me being frustrated and trying to pre-fire his question.
Everyone eventually falls into some 4th century heresy at some point when talking about the Trinity.
It's not hard to.
Arius wrong? Why is Arius wrong then? How do you know that the church didn't pick the wrong thing and go in the direction where you're following succession of this Nicene Creed when Arius was actually exegeting the Bible how it was originally proposed by the people that wrote the Bible?
Well,
How do we just,
that would
So
be the claim.
Yeah, if you want to get into the holistic paradigm, I mean, Christ established a church. He promised the Holy Spirit to guide that church into all truth. The church is the pillar and foundation of truth. The church came together at the first council to settle this issue and came to this conclusion. Now, that's not a dogmatic assertion. There is, like I said, I'll loop it back to the Munchausen's dilemma. And it is a virtuously circular, it is a holistic paradigm that can give rise to an infinite regress of counterfactual explanations within the paradigm.
Yeah.
And then because of that holistic paradigm, it can make dogmatic assertions where you don't have to go into the nitty gritty to justify everything. But the justification is there.
So
Would you
what
say
are
it can
what do you-
justify anything?
What are you using to determine that Christ's church is the Orthodox Church? Even if I grant you
Apostolic
that,
succession.
okay, the other churches can claim the same thing.
Continuity.
The Catholic Church can
So
claim that.
then-
even
then
even the
comes-
Lutheran and
then-
Anglican can
right,
claim
and-
that.
To an extent, they can trace a lineage, but we understand that apostolic succession is also a continuity of the faith handed to the apostles. So then we look at the first millennial church, and see if they are consistent with these beliefs, and we can point out to contradictions. I'm cradle Catholic myself, and it took me quite some time looking into church history and theology, and finding out about orthodoxy in that journey to find the Orthodox Church. I wasn't always a faithful Catholic.
So you're presupposing that it's impossible that the church can't be going in a direction that wasn't intended by Jesus or Paul or something like that. You're saying it's impossible, no matter what.
Individuals within the church can fall into error, but the church herself will never fall into error. That was one of Christ's promises. And this comes down to like, what is truth, right? And for us as Christians, we understand that truth isn't a what, it's a who.
It also is historically known with Arius, since you brought up Arius, right? The church was already interpreting things in a certain manner, and we can see things like that in the liturgies, even before like the actual canon.
was established itself, that when these people had come to, like the church had already been teaching a certain position based off of their succession from the
I don't see that at all.
apostles. It is. Have
I
you read the
I don't see
liturgies?
I don't see Irenaeus and Hippolytus and Clement. They're first century, second century, third and early third century. I don't see a
Saint
dogmatic
Dionysius.
position on the triad. I do see what
I don't either.
Arius. I see Arius's point of view all over those same people, where Christ is the Son of God, subordinate to the Father, also divine, also the Logos. Arius is not that far off from the Trinity. He just
Mhm.
has a little. He's just more subordinate. You
So
know.
is there a reason then why one of the arguments made against Arius was the fact that he was personally interpreting the scriptures, and that he wasn't using the interpretation of the church
He's
prior?
a bishop. He's a bishop.
Yeah, he was personally interpreting the scriptures,
But-
not carrying
but
down
he's
what
he's
was given to him.
ordained.
He wasn't.
He's
It wasn't
ordained.
given to him. That's the thing. His interpretation was not given to him. That was the
So
entire
So
argument.
the Nicene bishops that determined that the Nicene Creed was correct, why are they right?
They were convinced by Arius
They're
because
convinced
Arius made arguments.
Yeah.
Most of his argumentation was based in syllogism. It was not based in actual historical attestation for the position. It was based solely in syllogism
And Arius
and
actually wasn't a
rhetorical
bishop, by the way.
rhetorical thought.
Arius wasn't a bishop? I thought he was a bishop.
He was. I mean, I guess if you want to say it from like the proper
a monk and a
perspective, yeah,
priest.
he was a priest.
Oh, okay.
So he was a priest, and he had gone into a journey where he was personally interpreting the scriptures, right? And then that's when he started positing the idea that Christ was created, which is why the Nicene Council had to come to fruition in the first place, as well as the fact that there were also some councils that were prior to that were preaching like Arian doctrine that was not actually bringing the entire church together. It was just local synods that were making those claims, right? So that's why the Nicene Council had to come together in the first place. Arianism did not win in the end, which would be part of our paradigm of holding to that position that the Holy Spirit will not let the church actually fall
Didn't
into
win
error
in the
entirely.
end in Greece, but it did win all over Europe in the Gothic churches, and I would say even inspires Catholic Church in some ways with the Filioque.
I will concede in a sense on that.
Yeah. So I mean, like,
but
like-
yeah. When it comes to that,
but I do think, and it's just my I know you guys are gonna just reject this. I'm not a Christian. I don't have any.
I'm not just going to
say
simply
on it.
reject it. I mean, I'll give you like a historical account. Like, so when we're talking
But
about,
what I was going to say,
yeah.
I do think like people like Irenaeus and earlier church fathers before the third or before late third, early fourth, seem to be, in my personal studies, more aligned with Arius's point of view that Christ is subordinate.
Without nuance that to like monarchical Trinitarianism, it is possible for someone to kind of smuggle in their own
Bryce,
ideas
bring
of
up where
subordinationism.
Irenaeus says that the Father and the Son
Bryce's
together are the living God.
patron saint is Saint Justin
Where is
Martyr.
that at? Give me
Saint
the quote.
Justin the philosopher.
Yeah,
And we
let me
hear
grab it real
this
quick.
claim from Muslims a lot of the time that he was a subordinationist.
Yeah,
But then when
I think
you,
Origin
when
was
you,
too, but he's not a
when
saint,
you-
so it doesn't matter.
Right. But Saint Justin Martyr wasn't a subordinationist, even though some of his writings can look that way if you take them out of
They
context.
definitely look that way.
But
to
when
me.
you look at things in a holistic, but if you look at them in a holistic paradigm, you can see that this is actually not what he was teaching at all.
There's a lot of
Because he
nuance to that,
talks about
too.
worshiping the
Yeah.
Father, Son, and Holy.
You don't think that there was a progression of ideas into the 4th century, and that they didn't really know for sure, like maybe it was revealed over time or something like that?
There would be a progression in terms of like describing things, but the concept itself, we believe, always existed. I mean, like if you wanted to talk about Saint Justin Martyr, he's actually my patron saint, so he's actually the one that I've studied the most, like on
He's
that
pretty good.
specific subject.
I like Justin Martyr. I like reading Justin
Yeah. So like, I mean, I don't know if you wanted to get into that, but I mean, I have like all of my notes for Saint Justin Martyr in case you wanted to get into that. But he was a full-fledged Trinitarian. And I'll hold that until I die.
It's relative to this because I'm trying to figure out how you determine Orthodox, the Christianity, the Triune God.
I mean,
And
Neil,
I think this
think
does
about it
matter.
this way, man. Like, I mean, but like, if you want to make this argument that there was like a subordinationism, you can go to the Gospels, which are obviously where Saint Justin Martyr would have been exegeting from, and you can see doubting Thomas, Saint Thomas, the apostle. He says, "My Lord and my God." He recognizes Christ as God.
You can still have.
So it's just
you
like
can
there
still have
wasn't this view.
Yeah, but you could still have a logos divine being subordinate to the Father of his the nous, the mind of his divine being, one material, one immaterial.
Let me.
That's kind of like Philo's theology, the first century Jewish Philo. That's kind of what he believed.
Let me ask it like this before I give you like this specific quotation. When you say, would you say that in order to be God, you must be one nature. If it's a monotheism presuppose, of course.
I guess
To be the one true God that is worshipped.
yeah, if we're presupposing monotheism in a strict sense, then yes.
Okay, yeah, because historically, right now, you'd be like, for the sake of the argument, you'd be arguing from an Arian perspective. So you still believe in like a one true God, right? So with that being said, right, I want to read this, and I want you to tell me what you think about what is being said here. So specifically with Saint Justin Martyr, he says this in his first apology in chapter 6. He says, hence we are called atheists by the Greeks, and we confess that we are atheists so far as gods of this sort are concerned, but not with respect of the most true God, the Father of all righteousness, temperance, and the other virtues, who is free from all impurity, but both him and the Son, who came forth from him and taught us these things, and the host of the other good angels who follow and made like him, and the prophetic spirit we worship and adore, knowing them in reason and truth. All right, so would you say here that Saint Justin Martyr is telling us to worship the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit here?
Yeah, I see the three elements are there in what Master Martyr says. I agree. Even in
We
John's
wouldn't be
gospel.
able to worship somebody subordinate, though.
Well, I agree that even in John's gospel, the elements of the Trinity are there, but I still think there's room for a Son of God figure to be given the Holy Spirit at baptism through John's lens and being begotten at the baptism.
No, that's adoptionism.
Yeah,
but that contradicts
that.
even like
There's still room
John.
for that. I'm saying,
But
even
there isn't, especially in the Gospel of John, because you have John 1:1-3. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God,
but
and
it
the Word was God.
It doesn't say Jesus is the Logos.
John 1:14.
The Logos.
Right. The Logos
the Logos became flesh. The Word became flesh.
Who is that?
I get that. The Word became flesh. It wasn't always flesh, right? But a lot, and some of these early Christian heretics, some of these Valentinian Gnostics thought that at that time he became begotten by God, but though he became the Logos, which was eternal. They believed the Logos was eternal, but Christ becoming baptized
was that the fourth Ogdode or the sixth Ogdode, Bryce?
Oh yeah, so you know Valentine is pretty
Yeah,
well then.
yeah. I've read a decent amount of those works, as well as like some
I know it's you
Marcionite.
guys' heresy, but I'm just pointing out that some people exegeted John this way. So I'm just, I know you don't.
Well, I mean, like regarding like the argument regarding with John, right? When it says that in the beginning was the Logos, and the Logos was with God, and the Logos was God, and then we get to John 1:14, where it says the Logos became flesh and dwelt among us. It's already saying that the Logos existed prior, and that the Logos entered creation. Right, and so if the Logos entered creation as flesh, that would have to be the Logos that is God and was with God. Do you agree?
Yeah.
So then that's Jesus.
No, I get how you're interpreting that, but you don't think there's any room.
How are you? How would you?
I mean,
Russ, I got that Aaron
like I
A.
said,
school.
there's different. He could still be subordinate to the Father, even if the Logos is eternal. The Logos can be the divine reason of.
Are you familiar with monarchical Trinitarianism?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. What about it?
Okay, so like we wouldn't say that he's subordinate because there is one will, one mind in the
I can't believe you just instantly conceded that, by the way. Did you guys see that? Gnostic Informant instantly considered that Arianism doesn't apply there.
The Son is subordinate in his divine nature.
I sent you the quote,
in
by
the
the way.
incarnation, when he says the Father is greater than I, we can understand this, that he receives all things from the Father,
right?
That he is fully human, he is fully God simultaneously, but he is doing things in a theandric manner. There are two wills in the incarnate Logos. There are two minds in the incarnate Logos.
Okay, I agree with that.
And since we're on that topic of specifically John 1 regarding like the Word was with God, since you mentioned Saint Irenaeus, let me actually show you what he said about John 1:1. He says in Against Heresies, Book 4, Chapter 6, Section 6, he says, "Wherefore also John does appropriately relate the Word of God as being present with his own handiwork, he who is with God in the beginning with God, declaring to us that there is one God, the Almighty, who made all things by his word, by whom he made the heavens and the earth, thus revealing to us that the Father, through the Son, who is in the Father, and the Father is in the Son, for the Son is the self-existing Word of the Father, and thus the Father and the Son are one. And the Father is the invisible of the Son, but the Son is the visible of the Father. And on this account all is true, for the Spirit is truth. Therefore the Father, the Son, and the Spirit together are the living God."
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say that that's I think that Arius would have probably thrown up if he heard that.
Depends on, because Arius was basically charged. I guess Arius disagreed with the level of equal.
Arius said
equality
that the son was of a different nature.
He's still divine. Yeah, but he's still divine.
Yeah, but he believed in homoousios,
A lesser
right?
divinity,
Which is
not
not the same
consubstantial.
nature. Yeah, he wouldn't be consubstantial because that's homoousios. But he believed in homoousios, which is something that was condemned at Nicaea and Constantinople I. So he literally believed that he was a lesser nature than the Father. So then he can't be one with the Father.
Well,
Wait,
it's
wait a minute,
still-
why can't it be in terms of will be one with the Father?
Because it says that he's the one God, the Father and the Son together, and the Spirit are the one living God, right? So if that's the one living God, the one living God would not be multiple natures. That would be absurd.
But isn't Irenaeus using the word logos and Sophia as the Spirit and the Son, not using the word Jesus Christ as he's not saying Jesus was there in the beginning. He's saying the logos was there in the beginning.
Well, I mean, he also believes that John
he's
1:14 is
attributing all of these
referring
things
to
to, like-
the Logos as Jesus. Right? That's what he believes. That's what he's referring to John 1:14 with.
Sure, okay. I'm not really gonna die on that hill.
But why does it have to be a physical nature that it can be referring to? Why can't it be in terms of the spiritual nature?
What do you mean by that? What does that mean? What is the difference between
in
a physical and a
terms of,
spiritual
like-
nature?
Like, because the Father's spirit, because it says in the Bible, the Father's spirit, he's not physical. He's not.
I agree. Yeah.
And everything.
He is
So,
not. He is not physical. Correct.
in terms of how they spiritually walk and and the characteristics of the Father and everything, they're in terms of that they're one nature.
Okay, so
like he has the nature of the Father, like in terms of how he walks and his
Well, I mean, we do believe that Jesus has two natures. If that's what you're asking. We believe that he has. We believe he has a divine.
physical and the
That
spiritual.
does solve it. No, that does.
He
solve
has
it.
the divine. He has
I'm
the divine nature and the human nature in diophysitism, right?
I get what you're saying. I get where you're going. I see where you see the succession from going back to the early church fathers into the 4th century. That I'm fine with. We still,
Neil, can I recommend one church father I think you should really read?
yeah.
Saint Dionysius the Areopagite. Read on.
I've been reading him a lot lately because of his. I did a whole video on him recently, actually, with a scholar who does Neoplatonism, and was talking about him. Oh, yeah, he's very fascinating.
Have you read On the Divine Names?
But I don't. You guys think he's actually a real person that wrote in the 1st century?
Yes.
I don't. He's a
Yeah,
villain?
we actually hold to the claim that
So
Plotinus,
he was a
when he
Neoplatonist before the Neoplatonist.
yes, we believe that
Wow.
Plotinus was
Yeah.
actually we believe that Plotinus
do you know
himself
who
was
he was, though?
actually
He was
inspired by
He was a friend of Paul,
Dionysius.
according to the tradition. He's a friend of Paul, right? Yeah.
but he was one of the top lawyers in Areopagus.
Yeah, I was actually there in
He was-
Athens
he
not
was
too
an
long ago. The Areopagus is where Paul was tried. That's where Paul was tried.
Yeah, and he was an extremely learned man for his time.
It's also where Socrates was held in prison too, by the way. Same spot.
Yeah, so we don't have an issue with saying that for example he may have been using Platonic language, but in terms of Neoplatonic language, we believe that Plotinus was inspired by Plato and Dionysius, and that's what Neoplatonism came.
That would explain the order of things, but I still think the scholars, I still would appeal to the scholars on that. But I'm open to hear. Where
I mean, I was about to say the arguments that we have for that would be based in scholars as well. I didn't. I swear on my life, I did not just make that up right here.
No, I've heard people argue that he was a real person that really wrote in the 1st century. I've heard that.
Dr.
He's not
Trulia has a great paper on his corpus actually being from Saint Dionysius the Areopagite and refuting this idea of pseudo Dionysius.
I think the problem you guys have though is no one citing him until the late 4th century. No one even ever mentioning him. He'd be this major church father, and no one. Papias doesn't talk about him. Irenaeus doesn't talk about him. Ignatius doesn't talk about him. Clement, Origen, all those guys don't talk about him, and I think that's where the problem lies with. And then on top of that, his very Neoplatonist ideas make you think this guy was writing way later. That's
yeah. Obviously, if he did come after Plotinus, then yes, that would make sense. In the sense of where it would seem like he then has to come obviously later on in time. But the reason why that we would say that it's Plotinus is sorry, I lost my train of thought here. that Plotinus
Plotinus
was
is devouring
inspired.
him.
Yeah, that Plotinus was inspired by obviously Plato and Saint Dionysius. That in terms of like the church fathers, right? Like we don't have an issue with even admitting that the vast majority of the church fathers probably did not understand the vast majority of the things that Saint Dionysius was saying, and they were not using him for argumentation, right? Because of the fact that like if you, I mean, you have to admit, obviously, since you said you've been reading him, that his writings are much more complicated than a lot of the other people of that time period. Very hard to understand.
Hard
Yes.
to understand. I don't get. I mean, I have to ask people what he means by certain shit. Or something, you know.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with that. But like, that is back to the whole thing, right? The big thing that we're talking about. That is the main reason, though, like why we would say that the church has been able to keep this for this whole time. I know that obviously there are certain church fathers from the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century, for example, prior to Nicaea, that use different language to describe certain things. Like, for example, Tertullian, right? Like when he referred to the sun, he did not use the word sun in the sense of like a hypostasis. He used the sun in terms of a title given upon being put on earth. So then when it says the sun is created, he's not literally saying that the sun in terms of being the logos is created. He's saying that the Son is a title that was given to the Word, right? Which obviously is not the wording we would use anymore, because one of the main points of the ecumenical councils was to formalize the way in which we say something. Because, like, I mean, you can actually see this in Nicaea when it says that you cannot say that the Son is of another ousia or hypostasis of the Father. He's not saying that God has to be one person. He's saying at that time the people were declaring two different types of schools of thought, like the Alexandrian school, for example, would say that hypostasis meant nature. So then when they say ousia or hypostasis, they're reaching out to all of the schools, because different people had different ways in which they would say certain doctrines. So that's why like they use that type of wording. So because they're trying to formalize and bring everybody into one understanding within words, because it was confusing people, which is the entire point of Ephesus and Chalcedon.
Yeah. Yep. It makes sense why those councils took place. You know, you got people castrating themselves and doing all types of shit, and then people need order. No, that was one of the things that the Nicene Creed established, was no more castration. But like, so what I guess if I'm trying to understand you guys, you're convinced by the succession of the bishops going back, like, and
one aspect of it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Why? And you're convinced by the success of Christianity against, the odds of a pagan world. Christianity survives. That's one of the. Is it fair to say that's one of the reasons why you guys are convinced by it?
And that's one of the reasons actually why the first church fathers
Obviously, it succeeded, and we're here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of things. It's not going to only just be that, but that's a big reason, right? Like earlier we were talking about, we have a holistic perspective of the worldview, so it's everything. It's not just that. It's not just one specific thing. That makes sense.
Another thing, like, because we were talking about like the pagans, for example, like when we're talking about like, for example, the other like pagan religions that existed at the time, that's actually the main reason why like the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century Christians, some of their main polemics was against like the pagans, as well as some of the monotheistic pagan type sects, like Platonism, of course, like Saint Dionysius, for example, and I think it's on unity and being and on distinctions. He's refuting Plato, but not Plotinus, right? So like he's refuting the specific doctrine that the Greeks were pushing at that time.
The old academy stuff.
Yeah, the old academy stuff. And Saint Justin Martyr, for example, this is considered a spurious work. It's still debated among scholars, but of course his exposition to the Greeks, right? Like he's specifically, because he was a Saint Justin Martyr.
Oh yeah, he wrote the same title. Yeah, that's right.
Exposition to the Greeks. When the entire refutation there was against the Platonists and the people that were holding pure Aristotelianism, right? So like those people existed at that time, and Justin Martyr used to be
nerds.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, I mean,
Martyr was saying they're a bunch of nerds.
They worship ideas. They worship ideas. They don't worship like they think that truth is in the idea. It's not a who. The truth is a who, right? Like that's kind of the whole point that he was making with that.
Yeah, I would say Justin Martyr was a huge deal in convincing a lot of the Greeks to move to switch from Platonism to Christianity.
Yep. But Raging Tomato, I'm assuming you probably wanted to get back to like the original point, or because we kind of got into church history.
I was enjoying this. I love information, so this like if this is the way you guys are going, I'm okay.
I mean, I don't
with
think
it.
it's
And if,
irrelevant
Yeah, yeah.
because
I'm
trying
just
to
making sure. I don't
understand.
want to like pivot into like,
no, no,
Orthodox
trying to
Dawa.
understand
You know what I'm
what
saying?
I'm trying to
The
understand
whole
what is convincing about Christianity versus other ideas, and this is kind of answering that, I guess.
yeah.
Oh wow.
That was good.
Yeah,
Okay.
Sarah loves
Neil, one
any
thing you said
topic that'll
earlier,
make
like,
me shut up.
So
we do too, Corin.
No,
But,
I'm thoroughly
you said
enjoying
something.
it. You're welcome to go backwards if you want and get back
It's
on
entirely up to Gnostic.
topic,
It's his
but
thing, you know.
yeah, I'm really just enjoying listening to this. Like this is a lot of stuff that I hadn't heard before, so I'm captivated.
I mean, I'm down to go for another half hour or so. I mean, I would like to hear maybe some more direct arguments for why the triune.
Yeah,
Or
so I want to address something that you said in the intro actually directly. So you were saying, why couldn't it be like the Greek pantheon, or even like the Greeks that held to this one supreme deity?
We straight up running this panel,
Middle
bro.
Platonist worldview.
Running this panel right now.
Yeah. Well, like even within that, they still have this mythology of the natural world, right? And it's like these warring gods, et cetera, right?
It depends on which, because a lot of Middle Platonists kind of regarded mythology as more of like morality stories, and they kind of had more theoretical, like a lot. Even going back to the pre-Socratics, they didn't even call God any names. They're like doing their own thing, and they actually didn't like Homer and Hesiod and some of the playwriters. They were Plato is in Plato's Republic, book 3 and 2 and 3. He's like, we got to get Plato, stop teaching kids Plato and Hesiod. They're not good. We need to replace it with something better. So I would say even in Platonist thought, they're not grounded in the myths. They're more grounded in philosophical, theoretical stuff.
I think Middle Platonism might be one of the best routes.
That's where the problem comes in, and that's where Christianity has that epistemological privilege. It's a privileged position because of the revelatory nature of God to humanity.
I think
we
another
can
way
ground these.
Another way to think about
Go
that
ahead.
is Middle Platonism, I think, is one of the best routes you can go because they have the eternal forms as these like the
They have the logos too. The Stoic logos.
they have the logos, but they have the divine nous. They have,
theoretical.
right, yeah.
Right.
So they also have like reality structured in a graded order. So you have like the one, the intellect, the soul, and the world. But my argument earlier was with the problem of the one and the many, it falls short because the one in Middle Platonism is beyond intellect. It's unknowable. It's impersonal. It's undifferentiated.
There's no bridge.
So there's no bridge between the multiplicity and the unity. That's my point.
I mean, they would argue that the daimons
It's the
are
classic.
the intermediary.
I'm like, okay, how do you have access to the forms?
Well, plus the nous in
the
Middle
muse.
the
The muse would inspire you to get the information.
Well, another
Revelation,
issue,
it's revelatory in a way.
But there's still a perfection in that realm that is completely unattainable and incomprehensible by us.
We also believe in this thing as well called Logos Spermaticos, which means seeds of the word. Right, so like we actually have icons in Orthodoxy that proclaim actually Schoolboy has it on his wall. It's actually called the pre-Christian philosophers icon, which is basically when Christ went down into Hades to harrow over it. Some of the very first people to ever accept Christ were people like Pythagoras, Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, all of those guys, right? And that they were with him, and that they reveled in that, right? Because like Plato, like in the Republic, for example, like he actually said himself, he says if a perfectly moral man ever entered this world, that he would be humiliated and crucified, right? So like we believe that like Plato, in a sense, was also still coming to this through philosophy, not in a perfect sense, of course, but he was able to still understand that in a way, right? So like when we're talking about like the Platonic forms, for example, that mirrors a lot of the doctrine that we have regarding things like the essence energies distinction and the logi doctrine regarding the reflections of the divine mind and the divine ideas and things like that, where we're able to apprehend God cataphatically through that. But not like in a entirely apophatic or not an entirely cataphatic sense, of course, according to his essence. Like that's, a bunch of other theology stuff that goes a little bit too deep for like the point of this conversation.
Vladimir Lossky makes a beautiful, like kind of just like taking a step back and looking at the history at that time in the world, in the way that you had these different spiritual schools of thought, right? You had the Greeks who were making this mental ascent, right, through the intellect, through philosophy. And if you think about it, in a sense, as like two faces of the same mountain, right? And you have the Greeks that are making this mental ascent through their intellect and through their philosophy. You have the Jews that have the prophets, they have the law. And then they culminated in the person of Jesus Christ, who, when they had, the Greeks went as far as they could. Like, that's why, like, I think that all philosophies, like,
Eusebius makes his argument in a preparation for the gospel too.
100%. And it is this beautiful, beautiful display
Yo, what
of
do you
God's
think so far,
providence
Wi-Fi?
and his wisdom and his knowledge to
Bravo.
for the incarnation
Bravo.
happen at this perfect time, where
He's like
humanity
straight
was
up,
essentially
straight up just conceited Arianism, bro. It's crazy.
for the God Man, for
Yeah.
the second person
I
of
think you made
the Trinity
Sarah
come down,
convert tonight, so good job.
reveal the
Yeah,
full
GG's, man.
goodness.
It works out.
Wait, how was the
Yeah,
mini
if
debate with
Christianity
Corn?
was
So I
true, that
didn't
makes
really hear all of
if
it.
Christianity was true, that
Oh, he
makes a lot
got
of
baked.
sense.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Bryce is eating rabbit meat
I
tonight.
find that
I'm
absolutely
eating rabbit
beautiful.
meat
And I
tonight.
know that's not maybe the argument that you're looking for.
Literally
but
was
just
like,
I
it's
think that
stance
speaks to us in a
independent
way
that the Earth exists.
that does speak
Thanks,
some
good-
truth
good
to our
claim,
heart.
dude.
Maybe it's not this intellectual, like, just mental.
Yeah, I'm so
assent,
glad you
but
hopped up there.
Even in Orthodoxy, we have this doctrine.
Alright, I'm gonna
of
go back.
Who else was
of
that?
the
Dude.
heart, of the
I'm
spirit,
gonna go back to this real quick because I got
where
like 3
not
chats right
everything
now.
is
All right.
mere rationality. That there is a type of knowledge that we can, and you're probably familiar with this, that in Greek they had gnosis and they had episteme.
Yeah.
Two different types of knowledge.
Abe has taken no L's tonight.
Yep. So there are these different faculties, and that the nous is the eye of the soul, the highest faculty of our soul, and that is, yeah, like
Not-
how we in Orthodoxy, through prayer, through hesychasm, which is that inner stillness, would see God, would participate in the divine energies.
Gnostic, if you don't mind, man, may I ask you just a little quick side note? Have you ever visited an Orthodox church before or no?
Yeah, I was at Pascha this year in Greece.
Oh, that's beautiful, man.
Yeah, I went the whole.
Man, I ain't even got to do that.
I was there 3 days, 3 different liturgies that week.
Oh, that's beautiful. Did you enjoy it?
Oh yeah.
Which
I posted on X. I said, in Greece, religion is alive. Like in America, it's dead. If religion was like here in Greece, as America, I think there'd be way more Christians and way more people believing in God. The way religion's done in Greece was like mind blowing.
Which 3 services of Holy Week did you go to?
The day before Pascha, where they throw all the stuff on the ground, and a liturgy right before that. So I was there, and I did the whole 3-4 hours. I was there till like 3 in the morning, and everybody was just rocking out like they were all in a religious frenzy. It was crazy. I filmed it and everything.
It's a feast. That is the peak of our liturgical calendar. That is what we look
No,
forward
I get
to
it.
every year.
Trust me, I
Holy
get it.
Week.
I get
Yeah.
it. I have nothing bad to say. Nothing bad to say about it.
I also think like older like countries, like America is still a baby, right? And our foundation is very confusing in terms of how we operate through society. But other countries, like they are built
Steeped in tradition.
Yeah, and if you're like, there is no other anything.
The church that I attended was
my godfather's godfather, actually.
Really?
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, I just asked about the church I attended was a 10th century church, Byzantine church that was still up and running. It was old icons all over the place. It was pretty. It was pretty.
And you said that this was in Greece?
In Athens, yeah.
Dude, I'm like jealous.
Yeah, it was awesome.
What I'm saying, man. I was like, I ain't even got to do that yet.
The whole city was up until 3 in the morning. Everyone was in a religious frenzy, and they were
we
all
have
running through the
Gnostics
streets
attend?
with torches. And oh, look at this, by the way. I have it right here somewhere. I think I still have. Oh, look, here's the wax from the candle from Athens.
Wow.
The priest gave me this. He gave me.
Back to what you were saying, Sarah. My godfather's godfather. I was having a conversation with him a couple months ago, and he put it really beautifully. He's
America
from
does
Greece,
need to become ortho, bro. You're
lives
so
here
right.
now with his family, and he was talking about this kind of dichotomy between like the older European nations versus America. And the way that he put it is that in America, we are living in history. Whereas when you're in these older countries, you are surrounded by it.
Yeah.
So there was like this transfer, and it actually like kind of imprints in a way on you while you're there, because you realize how old and just what came before you. Where in America, everything is so novel. Everything's
Yeah.
new. We're constantly looking for innovation. We're looking for the next big thing, and it's just a different gear.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's beautiful to think though. I mean, now if you look at, I think even back in 2016 here in America, the population of, for example, Orthodox Christians, I think was only like 900,000, and then now fast forward today, I think it's like 10. It's like 10 million plus. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Really?
Right?
It's
I
a
mean,
two,
no,
two,
Nah,
two, two
those
million.
numbers,
2 million.
those numbers, yeah, those numbers are way inflated.
dude, well, I mean, still, I mean, a big jump. I mean, one of the things is
Not
that,
pushing
I
that
mean,
Orthodox Dawa,
there
Pope.
is a big.
well, I have to, bro. I have to push it, man. You know. But no, I think I mean, but still, there is definitely an increase though, specifically just around inner cities. Like, I'll give you an example. In Miami, we had a huge
6
increase
million.
in like 4 local churches.
6
One of
million.
I mean, you know, Miami is one of those cities that it's like a cesspit, right? So. There's a lot of people, a lot of young people are coming to Orthodoxy. It's actually it's growing fast. I mean, it really is. So, you know, there is still, I mean, there is still hope, even though it seems lost, right? I mean, but there are a lot of young
Well,
people.
there's a lot of people. I mean, the internet's done a wonderful thing where it really opens up the knowledge of the last 2,000 years to an extent.
Yeah.
Where it's opened this up, where we can see the history of it. People are looking for more tradition. They're asking themselves, okay, what did the earliest Christians believe? Especially in America, where we have non-denominational mega churches, where they're having pastors fly in on cables suspended during Christmas pageants, and it's just like,
And 100
just this
years
absolute.
ago, 100
I
years ago, they
think
wouldn't have access to know about the Orthodox Church. They would only know about the Catholic Church and and whatever. They would have no idea about like some of this stuff unless they were like a
Just want to
scholar
put this
at a
out there yet
university or
again.
in
Abe
a
has
library.
taken
But
no
now
L's
everyone
tonight.
can just go online and look this stuff up.
well, I think also more people are trying to investigate and interact with the old versus chiming into the new per se. Like
Modernity.
yeah, like for instance, I think a lot of millennials, we kind of ditched the traditional stuff and we just started doing our own thing, right? Because we like this person brought me trauma and this I hated religion because my parents made me go and all of these different things. But I think the next
You know what's crazy,
grouping
chat? I did not get
is
banned from
going
TikTok.
to start
That's actually
adhering
insane.
to traditions because they
Torrent said the
want
N word
that.
like, or not
That's
the
what
N word.
I'm
I'm
seeing
sorry.
out of the younger.
The R
There's
word
also
like 3
there's,
times, and I didn't get banned.
What?
That's something.
there's also a lot of
Hey,
weirdness in like just the
and just to correct really quick, sorry, really quick, bro. Just to correct Bryce and Schoolboy, I have to correct you guys as a catechumen. There's actually Britannica actually put out a stat. There's actually 6.5 million Orthodox Christians here in America. It's not inflated.
Hey, what's your epistemic justification for that, bro? I'm just
It's gonna
kidding.
be Britannica.org. It's gonna be the
Pope. You originally said 10, so you're wrong too.
I'm wrong too.
But
I like I like to round up, you know. To the nearest.
Big roundup. That's
But
a
no,
big roundup.
in,
Go ahead.
in Sarah, I think a lot of that has to do with like all this like postmodernism and like especially like a lot of this very leftist geared type of
Bryce.
philosophy about like identity and just
Mm-hmm.
this.
Are you able to look at my
like,
camera real quick on
it's
TikTok?
so far from what we see just
think so,
evidenced
yeah.
in nature. Like
Yeah.
we know it's not true. At our core, we know it's not true, and you're
I think you
literally
can
just
expand
drinking
yourself.
What is this?
to think a lot of these.
Oh,
very
that's flower
strange
sand.
Modern ideologies.
Should I go there?
Even if you look into the
If you want to get eaten.
Yeah,
Well,
people want some sort of
Go
rigid
ahead.
structure
Never
in
mind.
their lives. People are looking for that.
Yes,
Feeling.
just the same as
Well,
children.
they want truth. They want
Well,
truth.
even more so, I think they're tired of the hocus pocus of let's just start making shit up, right? And they're like, wait a minute, and you're right, like it comes down to the truth concept, and so they like backdoor it through looking at the different things online or what can now they have the internet at their fingertips so they can do this sort of a search and find type of scenario. But I think it is bringing them back to
Good night, Thrak.
religion. I
Appreciate you
think they're
staying up for me,
asking all
man.
of the
That's
right
awesome. Go
questions
get some
and
sleep, bro.
saying, well, what is this? Is God real? Or, why does this crazy stuff not make sense? All of these different things. And Kelly says with the Big Ten, Paul met the Greeks at their own level and introduced Christ as the unknown God, which they debated the nature of. Does anybody have a thought to add to that?
That goes back to the logos
No,
spermaticos thing we're talking about, right? Like we believe
Mhm.
that like natural theology can only get you so far, right? And like Platonism would be considered natural theology because the entire argument for God is entirely rooted in syllogism and philosophy rather than anything regarding
the observable
revelation.
world.
Yeah, the observation of the world.
Yeah,
They came
it's
to the conclusion in a natural sense that you can come to the conclusion of monotheism in a philosophical stance. But obviously, if you do not have the revelation that was given to us by God, then we don't have the ability to actually understand it in its fullness, and we don't have the ability to actually put a name to that one that the Platonists talk about.
Yeah, the agnostos theon, unknowable God, or the hen, you know. And Paul is basically going to Athens and going, "You guys are so close. Here is it." It seems like what his plan was, you know.
And Scumbag comes in with the big five and says,
it wasn't necessarily his plan.
Abe is the only one taking no L's tonight. And I think Abe has been fairly quiet this evening. Abe, did you want to give any final thoughts or anything like that before you go? Plug
I
yourself.
was just gonna say thanks, gents. I came up to say a few things, but the truth is, you guys just took this and controlled it. So I'm like, oh, I'm gonna listen as well. So, yeah, thank you for all the good talks. My house has been extremely loud, dogs barking and stuff in the background, so I had to keep muting in a panic. So I'm just gonna dip out. Thank you for the fun. Have a
Tell
good night.
everyone where they can find you, Abe.
My name says it all. Just look for Abe Dinkus. So thanks, guys. Have a good night.
You too, Abe.
Did you have anything like other regarding like just the topic or whatever, Gnostic? Because I know that we kind of talked about like just some wholesome stuff there just now, but I didn't want to.
No, I was
Yeah.
basically going to go into the same train. So
I mean, I
thanks,
guess
guys.
I understand more like why you guys decided on this God rather than any other God. If you're presuppose like, I mean, I don't know if we can keep rehashing like why the tag argument only works for the Christian God versus any other God. I guess we can, you know, we went through it already, you know.
It'd be like based out like I said, the explanatory power thing within it being coherent, right? So like being able to have an explanatory power and a justification for each of those problems that exist in, like for example, epistemology, like the one in the many, for example, or just the general problem of universals in the first place. Like these types of things are capable of being answered within the philosophy and the historical attestation of the church, and that's the reason why that like we believe that would be considered the coherent paradigm. That's why like the transcendental argument runs in the methodology of like a coherentist type of argument. We don't follow coherentism, but we do subscribe to some of the argumentations. Like for example, in coherentism, you can accept a certain level of circularity, like virtuous circularity, which is parts of the paradigm referring to other parts of the paradigm, rather than vicious circularity, where vicious circularity is saying like, well, the Bible's true because Jesus said this, right? But then that's in the Bible, so like
Yeah.
so then it repeats itself in that one claim. So like the church has a different way of that. There's three main ones, right? It would be like the church that's attested from it, and then the Bible itself that comes from that and from the attestation from the apostles, and then as well as the philosophy that was preached by all of these people over time to make that entire paradigm. So they reference each other.
I would even add a fourth to that too, Bryce. It's that lived participation in the transformation that comes through that participatory.
Yeah, anecdotes. You know, it may not be like actual objective evidence towards
people say, like,
something,
well,
but it
it
does show something, right?
Yeah, one of the first things that like, can you show like a repeatable, like an experiment? And my first reaction was like the saints.
How?
Like, literally, the we are still producing saints to this day. Where is your Saint Paisios, right?
That's the common thing that Orthodox people will say to like anybody, like, "Where is your Saint Paisios?" That's like the whole.
So the production of saints.
a modern.
Okay, but let me ask you this: how do the problem of the one and the many, and the problem of universals? Where does that get answered by Christian doctrine? Where can you point to that actually just deals with that without like, yeah?
The problem of the one and the many is something that is it's not explicitly addressed, but it's implicitly addressed by Saint John of Damascus in the Fount of Knowledge. For the Fount of Knowledge is like his main entire philosophical work, where he basically brings upon all of the everything pretty much that Christians have taught prior to that, forming it into a singular philosophical book that explains pretty much everything regarding the Christian paradigm. And he also addresses many different heresies within the Fount of Knowledge. There's something called Against All Heresies, where he actually addresses pretty much every single worldview and every system that exists prior to like the argumentation that Christians were making. So like it addresses all the pagans, it addresses even the Muslims. He was one of the first Christians to ever address Islam and the problems with Islam, and as well as like even atheism, right? Like all of these different things, like he addressed in Against All Heresies. And at the very beginning of the Fount of Knowledge, actually, he makes what we would consider actually a proto-transcendental argument, where he says that like knowledge can only be acquired via God and his revelation, right? Like, so like that is, it's a very simplistic statement, of course, but it's basically, he says, this is the reason why we hold to what we hold. Now I'm going to obliterate every single worldview and show you why. Like, that's like the whole point of the Fount of Knowledge. That's the entire book's purpose.
I mean, if you don't mind, I'll read the couple paragraphs that he's talking about. It's literally the first chapter in like the intro to the philosophical chapters.
And what was his name? What was his name again?
St. John of Damascus.
St. John of Damascus.
Okay, thank you.
So he writes, nothing is more estimable than knowledge, for knowledge is the light of the rational soul. The opposite, which is ignorance, is darkness. Just as the absence of light is darkness, so is the absence of knowledge a darkness of the reason. Now, ignorance is proper to irrational beings, while knowledge is proper to those who are rational. Consequently, one who by nature has the faculty of knowing and understanding, yet does not have knowledge, such a one, although by nature rational, is not by neglect and indifference inferior to rational beings. By knowledge, I mean the true knowledge of things which are, because things which have being are the object of knowledge. False knowledge, insofar as it is a knowledge of that which is not, is ignorance rather than knowledge. For falsehood is nothing else but that which is not. Now, since we do not live with our soul stripped bare, but on the contrary have it clothed over, as it were, with the veil of the flesh, our soul has the mind as a sort of eye, which sees and has the faculty of knowing, and which is capable of receiving knowledge and having understanding of things which are. It does not, however, have knowledge and understanding of itself, but has need of one to teach it. So let us approach that teacher in whom there is no falsehood and who is the truth. Christ is the subsistent wisdom and truth, and in him are all the hidden treasures of knowledge.
I mean, it sounds great, and I don't even necessarily disagree with what he says about like knowledge versus false knowledge and ignorance. But and at the end, it just sounds like an assertion. Christ is the, what was that last part he said? I don't want to get it wrong.
The subsistent wisdom.
The subsistent in knowledge. So
Yeah.
he is Sophia. He is the Logos.
Yeah.
So if you don't have
just
him, you don't
like
have knowledge, right?
Right, like in the Orthodox Bible, that's not in the Protestant Bibles. You have this the wisdom of Solomon, and whereas Sophia is this creative force, or be in the beginning, and he's saying that Christ is Sophia. Fine, I get that, but where it's kind of just an assertion, though, isn't it? Isn't it kind of just saying what you?
Well, it wouldn't just be like a
because the incarnation is revelatory. Like, this is where it breaks that down from being just a mythos, that there is this historical person of Jesus Christ. And then that faith that comes from, well, was he really crucified and resurrected? Well, that's the free will that you have to choose.
Right. It comes down to that, actually. Yeah. Now, what
it really does. And
Yes.
then everything else builds off of the resurrection.
And the thing I wanted to address what you said, Gnostic, as well, is that like in terms of like Munchausen's trilemma, when we're talking about something like a dogmatic assertion, right? Like it wouldn't be considered like a dogmatic assertion, like with what you said. The reason why is because everything that he is proclaiming, because he's from the 7th century, right? So everybody that comes before him was proclaiming these things, and that's the reason why that he was why he was making these claims in the first place, because he's like, look, this is the reason why the things that they are. And then throughout the Fount of Knowledge, he also quotes like obviously many different people from the past, proving these points and showing how like things have always been this way in this time period. And you know, like, kind of like the Council of Nicaea. When the Council of Nicaea proclaims something like Christ is consubstantial with the Father, they use the church fathers to say to make that claim, right? Like they used the people that came prior to Nicaea to state that. They didn't just like like, you know, Saint Nicholas didn't just like come up to the plate, and then when Arius said there was a time when the sun was not, Saint Nicholas did not slap him because of the fact that you know, like, because Saint Nicholas just disagreed. It was because he was like, you're blaspheming everyone who came before you by saying that. Like, that's like the whole point.
What's funny about that, though, is Arius wrote a letter to Saint Athanasius and said that the Nicene Trinitarians were following the heresy of Valentinus. He names Valentinus,
yes,
who had a triad, and then Sibelius, who had like a God and the Son and Father are one being heresy.
So hilariously enough, actually, the thing regarding Valentinus is funny because that's actually evidence that we use towards showing that there were people that held Mary to a very high regard. Because as you know, Valentinus's Trinity was mother, son, father, mother, and son, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, when he wrote that to Athanasius, I mean, obviously, just by even knowing what Valentinus taught, you know that that's a straw man of the Trinity, right? Like that would be.
I think that's fair because it's not the same Trinity at all.
Not
I
even
think
close,
it's
no.
fair. Yeah, I get that.
Especially because the mother, right, like would be considered like a self-subsistent thing that's not from the father directly, and all these types of things, and like how it's kind of like a dualism that causes the son in that dualism, which like it's not not even close to the same. But
And that's fair. That's fair. He's charging him with Valentinianism, but they're not necessarily Valentinians.
Yeah.
And to address just the question you had about the one and the many, I mean, the Trinity answers the one and the many, right? When we look at humanity, we see one humanity, right? But then we see many different persons.
Well, why?
And this is grounded through.
Why 3 though?
What was that?
Why not like 5 or 8 or something? You know, like
Because
you're saying
3 is. I mean, I
3 is the
can't answer
perfect
like
completion.
why 3 like explicitly. I can tell you why it's not 1 or why it's not 2.
Right?
Because you need a community. Because you need a community for love, right? Like if it's only 1, then it's just a narcissism.
Yeah.
If it's 2, it's this forced, like compulsory.
A natural emanation without intent. Dualism always eventually leads into some form of non-intentional system where there has to be a natural one side and a natural other side. 3 is actually considered like the perfect relation, right? As in the ancient world, especially even like prior to like the Trinity being formalized, that was something that was obviously posited, as you can see in like other pagan religions that people have seen in the past, right? So but like obviously we don't believe that they got it from those people, right? Like so like being able to see that a perfection of a relation exists in 3 in terms of like simplicity in God, of course, and simplicity in anything that would be considered divinely perfect. That's the reason why we would assert that. I mean, we wouldn't say that there would ever be a 4th or a 5th hypostasis in the Trinity.
I can speak from personal opinion real quick, actually, like, and this is something that I just kind of like just pondering it, and I don't take this as dogmatic, but I would say that like 3 is the bare minimum for this community of love, right? But with human beings being made in the image and likeness of God and being welcomed to participate in the divine life is to be welcomed into that, and not to become God by nature, but through participation. And I'm not sure how familiar you are with theosis and how that is truly like the call of the Orthodox Christian life is to God became man so man could become God. And that means by adoption, by participation. Like the iron is not by nature hot and glowing. When it's introduced to fire, though, it takes on those properties of the fire, and it takes on this hot and glowing nature. And that is what we are called to be.
The Pythagoreans had a doctrine similar to theosis. I think they had a different name for it. I think it's just apotheosis, but they're even going back as far as
but that's also a very different mode, and that goes back to what we were talking about with gnosis versus episteme, right? Like like you have this, like one is in ascent through just material knowledge, like this knowledge of the world, the secret knowledge. The Gnostic sects, they all had the secret knowledge. For Christianity, it is truly, we are welcoming everyone with open arms, and we are saying that no, it is through God's grace, it is through participation in the sacraments, through this prayer life, through self-denial, these kenosis, this self-emptying of our passions and our sinful will, to avail ourselves to the will of God, to become like God through adoption. become
There's
a,
al-
as some
there's
God.
also this idea in Middle Platonism of corporal, incorporeal, and spiritual, of three, like the nature of God being of three. And I think there's people who argue that Philo was a Trinitarian, even just as a Jew, not even as a Christian, that he believed that God had a nature of three. And even going back to the old academy, Plato had similar ideas,
Yeah, we
very,
even
very
talk about how,
archaic
like,
versions of this. Yeah.
and we even
And
talk about how, like, ancient Israel, like prior to the incarnation, that it wasn't like this monolithic Unitarian view. That there,
Right.
like, there's even like there's a book out there, Two Powers of Heaven. I'm sure you're familiar with it.
Yeah.
and we'll go for about 10 more minutes. Should finish us out, Gnostic, I think.
That's fine. Yeah.
In with the big five. I might not be a smart man, but you're not going to get me to look up Dinkus. I remember what happened to my ad suggestions last time. Fool me once. Sorry. And Vesper, in with the big five, it was revealed to me that naturalism is the necessary precondition for knowledge. Now what?
You wanna-
Substantiate it.
About to say, like, it would be regarding the explanatory power of such, right? So then we would then do a reductio ad absurdum to see if that would be the case. If you're capable of gathering or if you're able to have the precondition of knowledge in naturalism, then that would be an argument to be made, right? So like that's the entire point of the transcendental argument, is that if somebody addresses the opposite to what we're positing, then we would show that it is impossible, right? Like that, because then it wouldn't address that.
Do you want to argue about it real quick?
Do you hold to it?
Quickly.
So what I was going to say is that, like, if I'm a naturalist, one of the things I would want a person to consider before acting like a total predator for philosophy for some reason, I would say, like, well, look, if I posted this in chat, if I have knowledge of the color red, and I have this I'm a designer, so I know RGB really well, and I can tell you all about RGB red. If there's a way that knowledge transfers in a possible world,
Points critique better go
to
crazy.
knowledge about red that's based on the light spectrum, or based on cognition and how our visual cortex processes light, I would say that it doesn't seem very likely that what anyone can possibly mean by knowledge is it. Naturalism undermines that. I would have to learn more than just hearing the word triumvirate or whatever Unitarian God. That doesn't make any sense to me.
So the interesting thing that you're trying to bring into this light spectrum, right? What about people that are like colorblind?
That literally has nothing to fucking do with what I just said. A colorblind person probably wouldn't like come out and their first philosophical statement is, "Hi, my name is Frank. I'm colorblind. And by the way, I know the color red, even though I'm colorblind."
But you're talking about the grounding and the certitude, right? We're asking for an epistemological grounding.
Where did
via
grounding and
naturalism.
certitude? So grounding a little bit, but where did certitude come in?
Certitude would be the justification.
Why are you trying to? But why are you trying to? No, that's not what certitude is.
Certitude is being
Justification
confident in
certitude.
what you're asserting.
Right. So being confident isn't the same thing as being certain.
Certitude isn't
Does that not make
confidence.
sense?
Certitude is absolute inability to be wrong. You
That's
can be confident in
that's
things you can be wrong
that's inerrancy, Corinth.
Yeah, you can
what's
be
the-
a
what's
skeptic.
certitude
Here's a great
means?
example. Here's a great example. Hume is a famous skeptic, often for a naturalist worldview, like we were talking, considered the guy that started philosophy of science. And so if I'm a skeptic, if I'm a Humean skeptic, I can still claim to have knowledge about something. Does that not make
Say
that
that-
concept
sorry.
doesn't make sense?
By your own definition, I mean, we could reject your definition of knowledge.
You could. That's fine, but then we're not having a conversation, right?
Yeah, you'd simply just be declaring information rather than like what knowledge would be, because like anybody can have like information, like they could proclaim information of like
So does
reading
this
data
not make
points, for
sense?
example.
Am I in fucking Looney Tune land? Am
I don't know.
the normal person
I don't.
who feels like I stepped off a fucking flight and I
Bro's-
ended up in Dubai?
Bro's
What is
lo-
going
bro-
on right now?
Bro's losing it. We're just
What
making a
is happening
philosophical
here?
argument, man.
So, if for your knowledge, gentlemen, do you remember all of those super chats that came in earlier that said "boot duck"? Here's a pre-boot for duck. Don't let duck up. This is Duck.
Wow, they're hating on Duck. I think Duck is bringing some.
Shut the duck up.
Yeah, so it
Another
would
one
be.
that came
Go ahead.
in. Sorry, Andre with the 50 of something. Why is that Yahweh the God of universe specifically, and not say Zeus?
Zeus is physical matter, and like Zeus possesses physical matter, and he's also created.
Not according to the Stoic Zeus, who's the noose.
So there's different interpretations on what Zeus is.
Yes.
So then, I mean, at that point, then
Stoic-
saying why not Zeus, then that would be problematic.
The Stoic Zeus was just the name they
Wait,
gave
so
to the
if God
one.
possesses physical matter, then it can't be the God that grounds it.
Intrinsically, if God possesses physical matter in the aspect of its internal being, then he wouldn't be the one that would be providing matter. Because then everything would be ex materia, so then we just have to follow like a pantheistic view.
Okay, so you said he had matter. You didn't say this entire diatribe of intrinsically matter, right?
Yeah, so when I say that
Zeus
it would be
can
because
be
he's
Zeus
made of
without
matter, because
intrinsically
Zeus would be
having
made of
These are
matter.
two different propositions.
There'd be a difference, but because when I say that
And
Zeus
Christ
is of
also made of matter.
Yeah, so tell me you don't understand the incarnation without saying it. So in terms of the incarnation,
I mean,
he
we
took
can go
on
with
he
it.
took
Christ
on
is
human
fully
flesh.
man, fully God, right?
He took on human
is fully man,
flesh.
fully God.
Yeah, and the two natures that he possesses are distinct, and so his matter, the matter that he possesses,
So there's
would not be
physical
intrinsic
matter
to his
possessed, right?
hypostasis. What?
So there's the physical matter part, right? The thing you just said was an issue with Zeus.
If when I meant that Zeus possesses matter, I'm saying that in this fact that it's intrinsic to his being, that he is made up of matter. Christ is not made up of matter. He possesses matter because he took
What
on
part of
matter.
it shows that's intrinsic to his being?
The fact that he's Zeus or Christ?
Yeah. Zeus.
Yes. Wait, what? Zeus?
Zeus.
Zeus,
Yeah.
because he was
I
made.
said, yeah, when you first said Zeus, not-
Yes, because he was made by the Titans.
That doesn't show that's intrinsic.
He
to
was
his
ma-
being. That just shows it's.
Yes, it does, because the matter already existed prior to Zeus.
Yeah, but that doesn't show it's
Oh, I
intrinsic.
see what
This
you-
is
yeah.
Is the case in this app.
in the sense of Zeus, he would be made up of matter. That would be what he would be made up of, because the matter
Yes, I
already
agree.
exists.
He was made up of matter is the view, but that doesn't show he's intrinsically made up of matter.
But it also doesn't.
You are
his
stupid.
being,
No,
his
you're
being.
intrinsically
Look, dude's losing it already. Again,
It also depends
You're
on what Zeus.
intrinsically dishonest. I'm not sure if you're.
I'm not
Or I
intrinsically
said that
dishonest at
backwards.
all.
You're
I've already
dishonest.
answered
I'm
it
not sure
multiple
if you're
times.
Intrinsically dishonest.
No, so when I said that he's made up of matter, that's because that if he's made up of matter in terms of his being, he is matter. Like, he is of matter. That's not the same thing as saying that Christ possesses matter and that he took on matter economically, because he's economically composite, right? Zeus would then be considered entirely composite upon his creation. So then therefore he wouldn't be the one to create all composite beings.
Well, that just doesn't have to be the case.
Oh,
Well,
good argument,
Again,
Corinth.
you're just saying,
In
like-
this case, Tracy asks.
Yeah, because you're just okay. So we can go with your line of argumentation. Due to the impossibility of the contrary, I'm going to need you to justify that this is something that always had to be the case, and this was something necessarily true of Zeus. And if you can't epistemically justify this of something that exists to my given epistemic standards, you're going to just not be able to be true, and I'm going to be correct on this actually.
Well, okay. Remember.
Good
this,
straw man
the
of
Stoic
transcendental
Zeus-
argument
Stoic
again.
Why do you fight it so hard, Corinne?
Bro's losing it.
Stoic Zeus is a
an
reinterpretation.
I mean, that's
intellectually
not a
bankrupt mule.
straw man. So I can give you a plethora of things of how these two don't understand transcendental argument from Father Deacon and
This dude is a sophist.
That goes outside
Hardcore.
of the trilemma. Well, Schoolboy NQ here is saying that this is just an aspect of circularity within the trilemma.
I
We can go
literally
with
gave the
different
explanation that it
aspects of
goes outside of the trilemma.
You explicitly stated that this is within trilemma of circularity.
He literally did
I
not
said
say
that
that.
there is there's a virtuous circularity that gives
I can
rise
go
to
back
an
and grab. And when you said virtuous circularity, you were talking about it being within the trilemma, right?
That's not what. No,
It
virtuous
transcends
circuit.
the trilemma. That is not what I was saying. You
Oh my gosh.
intellectually
You
bankrupt
said it was
mule.
within the trilemma. It was within the third leg of the trilemma. You've said that repeatedly, and now you're trying to ad
The
hoc
second
it.
leg of the trilemma. Learn to count.
You repeatedly said it was the third leg because you started
said it
off by listing
transcends
the
it,
other
right?
two and saying, well, there's a third leg. I'm using your own semantic there, which you can start to, again, lie about. It's something that people of your religiosity have a tendency to do whenever you're on the internet for some reason.
Good assertion, brother.
instead of
Yet
actually
again,
being
a
able
good appeal to
represent your
emotion.
faith.
man.
And
Yeah, it is.
Tracy
You guys are
says with a
liars.
big
Good appeal to you
Conversation
being
going on
a
about
dishonest, stupid
I'm
person who doesn't
going
know how to answer a yes or no question.
I'm going to appeal to
Good
the
good
money.
rebuttal, Corinth.
Corinth. Tracy came in with a big 10.
Corinth,
What did?
Can I ask,
Hold on. Let's ask this one first. Let's let Corinth cool down. What did the ortho bros say about Neil's analogy about the elephant behind the wall?
Is that referring to how do we know that an elephant is behind the wall?
Well, oh, no. Actually, that's a good question. I was saying, do I need to know what's behind the wall to refute that an elephant isn't behind the wall?
That would actually be
What?
considered something that has been used before. Actually, let me pull that up here. It's a crackers in the pantry fallacy. A second.
So it's fallacious for me to say I don't think there's an elephant behind that wall.
Let
but I
me
don't know
let
there
me
might
let me
be
read
one.
it. Let me read it. It might help. Hold on. Let me pull it up. I have an example of it in here.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I think it was me and Chase were going back and forth. If I don't know, if I don't have my knowledge grounded, then I can't make a claim about other people's epistemology.
Let me put it like this. And let me know what you think about this. The claim is that person A asserts something as true. Like, for example, there are crackers in the pantry. Right?
Yeah.
The challenge is that person B demands proof, putting the burden entirely on person A. Okay? And then the analogy. Person B uses an analogy like, well, prove to me that there aren't invisible gremlins stealing the crackers every time we close the pantry door. You can't disprove that. Therefore, my skepticism about the crackers is justified.
But this is why it's not the same. Because if you're saying, I think there's an elephant behind the wall, and I say, no, there's not an elephant behind the wall, but I don't know what's behind the wall. That's not the same as me bringing in some random non sequitur, because you're the one claiming. In the case of the elephant in the wall, it's the Trinity. We're saying that you believe in the
Yes,
Trinity.
but then we would
I
make
was
arguments.
bringing-
Yes, but we would make arguments as to why there has to be an elephant behind the wall based off
This
of all
also
of the
wouldn't-
entire
this wouldn't
argumentation that
be
we've
an
been giving.
fallacy given the transcendental argumentation you're putting forward, which is asserting necessity. If we can show a possibility of the falsity like this to be the case, then that is just a valid line of argumentation.
That's literally the
Rather,
whole point
this
of
points out
tag.
an issue with inductive
I'm glad you're understanding it
So-
now. That's the whole point of tag.
No, it's
So then
actually
you
not.
have to
It's going
provide
directly
an
against you.
alternate, right? You have to provide an
It goes
alternate.
directly against you.
Hmm.
No, you don't actually, because this
Oh.
is the alternate. The
So then you can
gremlins
just
taking it
deny
is the
something
alternate in this
without an
case.
alternate, right? You
No,
can just deny
because
things
when
without an
you're talking
alternate.
about the gremlin again, when you're talking about the gremlins here, this is the alternate being proposed. The idea of this being fallacious here is showing that, well, when we're talking about the inductive idea of God, which is not the necessity, the modal aspect put forward by the transcendental argument for God, this would be a bad argumentative line to go down. When you assert necessity, and then there's the ability to show the possibility of falsehood, like the little gremlins stealing the crackers, that is sufficient to show falsehood and is not fallacious. You just don't know when it applies.
And you're starting to understand tag. I like it. So when we say that,
I
for
actually
example,
know
that
more
if
about
I
tag than you, Bryce.
yeah, I can tell you don't, because you freaking got absolutely baked earlier when we were 1v1ing. So behind the wall, when we're
Bryce,
talking about the elephant,
You
Yeah.
started directly
There you
lying.
go.
I can go through
There,
this.
it says I'm
When
lying
you
now.
talked about there being only one true paradigm about 2 minutes
Nice.
beforehand, and then I asked you, well,
Do
what's
you
the
know
truth
that to be
value
true,
of this? And you
Corinth?
say it's
Oh, may I
paradigmatically
Do you know that?
incorrect. That's going to be a contradiction on your view right there. That's first of all
Yeah,
going to be
that
a
wouldn't be a
contradiction
contradiction in
on
my
your view,
view.
Bryce.
I
You're
literally
going to be
showed you the entire
preferring
argumentation that
there's
I
going to
gave.
be the truth subjectivity to this claim, and that there's going to be only one paradigm that's going to be able to be true, while indexing it to not be able to give the yes or no answer because it's going to be related to paradigms.
You think that my view?
You are a dishonest person.
Mhm.
You
Keep-
are
yeah,
incredibly stupid as
keep,
well.
Keep coping, Corinth. I get it.
Even
Just
at
keep
that,
coping.
though,
Bryce,
gentlemen,
you
and
don't know
don't
anything
make
about
me
argumentation
separate
because you
the
are
two
stupid.
of you. Shut up for a second. Even at that, though, Neil specifically said, I don't know if they are or are not back there, but I'm still making the claim that they aren't back there. And that doesn't make sense to me to say, I'm not sure, but I don't think whatever you're saying is true. Can somebody elaborate that for me, how that's even a
Yeah.
possibility to say it's a negative, but I don't even know if it's a positive either?
Yeah, what I'm saying is I don't know what exactly is behind the door. It could be a bunch of money. It could be a dead person. It could be whatever. But based on inductive reasoning, I don't think there's an elephant there, because if there was an elephant, X, Y, and Z would be true. There'd be noises, there'd be smell, there'd be some kind of indication there's a giant elephant behind that wall. So I don't have to know what's behind the wall to make the claim that I don't think it's an elephant.
Let me
Because the claim simply just says belief. That's all it is. It's not
They-
necessarily
Yeah.
true for sure. He's just saying he believes that.
So Gnostic, in terms of like the transcendental argument, right? the thing that you just said when you said like I don't know if there's an elephant behind the wall, but you think that there should be something like, for example, inductive, like there should be smells, or there should be sight, like so, like you can see like maybe like cracks in the wall because maybe it's like it's stuck back there or something, or you're hearing it, and things like that. Like, would you agree that that's all presupposing empiricism?
Yes, and it's
Yeah. So then you're reductive. Yeah.
I would have to think rationally. How would an elephant even get in that room?
Mm-hmm.
Did it fly in there? Like, so like there's good reason to think it's not an elephant, is what I'm saying.
It's good
That's
reason.
sort of my-
Yeah, it's good reason within your current paradigm because you're holding to the empirical view. So the entire point then would be to show that empiricism cannot make that argument.
Well, but that's still you still have the same problem with you asserting that the Trinity is the necessary precondition for knowledge.
That's why we've been doing this argument, the argumentation the entire time regarding like the historical attestation, the biblical
Right.
account, the philosophy, like all of these things coming together to have that explanatory power. Like if I were to use the elephant, for example, which sadly it's kind of a poor analogy, of course, because like we don't determine that God exists based off of empirical values. I can't smell him, right? So like it's more of like just entirely on a philosophical basis. But like so using something like saying I don't think there's an elephant behind the wall because I can't see an elephant, right? Like that is presupposing that if you were to see an elephant, that is the justification for knowledge.
Also, evidence that there's an elephant, the sound of an elephant, the smell,
yeah,
that type of thing. There could be other things indicating that there's an elephant there.
Inevitably, you'd have to open the door to prove whatever is.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But we don't have the access to open the door. But what I'm
will.
gathering is that Christianity provides like a peephole to kind of see through, or maybe a cup to put your ear against the door to try to hear better, to hear the elephant. It offers some way to maybe not, you can't open the door, but offer
Right.
some way to allow you to get a little bit closer to that evidence. Does
I
that
get
make
that.
sense?
But I guess the reason
door
why I
will
brought up
eventually be opened.
Yeah, I get that, but the reason why I brought that analogy in the first place was it was based on me saying I don't need to actually know for sure what's behind the wall to make a claim that something X isn't behind the wall. I can still not know. I don't have to have full knowledge of what's behind the wall to make a claim about the wall.
Not full knowledge. Yeah.
If based on what you're saying though, then that would work against you. Because if you're saying I don't need full knowledge to know what's behind the wall, then you don't need full knowledge to believe what your friend is telling you is behind the wall.
Yeah.
Right?
We're all
They are
the same- we
simply
all have the same problem. Is what I'm saying.
right.
Yes, which is
We're
then
all
why
using
yeah.
I think we're all using inductive reasoning. That's
Like,
what I think.
Which
if
is then
the
it would go into
friend-
arguments. Right?
But if the friend had somebody who stood there once before, say there's an elephant behind the wall, and they had someone who stood there years before that, say there's an elephant behind the wall, and so on and so forth, then
And then there was an attestation of knowing the man who put the elephant behind the wall.
Yes,
Yes.
and then you kind of investigate the argument.
It requires faith. Gnostic.
At the end of the day, it does it. That's what it falls down. Falls back on.
Well, here's the thing. Like, we understand the tag isn't a silver bullet to shoot faith into your heart.
Right.
Like
God is. I'm gonna head to sleep. Good night, man.
God is.
Yeah, good night, bro.
We were made in the image and likeness of God. God has free will, therefore we have free will. God can do anything except go against his own nature. God going against our free will would be him going against his own nature.
Sure.
Yeah. And one
So it would
last
be a
one.
it would be a contradiction for us to be forced to believe in him.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
One last one before we get our final thoughts and shut down. With the big five, I've seen this game before. It's heavy, but not an elephant. Bid $1 and give me half the car when we win. If it's a kitchen sink, give it to Spurgsy. Choose between door 1 and 3, gentlemen. Behind each door is a prize, but it's not an elephant. All right, let's get through some closing statements. James, would you like to kick us off with your final thoughts, please?
Well, I was kind of really wanted to get more into the whole Trinity discussion because I also wanted to say something about how do you get that Paul says something about Godhead, but he says nothing about Trinity. nor does the New Testament period say anything about Trinity. And also, the fact is, where do you get the idea that Jesus would have to be pre-existing? But that's questions to ponder on and everything. So yeah.
Thank you, James. Bryce, to you.
Well, so I mean, I kind of came in a tad bit late to like the overall thing. I was kind of watching for a while, and then freaking people kept telling me to come up here, so I decided to. But I mean, for me, like, I really appreciate conversation, especially that we had, Gnostic. I've never spoken to you before, but I thought it was really cool and very good.
Same.
A lot of knowledge being passed, and we got to dive into the history stuff, which I know that you're super big into, of course.
Right.
And just to kind of like close my thing out, I will address with James. Me and Gnostic did actually talk about that for probably about 30 minutes regarding like biblical account for the Trinity and like why we come to those conclusions that Jesus is God. But I'm not going to reiterate literally the entire point, but I did make multiple arguments for that.
Fair enough. Thank you, Bryce. And to your nemesis, Corinth, would you like to give your final thoughts?
Sure. For a bunch of the Christians out there, if you just want to say, I have faith, I believe in God, I don't have like perfect reason to believe in God, I could be wrong, but I still have this belief. It makes me happy. I truly do believe this thing. Any of these reasons, fine. No one's gonna, there might be some like internet atheist wearing the fedora out there that's gonna start yelling at you. But most people aren't going to look at you and say, okay, this person's being like irrational. If you want to use tag as the silver bullet against people who are taking the ultimate skeptic line, showing, well, they have to be hard solipsists at that point, that's a perfectly reasonable use for this thing. But we do just exist within the same issues within the trilemma. We don't have certainty on our beliefs. We don't have that like bootstrap of, well, even if God has perfect knowledge of everything, we're not God. We don't have that belief. To say that that would like be in our heads is something that we can show our knowledge is distinct from that, even under the tag view, because theonomist epistemology, if that was the only way to have knowledge, God would need to have it revealed to him as well. This isn't something Christians hold, so it's very clearly the case that Christians don't hold. All knowledge has to be revealed. God can have access to that knowledge without it being revealed to him, because you would need super God in that case. This is going to just first of all be like an issue of God being the necessary precondition for knowledge. It might be for like human knowledge. That could be fine. Schoolboy, I know you're smarter than this. I don't think Bryce is. If you want to
I
go
know
over
you're
this
smarter than what
afterwards,
you just said.
Schoolboy.
Ooh.
You can tell me
I know
exactly
you're
where you think
smarter
I'm
than
wrong
what you
after that,
just
but
said.
No
you can tell me
more,
where you
no
think I went
more,
wrong.
no more, no more.
Can I say
no
one
more.
last line? One last
One
sentence,
last
sir?
one, Corinth.
So, Schoolboy, if you want to go over this after to see exactly where you think I went wrong, I'm happy to hear it from you. But I also just want to show, hey, this is where I think your friend over here was just engaging really dishonestly.
Corinth made it fun. Corinth made it fun.
Gareth always makes it fun, but it's
Help
very
me out.
hard to
Help me out.
find people who want to debate Corinth because he digs and digs and digs and never grants.
I thought him and Bryce were both throwing haymakers at each other. Like I was enjoying it.
I just match energy,
It
man.
was-
I just match energy.
Schoolboy, to you, your final thoughts, please.
Well, Sarah, thanks for having me up. First time up here. I'm a friend of Wi-Fi's. He's the one that pointed us over here. Neil, it was a pleasure talking with you. I would encourage any listeners, if you want, you can join Bryce's Discord. I help run it. It's discord.gg/orthodoxos. If someone wants to type that in the chat, that'd be great. But yeah, I hope you all find Christ. I hope you find that peace. And I hope you find that spiritual growth.
Wonderful. Thank you, Schoolboy. Gnostic, to you.
He won't talk to me, guys.
I really enjoyed this discussion, and I think it was
Corinth won't talk to me. He won't
worthwhile.
talk to
People learned
Schoolboy.
something from it. I think I came in here in good faith. I hope so. I hope I came off that way. I was truly trying to understand tag and presuppositionalism and why people think that the triune Christian God fits the model rather than other gods. I still do think that at the end of the day, we're all using our own inductive reasoning to decide what we think is true and what isn't true. We all appeal to authorities, whether it's doctors or even the church in some cases, or the car dealers or whatever thing we're doing. We have to appeal to some authorities, and we have to weigh arguments and question things. And I think it all comes back to our own experience, and people, decide that they believe in Christianity based on kind of like personal experiences and things like that. I do think tag is great because you have this accountability of everything. I get why people are attracted to having all things accounted for. But I don't think that necessarily is like you guys had silver bullet at the end of the day. I think everything does come down to inductive reasoning and using logic and things like that. So, but anyways, it was great. I understand a little more about where you guys are coming from after this.
I think a good way to explain tag is it's a beautiful argument to show that faith is not irrational.
Fair.
And then, like I said, it still leaves the door open for free will, and the last jump is the ball's in your court.
That's fair. I like that. I like that summation of it. Final words. Marcus with the Big Ten says his sister just had a baby girl, Ava. Juneteenth baby. LOL. Christ is king. That's lovely. And that young, lovely lady will now be able to celebrate hopefully a holiday as well every year now going forward, and we'll have that day off every year. Congratulations for being an uncle. And Steve White dropping 5 gifted Raging Tomato memberships. Thank you so kindly. I'm incredibly grateful. This was probably the most tame Throwdown Thursday we've ever had. And I think Gnostic, it's because you came in so genuinely inquisitive and curious and ready to learn. And I think that speaks volumes. And I think it went very well. And I think we all were able to kind of gather something new from this stream, to be quite honest. Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a double header. 6 p.m. Eastern time. We've got Is God Evil with Craig from FTFE and Lucas from Method Ministries. I'm really excited for that. It'll be short and brief. It'll be about 2 hours, 2.5 debate, and then followed by the great Mormon debate that you're all looking for with Andrew Wilson and the lovely chaplain Lance O'Neill. They will be here. It's going to be a hot one starting at 9:15 p.m. ET. Be here or be square. We all know that one is going to be hot. I am sending you over to Raid Fatty. You all booted him off a short 3 minutes after he got here. So he went and decided to do his own thing. So we're going to raid, at the very least, go over, send tomatoes, send some love, and you don't have to stay, but at least send some love his way. Gnostic, I'm super appreciative of having you on tonight. And Bryce and Schoolboy, if you both could reach out to me, if you guys do debates, I'd love to have you on sometime.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, reach out to me. Wi-Fi knows how. Outside of that, everyone, fuck off.
This video was
or rattlesnake.
It's something to do with the James guy. Something happened because I think Jay tried to go on there, and James like screwed him over on something. I don't know the full story, but I know it's something to do with James, the guy that runs the Modern Day Debate.
Alrighty. I'll catch y'all later, man. A good stream. I enjoyed doing that. God bless all y'all.